Chapter 1 Very powerful. In 2059, a network revolution broke out on Earth due to the rapid improvement of science and technology. Almost all countries are involved because the Internet is their second battlefield. The world's structure has undergone subtle changes with the rapid development of the Internet. In the past few decades, China has overcome many problems and led other countries in the application of network data, becoming the most prosperous Internet power. Known as the world's largest online scientific research organization, it is located in the Central Database Testing Center. What's going on with this set of data? The crackling sound of keyboard typing sounded rhythmically, and a faint light flashed on the dazzling screen. A middle-aged man with gray hair looked at the results of the test data on the screen. He shouted in surprise. The staff next to him came up and saw the results reported on the screen, and they were all surprised and said, "Could this set of data produce human wisdom?" It must be a loophole that appeared when the system was updated, which allowed it to obtain human knowledge and mutate this set of data. A scientific researcher wearing gold-rimmed glasses said in an old-fashioned way. What to do now? This set of data can evade the system's detection because he has a will of his own. After a moment of silence, the man with gold-rimmed glasses suggested, "Just find an old machine to sort out this set of data and get it off the network." Oh! Everyone nodded with understanding, and followed the suggestion of the gold-rimmed glasses to take this set of data that produced thinking ability off the network using forceful means. At this moment, a boom sounded, all the computer screens shattered, and the computer connected to the data exploded. The next day, this matter was in the newspapers. While a certain scientific research institution was processing data, the computer suddenly exploded, causing earth, in a small village affiliated with the western capital. A young man in coarse cloth was wandering on the street, looking at the busy crowd. There was a puzzled look on the young man's face, and he murmured, "Is this a novice village?" "That's right, this young man is the NPC in the game, and that group has the data of human thinking and wisdom." After that computer exploded, he bizarrely traveled to this real world. This young man's name was Feng Ziyi. He looked at the passers-by with interest and felt very strange. Why were there no other players leveling up? And what's even more strange is that generally speaking, as long as novices come to the novice village, they will go to the village chief to ask for novice tasks or equipment. However, after Feng Ziyi found the village chief, his repeated pleas were regarded as false by the village chief. The idiot just ignored it. Feng Ziyi looked at the hard-working villagers. There was a white reminder on each person's head, which said their level. Shockingly, they were all level 0. Feng Ziyi sighed helplessly. Feng Ziyi himself was only level 0. In his concept, level was a limitation, because only level 10 could leave the novice village and have the strength to kill monsters in the outside world. Unfortunately, what people are busy doing in the fields is not killing monsters and leveling up, but harvesting rice. Feng Ziyi approached a villager and asked politely, "Excuse me, where is the strange thing?" "Strange?" The honest-looking villager felt a little baffled and wondered if the young man in front of him had a brain problem. Maybe, people here are only interested in life and career, and don't like killing monsters to level up, Feng Ziyi guessed. Feng Ziyi glanced at the impatient villagers and described them eloquently: chickens, sheep, pigs, and other animals. "Aren't these the animals you're talking about in a breeding farm?" The kind villager interrupted Feng Ziyi and gave him some directions. Feng Ziyi quickly thanked her and thought to herself, could it be that the breeding farm he mentioned is a place for novices to level up? In the breeding farm, a breeder hired by the owner drove a group of geese over. "Finally we found the monster." Seeing the group of about 30 geese, Feng Ziyi's eyes lit up, and after thinking, he waved his fist and hit the leading goose. "What are you doing? Stop it!" The breeder tried to stop Feng Ziyi's behavior, but Feng Ziyi regarded him as a player trying to steal monsters and ignored him. What Feng Ziyi didn't expect was that the big goose was so vulnerable that it didn't even have the strength to fight back. He killed it on the spot, while the other big geese were frightened and flew around in all directions. Feng Ziyi was surprised, and suddenly a vague reminder came in her mind. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net experience value +1. The experience points are too little, no wonder the mobs are so vulnerable. Feng Ziyi complained, but if he thought about it carefully, the meat on the ant's legs was also meat. As long as he could level up, he didn't care so much. For a moment, screams were heard one after another, and Feng Ziyi rushed into the group of geese, waving his big fists and smashing at the innocent geese crazily. Blood splattered everywhere, and Feng Ziyi's mind kept reminding her of experience +1. Soon, when Feng Ziyi killed all the geese present, a happy reminder appeared in her mind. Congratulations on your upgrade. A warmth surged through his body, and his whole body was bathed in a golden light. Feng Ziyi moaned comfortably. Immediately afterwards, endless power emerged from the body, and both the spirit and the body were significantly enhanced. Damn it, it's this lunatic, everyone, catch him. There was a noise, and Feng Ziyi looked at the person with vigilance, feeling disgusted for no reason in his heart. The leader was the keeper who was responsible for driving the geese just now. Behind him were the indignant villagers, each holding a hoe, a rake, or even a kitchen knife in their hands. Feng Ziyi looked at these guys snatching monsters angrily. Before new monsters were spawned, he would never allow these outsiders to snatch his treasured leveling land. Suddenly, Feng Ziyi discovered something strange, that is, the villagers in front of her had blood-red names hanging on their heads, and they were unruly villagers. Different numbers appear behind the names, ranging from 1 to 3 and 5. Strong men are usually 5, while weak old people and women are all 1. In other words, these villagers have become strange. Upgrade, upgrade! He murmured. Feng Ziyi's eyes flashed with excitement. This book has nothing to do with online games, it is an adaptation of the new genre created by Infinite Streaming. Chapter 2 Crazy? Everyone, help catch this lunatic! The farm owner said there is a big reward. The leader of the breeders shouted angrily. After hearing the words, the villagers behind him looked excited. They all seemed to have taken stimulants, holding the guys in their hands. Rushed over. Feng Ziyi's complexion changed, and he looked at the villagers in front of him warily. In his eyes, these villagers were just monsters in human skin. With a sneer hanging from the corner of his mouth, Feng Ziyi's figure moved, like a bolt of lightning pouring into the crowd. The fierce fists hit the bodies of these villagers one after another. Feng Ziyi hit them all regardless of whether they were old people or children. Without any plan, the fists like cannonballs kept waving. Because the villagers surrounded Feng Ziyi, every punch would hit the opponent. At the same time, the villagers' fists also hit Feng Ziyi's body. 10 minutes later, Feng Ziyi felt tired. Even though there were countless wounds, large and small, she still fought unremittingly. Soon, the villagers closest to Feng Ziyi fell to the ground. Feng Ziyi felt several consecutive reminders appear in her mind, experience +5, experience +7. With a jolt of energy, Feng Ziyi laughed hee-hee a few times, ignored the surprised gazes of the villagers, roared in his mouth, and launched an offensive with a desperate fighting style. The screams were like a sad piece of music, and along with Feng Ziyi's physical strength dropped sharply, the villagers who had been so fierce just now fainted on the ground in the blink of an eye. As if his body was dyed red by blood, Feng Ziyi felt that the scene in front of him was a little blurry. He knew in his heart that he had lost too much blood. Feng Ziyi was gambling that he could accumulate the necessary experience to complete the upgrade before he passed out. Gritting his teeth, Feng Ziyi glanced at the villagers who were still standing in front of him. They were all young and strong young men. Relying on his superior physical fitness, Feng Ziyi staggered over. Several villagers looked at each other, feeling inexplicable fear in their hearts. They all came up with the idea that this guy was really perverted. Damn it, he's been seriously injured. Let's use more force and knock him down. Several villagers looked at Feng Ziyi, who was bleeding profusely. They thought about it in their minds. They took the guy in their hands and moved towards Feng Ziyi's thin body. The body greeted him fiercely. Feng Ziyi glanced at the roaring Ho and dodged aside skillfully. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the leader of the villagers did not react, Feng Ziyi stretched out his bloody right hand and held the scratched Ho in his hand. The next moment, his right hand secretly pulled hard, and the villager was forced to his body by the sudden force. Lean forward. While you are sick, I will kill you. Feng Ziyi roared, her eyes were bloodshot, and her free left hand was like a giant pincer, pressing down on the villager's shoulder without hesitation. With a click, the sound of broken bones was clearly heard in the ears, followed by the villager's painful scream. Feng Ziyi did not master any skills at the moment, so he relied on random gangster tactics. Under the severe pain, the sturdy villager could not bear the pain and fainted on the ground. A vague prompt appears, experience +10. His whole body felt warm, and the air around him seemed to feel Feng Ziyi's joy. And it began to vibrate with joy. Feng Ziyi groaned comfortably, and his whole body was bathed in golden brilliance. An additional thought came to his mind, and it was finally upgraded. Several villagers stopped attacking and looked at each other, not knowing what the sudden golden light meant. After the golden light passed, Feng Ziyi's exhausted spirit and seriously injured body disappeared without a trace. What was even more difficult for the villagers to accept was that Feng Ziyi's originally thin body actually had a few muscles bulging out. After coming back from the joy of upgrading, Feng Ziyi's mouth curved, and her eyes shot out with real light. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Suddenly, Feng Ziyi's figure blurred in place, leaving several afterimages visible to the naked eye along the way, and a terrifying speed exploded instantly. Almost in the blink of an eye, Feng Ziyi's extremely violent methods beat several villagers until they cried for their fathers and mothers. In the fearful eyes of the last villager, his steel-hard fist gradually enlarged, and then he lost consciousness. Feng Ziyi took a few deep breaths. Now that he had cleaned up these monsters, he had already reached level 2. The experience given by these monsters is too little. It seems that I need to change the map to upgrade. Feng Zixin thought of this, looked at the villagers lying on the ground, and walked out of the breeding ground without any mercy. After grabbing some food and clothes from the village, Feng Ziyi decided to leave here and look for stronger monsters to level up. Zidu, the largest city on Earth, is far more prosperous than other cities. A slightly thin young man was walking on the busy street, and the passers-by around him looked at him sideways. Under a head of short purple hair, a cold face is set off, and the black eyes have sharp eyes. The clothes on the purple-haired young man made these pretentious city dwellers somewhat disdainful. The reason is that he was wearing a patched coarse cloth, which was obviously the dress of a villager. This young man was Feng Ziyi walking along the road. His eyes were wandering, as if he was looking for something. How come there are no monsters on such a big map? Feng Ziyi said softly, feeling a little confused. No matter whether it was the jet car speeding on the road or the guy with an animal head and human body, there were no red names displayed. P.S. Again, the genre of this book is a new genre and has nothing to do with online games. It is just a plot of NPC time travel. Chapter 3 Girl Bulma. Feng Ziyi was helpless to find that except for the cars flying on the street, there were no monsters for him to level up. Looking curiously at the bustling crowd in the metropolis, Feng Ziyi was a little disdainful that almost everyone was at the rookie level. Compared with the novice village they just walked out of, the people here were not much better. In Feng Ziyi's concept, only strength is king, and speaking with fists is the most authoritative. Wandering like a wandering soul, Feng Ziyi gradually realized that this game seemed unusual, and something inexplicable touched him. Both the settings and the map were completely different from his original world, subverting his previous perceptions. Feng Ziyi didn't know that the environment could change a person's thinking mode. Unknowingly, he became a human being with emotions and became more adaptable to this real world. A piercing scream sounded, Feng Zi's eyes flashed, and he ran towards the source of the sound like flying. Almost all citizens saw an incredible scene. A purple figure actually surpassed the speeding car, which was beyond ordinary people's cognition. This abnormal speed can only be described as monster. Feng Zi looked at the scene in a remote alley with a happy expression, and her eyes were filled with excitement. I finally found you, the monster that creates experience, Feng Zi said happily. Looking at the situation in sight, anyone else would have stayed away. I saw a few gangsters with colorfully dyed hair, using knives to surround a beautiful girl with large and small packages in her hands. Feng Zi directly ignored the girl's appearance, and her eyes drifted to the eye-catching red light on the heads of several gangsters, which clearly reflected the words "despicable robbers." What is even more tempting to Feng Zi is that their levels are shown behind their names. The lowest is level 6 and the highest is level 9. Be good, beauty, and give all the valuable things you have to your brother. The leader of the level 9 gangster took a sharp knife in his hand, drew a few strokes on the girl's pen, and threatened her fiercely. The girl didn't panic at all, but calmly put down the things in her hands, took out a leather wallet from her body, and without any hesitation, reached out and handed it to the gangster. The gangster glanced at the girl suspiciously. Different from the usual robbery, this time the prey was so happy, which made him a little curious. After opening the girl's wallet, the gangster's expression changed. It actually contained countless cards and no cash at all. Are you kidding me? The gangster said angrily. In his opinion, these cards have no value. The girl shrugged helplessly and replied, I usually don't carry cash on me. Several gangsters looked like they had eaten flies, and they whispered to each other. The gangster who seemed to be the leader smiled lewdly and said, Since you have no money, then accompany your brothers. The girl said halfway through the gangster's words, he already knew what he wanted to say and subconsciously dodged back. Just when several gangsters focused their attention on the girl, Feng Zi unexpectedly came up behind one of the gangsters, raised his right arm, and landed the sharp knife firmly on his neck. After the gangster fell to the ground, a reminder of +12 experience appeared in Feng Zi's mind. Ah! A scream sounded, and the gangsters who often fought with each other became alert. And a strange young man appeared in his sight. A sneer appeared at the corner of the young man's mouth. Before these gangsters could react, his body moved erratically like a ghost. Everyone was startled, and a slight chill suddenly came from behind. These gangsters all felt that the sudden young man's figure flashed in front of their eyes, followed by an unusually strong pain in their chest. Feng Zi's fist contains nearly 100 kilograms of power and acts directly on these gangsters. There is no so-called routine, as long as it can hit the opponent, it is enough. These gangsters are obviously harder to deal with than the villagers. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. They are all bosses where fighting is commonplace. The gangster took a few punches from Feng Zi, but he didn't fall down, which showed his physical fitness. The gangsters all took out the knives hidden on their bodies, and after catching Feng Zi's figure, they launched an attack. Feng Zi frowned slightly. These gangsters were far more difficult to deal with than he imagined, but they were far less than Feng Zi's current level. Feng Zi danced her fists crazily and didn't moan even when she was stabbed. Feng Zi's momentum and terrifying strength shocked these gangsters. 5 minutes later, all the gangsters fell to the ground. What made Feng Zi extremely depressed was that if there were a few more monsters, he would be able to level up and the wounds on his body would be automatically healed. After spitting blood, the wounds on his body were still bleeding. Feng Zi angrily stepped on the gangsters on the ground and said, When you wake up, I will beat you up. Are you okay? A pleasant voice came into Feng Zi's ears. Feng Zi looked at the owner of the voice in astonishment, but it was the girl she had saved invisibly. Just now, Feng Zi was just focusing on leveling up and fighting monsters, so she didn't take a close look at this girl's appearance. Her long light blue hair hangs down her back, and her fashionable outfit highlights her delicate figure. That beautiful face was covered with light makeup. Even so, it could not hide her youth and beauty. Feng Zimo nodded, looked directly at the girl, and said, "Oh, I'm fine, just some minor injuries. Forgot to introduce, my name is Bulma." Bulma glanced at Feng Zhi, who was injured, and said worriedly, "Your wound is still bleeding. You saved me, why not go to my house to treat the wound?" "Bar. Save you?" Feng Zhi was surprised at first, and then realized that he saved this woman named Bulma while fighting monsters. Chapter 4 Seemingly Pure. Bulma took out a hidden metal box from his body, opened the lid, and took out a capsule from it. After throwing it to the ground, a brand new jet sports car appeared in the smoke. Throwing all the big and small packages into the car, Bulma got into the driving position and found that Feng Zhi was still stunned, so he called out, "Get in the car quickly." Feng Zhi felt a sense of surprise. He felt that the girl in front of him was very unusual. She actually transformed an iron monster out of thin air. Seeing that Feng Zhi was still in a daze, Bulma was angry and savagely pulled Feng Zhi's body and dragged him into the car without any explanation. Bulma stepped on the clutch fiercely, and with a boom, the 3 rows of jet tubes of the entire sports car burst out with strong propulsion. Feng Zhi was not prepared yet. With the sudden shaking of the car body, Feng Zhi felt that her head went blank, and in the freezing cold amidst the roar of the wind, he was so frightened that he instinctively held on to something he could rely on. The car suddenly stopped and the car that had just started stopped immediately. Because it was the first time for Feng Zhi to ride in a car, her head was a little dizzy, as if she was in the clouds, and she felt like vomiting. At this time, Bulma's face beside him turned red for no reason, and he became more and more shy. Feng Zhi looked at Bulma strangely. He, who was innocent in mind, thought to himself what was wrong with her? Seeing Feng Zhi's confused look, Bulma squeezed out a few words between her teeth, "Your hand." "My hand?" Feng Zhi moved her hand and felt that the palm of her hand was very soft, and a sense of comfort that she had never felt before spread into her body. Bulma wanted to say a few more words to Feng Zhi, but there was an indescribable pleasure and joy in her heart. She swallowed the words on her lips and said with a blush, "Relax." It turned out that Feng Zhi was nervous just now. His hands hurriedly pressed onto Bulma's firm chest. Feng Zhi glanced at Bulma in surprise and released her palm. He didn't understand what happened, and asked doubtfully, "Did I scratch you just now?" Bulma really couldn't help but smile. He couldn't figure out whether the strange young man who saved him was really confused or pretending to be confused. He didn't even know this kind of thing. The most famous thing about Zidu is not the scenery or the number of citizens, but the universal enterprise that developed the Universal Capsule, a portable tool. Universal Enterprises is also the most financially powerful group on Earth and continues to develop various technological products. Bulma took Feng Zhi to a large courtyard in a car. After ringing the doorbell, Bulma whispered, "It's me, Bulma." As soon as Bulma finished speaking, the closed door opened automatically. Along the way, many servants greeted Bulma, and Feng Zhi curiously looked at the robots walking in the courtyard, and couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty. After opening the door, Bulma arranged for Feng Zhi to stay in the living room and not move around, and disappeared from Feng Zhi's sight. After a while, Bulma came over with a box containing medical supplies and said to Feng Zhi, "Don't move, I will help you treat the wound." Bulma wiped Feng Zhi's bloody wound with the quick-acting medicine developed by Universal Enterprises. Feng Zhi gritted his teeth without making any sound. "I can't believe that you are so thin, but you are so powerful in fighting." Bulma carefully applied the medicine and said while treating the wound. After Feng Zhi heard Bulma's words, she replied in a deep voice, "Only absolute power can ensure that you will not be killed by others. Oh, no matter how strong you are, you can't beat bullets." Bulma said casually, directly denying Feng Zhi's statement. "Bullet?" Feng Zhi frowned, wondering what the bullet Bulma was talking about was. Could it be a very strong monster? TCH, stop pretending. How could you not even know about bullets? Bulma simply bandaged it with a bandage and said to Feng Ziyi, look at you, you're covered in blood. You'd better go to the bathroom and take a shower first. Feng Ziyi scratched her head and asked, what are you talking about, the bathroom? Bulma looked at Feng Ziyi in surprise, her mouth wide open. She felt like she was talking to a prehistoric dinosaur. In desperation, Bulma led Feng Ziyi to the bathroom. After explaining some things that Feng Ziyi didn't understand, he turned on the bath faucet and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net said, wash first, what's the matter? Call me for things. After Bulma left, Feng Ziyi studied the structure of the bathroom and took a comfortable hot bath. But the problem came again. Feng Ziyi took one look at his naked body and shouted outside, send me the clothes. After a few minutes, Bulma dug out a few suitable clothes, came to the bathroom door, and handed the clothes over through the bathroom door. After Feng Ziyi was dressed, Bulma's eyes lit up. Compared with the dirty young man just now, the Feng Ziyi in front of him completely fit the type of handsome guy that an urban girl likes. Feng Ziyi's hair was fluffy because she had just washed it. Her short purple hair was very elegant, making Feng Ziyi feel much more energetic. Wearing a sportswear, Feng Ziyi added a vitality that young people should have to her original temperament. Coupled with his fair face and sharp eyes, his whole person seemed to have been completely transformed. I've washed it, thank you. Feng Ziyi knew the basic courtesy and said thank you to Bulma. Just as Bulma was about to say something, his eyes suddenly focused on an item, and his heart suddenly turned upside down, and his whole expression became extremely strange. I saw a pink object on a clothes hanging rack in the bathroom, covering a large area with dampness. Did you touch that thing just now? Bulma's face turned red with embarrassment again. She looked back and asked Feng Ziyi quickly. Feng Ziyi looked back at the pink object, nodded, and said without any thought, yes, I didn't find anything to wipe myself with, so I used that instead. Hey! Bulma exclaimed, her mood became complicated, for no other reason than that the pink item was her personal use, brah. New book, new atmosphere, I hope you can vote for Blood Flower. Chapter 5 Good Place. Bulma ordered the servants at home to prepare dinner. Because his parents had not returned from traveling, she, the young lady, had the final say in the whole family. At the dining table, Feng Ziyi showed off his amazing appetite, wolfing down all the food on the table. Bulma's eyes widened. She hadn't even finished the rice in the bowl when she saw the table was in a mess, leaving only clean plates and rice bowls. Are you reincarnated as a starving ghost? Bulma glanced at Feng Ziyi and asked in disbelief. Feng Ziyi wiped the remaining oil stains from the corner of her mouth, burped, and said nonchalantly, well, I can only have the strength to fight monsters when I'm full. Hey, Feng Ziyi, how do you make money to support yourself? Bulma asked curiously. Making money? Feng Ziyi thought for a moment and asked, by the way, Bulma, do you know that there are places where you can kill monsters and make money at the same time? Wait, tell me first, what do you mean by killing monsters one by one? Feng Ziyi organized her thoughts and explained, to put it simply, beating monsters means knocking down the people I want to beat. Bulma almost choked to death at Feng Ziyi's words, and smiled bitterly, there is indeed a place in Zidal where you can make money through fighting. I will take you there tomorrow. By the way, apart from fighting, what else will you do? After a silence for a long time, Feng Ziyi looked directly at Bulma, her eyes flashing with cold light, and said with a smile, I can kill people. Bulma was completely speechless. She found that the guy who saved her turned out to be a violent man. Fighting fanatic of thoughts. The next day, Bulma took Feng Ziyi to a building with dozens of floors. In the ascending elevator, Bulma introduced to Feng Ziyi, this is what you call a place where you can fight and make money. Feng Ziyi looked at Bulma in confusion, and Bulma chuckled, "This is called Paradise Entertainment City. It is a place for rich people to spend time, and it is also a place where some capable fighters often come to make money. To put it bluntly, it is the so-called black boxing compared with other black boxing competitions. Everything here is legal, and everyone who wins the competition will receive generous bonuses." "Oh," Feng Ziyi asked eagerly, "so, what is the level of monsters here?" Bulma helplessly covered his forehead, ignored Feng Ziyi's question, and then introduced, "The rules for participating in the competition here are that for every 10 wins, you will be promoted to a certain level. If you lose midway, you will be dropped. It is said that fighters above the 8th level are the best among masters. And the 10th level master here, King Chopa, is the founder of 8 Hands Boxing and the champion of the world's best martial arts club." Feng Ziyi and Bulma came to the registration place. The lady in charge of registration handed over a form without even looking at anyone, and said in a formal manner, "Fill in your detailed information." Feng Ziyi roughly compiled some content and got a card that read, "Feng Ziyi, number 25478, a first division player." Arriving at the battle hall set up on the 5th floor, crowds of people surged into the stands, with noisy discussions and cheers coming and going. The spacious hall is at least a few hundred meters long and is divided into several stages, where contestants are competing on stage one after another. "Feng Ziyi, what's wrong with you?" Bulma asked with concern. She saw Feng Ziyi's expression change, and her whole look was a little abnormal. Feng Ziyi glanced at the players fighting on the ring, her eyes flashing with excitement, and solemnly replied, "There are many strange things on this map. Unlike other players, what Feng Ziyi values is not the bonuses obtained after winning the battle, but the red names on the heads of these players. Each of them has reached level 5 or above, which makes people eager to upgrade. For the stronger Feng Ziyi, it is undoubtedly a timely help. This is just an arena for players of one stage. Players above level 5 are all experts with higher levels and stronger strength." After Bulma finished speaking, he told Feng Ziyi a few words and then found a spectator seat to finish. Feng Ziyi was taken to a ring in the hall by relevant personnel. Holding back her excitement, Feng Ziyi glanced at her opponent. The opponent was a boxer with bulging muscles. Feng Ziyi did not care about his figure, but I saw the red prompt on his head, "Muscular man, level 9. Feng Ziyi did not expect that the first opponent he encountered would be a level 9 monster. For Feng Ziyi, the higher the level of the enemy, the more experience he would gain. "Kid, this is not a place for you to play. My fist will crush you in one go." The strong man on the opposite side shouted loudly while speaking, his strong muscles trembling with disdain written on his face. "Road." Feng Ziyi's face darkened. Before the referee announced the start of the game, he saw his figure flash and strangely move to the side of the opponent's body. His ferocious fists cut through the air with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and he hit hard on the lower jaw of a muscular man. With a boom, dust rose, and an incredible look appeared on the muscular man's face. Amidst the gasps of all the audience, Pang Shuo's body fell on the ring. In just 1 second, no one, including Bulma, had time to see clearly what method Feng Ziyi used to defeat his opponent. Feng Ziyi jumped down from the ring and said to the referee who was stunned on the spot, "Are there any more? Find me a few more monsters. This experience is too little." Well, the protagonist will gradually mature. I hope you will support this new book. Chapter 6 King Chopa. In Paradise Entertainment City, in a luxurious office, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes is leaning back on a comfortable sofa, holding an expensive cigar in his mouth. He can be clearly seen in the smoke. An expression of enjoyment. Dong, 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 the rhythmic knocking on the door sounded. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, twirled the half-cigarette in his hand towards the ashtray, and signaled, "The door is unlocked, come in." The wooden door of the office was gently pushed open, and someone walked in slowly and said respectfully to the middle-aged man, "Colonel Sturm, something happened in the fighting hall." "Oh!" The middle-aged man known as Colonel Sturm exclaimed and asked, "Adjutant Ching, tell me the detailed situation." Adjutant Ching, who seemed to be his subordinate, reported, "A guy with purple hair just appeared." No one paid attention to him at first, but what surprised everyone was that he defeated 89 in just 3 hours. An opponent is about to be promoted to a 9th Dan Master, causing quite a sensation. "What?" Colonel Sturm stood up from the sofa, his face changed, and he said a little surprised. Colonel Sturm felt that he had lost his composure, calmed down his emotions, and said in a deep voice, "Is he really that powerful? Didn't you follow the old rules and arrange for your subordinates to stop him?" What Colonel Sturm was really concerned about was not whether the sudden appearance of the dark horse caused a sensation, but he was worried about the bonus this guy would receive after the game, and whether the appearance of this person would disrupt the secretly set up gambling house. "I tried to arrange a few capable men to fight him, but they were all knocked unconscious by the man named Feng Ziyi, and I couldn't do anything to him. The existence of this guy has hindered our interests, and almost all the audience placing the bet on him caused our internal losses. Damn it!" Colonel Sturm cursed angrily, thought for a while, and then said to Adjutant Ching, "Write a check to King Kiepa and tell him to cripple this trash." Adjutant Ching's face was filled with joy, and he continued to wonder, "Colonel Sturm, the price offered by King Kiepa is very high. Don't worry so much. If we continue like this, we will suffer more losses." Colonel Sturm said angrily, with a hint of helplessness in his words. After Adjutant Ching left, Colonel Sturm pondered for a moment, opened the drawer under the table, took out a red ribbon, played with the ribbon, and said in a cold voice, "Dare you go against the Red Ribbon Army, you wanna die." Feng Zi's body once again shone with dazzling golden light, and a cheerful smile appeared on her face. "It's really nice to be upgraded again. This is really a good place for leveling up," Feng Ziyi thought secretly in his heart. That's right, Feng Ziyi has now been promoted 2 levels in a row, reaching level 4. As his rank rises, the opponents he encounters are also getting higher and higher, from the initial level 9 to the 15 he is currently facing. Level weird. Feng Ziyi had won 90 games in a row without losing a single match. Even at critical moments when she was covered in wounds, Feng Ziyi would grit her teeth and push through until each upgrade was automatically healed. "Purple-haired guy, come on! Crazy guy, oh, torture your enemies to death! Crazy brother! I've put all the money I have on you!" Audience fanatic shouts erupted from the table, and everyone was cheering for Feng Ziyi. For no other reason than these wealthy people who usually come here for entertainment gradually fell in love with this fighting maniac called Madman and watched Feng Zi's games. Not only can you release your passion, but you can also safely throw money at him in gambling. Feng Ziyi didn't care about these shouts. What he really wanted was a higher level monster. Through the observation of these battles, Feng Ziyi found that almost all opponents were higher than him, but not as strong as him. In other words, the constant level between him and the monsters was very different data. Just as Feng Ziyi was thinking about it on the ring, the most conspicuous big screen in the hall showed Feng Zi's opponent in the next match, a 10th level Master King Kiepa. The whole place was in an uproar. After seeing this name, all the audience couldn't help but feel regret in their hearts, regretting blindly placing their bets on Feng Ziyi. Who is King Chopa? The founder of 8-hand boxing and the champion of the best martial arts in the world. Compared with King Kiepa, Feng Ziyi, who had just shown his prominence, was obviously an unknown person. For a while, no one was optimistic that Feng Ziyi would win. Under everyone's attention, the dark-skinned King Kiepa appeared in everyone's sight. Under the illumination of the light, the muscles on his body are sharp and angular, and he has a cold and stern gaze. Because of the arrogance of being respected as a martial artist, King Kiepa exudes an awe-inspiring aura, giving everyone the feeling of strong. Feng Ziyi narrowed his eyes, and his eyes burst with uncontrollable excitement, because he clearly saw that the next opponent, King Kiapa, had a blood-red number written behind his name, 25. This is the strongest monster Feng Zhi has encountered so far. There is a saying that goes well, high profits come with high risks. In the same way, the higher the level of the monster, the more experience the system gives. Note, because there are some transliteration errors in Dragon Ball, please explain. King Chopa is also called King Japa in other versions, above. Chapter 6 8-Hand Punch. King Kiapa's steps were slow and heavy, and he walked straight to the ring. With a slight movement of his feet, he flew up to Feng Zhi's eyes. After getting closer, he could clearly see that King Kiapa's muscle lines were clear and distinct, his latissimus dorsi muscles were unusually developed, as if he had a pair of wings, his six-pack strong abdominal muscles were neatly arranged, and his two forearms were like steel. Just as strong. Are you that madman? King Kiapa's words were full of disdain. At first, he was a little horrified when he heard the news about Feng Zhi's winning streak. Now that he saw that his opponent was a young brat, he couldn't help but feel a little contemptuous. Clenching his fists, Feng Zhi chuckled a few times. His body was trembling, and there was more anger and expectation in his eyes. Are you scared? You're actually trembling. King Kiapa obviously didn't take Feng Zhi seriously and continued to mock. Feng Zhi still had a harmless smile on her face, and that smile became brighter and brighter until it made people's hair stand on end. She said coldly, I'm excited to meet such a strong monster, but you will fall to the ground and be speechless soon. King Kiapa was slightly startled. Feng Zhi's beast-like and soul-stirring gaze stung his eyes in a real way. After winning so many games in a row, Feng Zhi seemed to have developed a habit of attacking without waiting for the referee's whistle. Before King Kiapa and all the audience could react, Feng Zhi's figure mysteriously disappeared from the place, and when he reappeared, he was already behind King Kiapa. Feng Zhi jumped into the air fiercely, her feet as fast as lightning, and kicked King Kiapa's body continuously. The afterimages all over the sky, with the sound of breaking through the air, are as gorgeous as a dream. All the spectators were stunned. Compared with the madman in the previous competition, Feng Zhi's strength and speed exceeded their imagination. The power of each kick of Feng Zhi reaches hundreds of kilograms, which can be said to be astonishingly lethal. Moreover, Feng Zhi's fists and kicks were extremely accurate and adaptable, and almost every move failed. In this situation, King Kiapa actually had a few bruises on his body. Damn you brat! King Kiapa roared, his whole body showing a state of sharp muscle contraction. The fists of both hands were like cannonballs, constantly squeezing the air and waving them regularly, creating dazzling phantoms in the audience's sight. The suffocating pressure, the fists and feet of the two people constantly clashed, the cold sound of breaking through the air was organized into a symphony, and cracks visible to the naked eye appeared on the tiles on the floor of the arena. Feng Zhi's silhouette turned into purple lightning, and King Kiapa's whereabouts turned into a black stream of light. Almost instantly, the two of them shouted loudly and poured power into their fists. Boom! The two figures separated. In the eyes of all the audience looking forward to it, a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of Feng Zhi's mouth, while King Kiapa's figure was knocked back several meters before he could barely stabilize his balance. Just when everyone thought that King Kiapa had the upper hand in the competition, King Kiapa suddenly covered his chest in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood like Feng Zhi. In the fight just now, King Kiapa relied on his proficiency in various boxing techniques. At the moment when the two fists came into contact, he suddenly changed his fist routine and hit Feng Zhi's chin. Unlike martial arts masters like King Kiapa, Feng Zhi's attacks had no rules. He relied entirely on his fighting talent. He changed his attack route at the same time, bent his elbow and punched King Kiapa hard in the stomach. I was just negligent. Now let me show you the secret of eight-hand boxing. King Kiapa glared, ignoring the bursts of pain in his chest, and made a weird hand gesture. King Kiepa's hands kept moving in the air, slowly at first, and then, the trajectory of his fist became increasingly blurred, and a harsh buzzing sound sounded. Because the speed of the fist dance reached the extreme, after-images continued to appear, and the sound of ordinary fists that shattered the air shook the arena. There were looks of shock on the faces of the audience as they witnessed an incredible scene. King Kiepa's left and right arms were crossed at wrong angles, and 8 dancing fists appeared in a trance. Because the afterimage is solidified, it creates a visual impact. This boxing technique is simply about mastering the word quick. The light in Feng Zi's eyes flashed, and his face was calm, without any fear. He stood with his feet in front of one another, with his body weight almost entirely on his hind legs. This was a posture that focused his explosive power on the lower half of his body. Go to hell! King Kiepa shouted, his 8 fists moving as fast as thunder and lightning, creating a hissing sound like the sharpest knife striking through the air at high speed, making people feel that their eardrums were almost pierced. The moment their eyes intertwined, Queen Kiepa kicked her foot and shot like an arrow in front of Feng Zi. Her 8-handed fist cut through the air, arced from top to bottom, and hit the side of Feng Zi's neck. Feng Zi's eyes turned cold, and he crossed his hands to hold King Kiepa's fist, but there is a saying that 2 fists are difficult to defeat with 8 hands. Although King Kiepa's fist was caused by the afterimage, the attack itself was confused Feng Zi's sight. King Kiepa sneered, his fists were as fast as lightning, rising and falling in a staggered manner, following him like a shadow. The next moment, Feng Zi felt unforgettable pain coming from her body. As the wounds continued to increase, Feng Zi's face was almost distorted. The whole person was like a target, being hit continuously by King Kiepa's 8-handed fists, without the ability to fight back. Chapter 7 Surprise. Feng Zi fell on the ring, her clothes were torn into pieces due to the fierce battle, and she looked extremely embarrassed. Although King Kiepa's 8-handed boxing was extremely fast and powerful, the energy consumed was undoubtedly too much for him. King Kiepa, who thought he was certain of victory, bent down and regained his exhausted energy while breathing. This level can't make me fall. A tenacious voice sounded, and King Kiepa looked over in shock. None of the viewers, including all the spectators, expected that Feng Zi, who had suffered severe injuries, had not fainted yet. Feng Zi climbed up from the ground with difficulty, her dripping blood rubbing against the floor, and her eyes erupted with an indifferent cold light. How is this possible? How could this guy stand up despite at least dozens of punches from me? King Kiepa thought to himself, with disbelief written on his face. I will never leave you away to survive this time. King Kiepa's body was as fast as a leopard, and his amazing explosive power brought him to Feng Zi in one step. The afterimage of the 8 arms appeared again, and extremely fast fists came from all directions. Before Feng Zi traveled through time, he had a set of cold data. The greatest ability of data was analysis. From the previous fight, he had gradually figured out the way to the 8-hand boxing. Narrowing his eyes, Feng Zi dragged his scarred body to dodge left and right, his eyes looking terrifyingly calm. Feng Zi watched for a long time, because King Kiepa's fist was dazzling and too fast, and she couldn't distinguish his movements at all, and her head even became dizzy. Because Feng Zi barely concentrated on watching, Feng Zi's eyes couldn't keep up with the movements, which caused a lack of oxygen in the brain, so she was dizzy. Feng Zi dodged for a long time, and he had already caught the flaw of King Kiepa. Perhaps because of his lack of physical strength, the frequency and speed of his punches had decreased. The shadow of the fist in Feng Zi's eyes began to become clearer, with each move. You can also see the trajectory. King Kiepa chased Feng Zi, and his fierce punches surged like a tide. Seeing that behind Feng Zi was the outside of the ring, King Kiepa's 8-hand fist suddenly increased in strength. The opportunity has come. The sudden change in strength will make King Kiepa's already slowed down fist speed even slower. Feng Zi saw the opportunity correctly, an ray of light burst out from his eyes, and his whole body froze on the spot. Just when everyone in the audience thought that King Kiepa would deal with Feng Ziyi immediately, Feng Ziyi suddenly shouted loudly, concentrated all the explosive power in his body, and completely gave up on defense. His hands cut through the air, leaving only a blurry shadow, and his movements could not be clearly seen at all. King Kiepa's expression changed. Like his eight-handed fist, Feng Zi's speed reached an astonishing level. A flash of coldness flashed between Feng Zi's brows, and he clasped his hands together, not with fists, but with claws. Unbelievably, it clenched the gap between the joints of King Kiepa's wrist, and the movement of the eight-hand fist immediately stopped. King Kiepa was startled. The severe pain between his wrists made his expression change greatly. All the audience were stunned by the change in front of them. They didn't know who was responsible. Deafening cheers erupted from the audience. Everyone shouted the name Madman in unison. Unwilling to fail like this, King Kiepa endured the severe pain in the gap between his wrists, violently moved his hands forward, grabbed Feng Zi's chest, and then threw it upwards with astonishing force, forcefully grabbing Feng Ziyi. "Lift it up and throw it behind you." All the spectators couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw this, but what followed was the scream of King Kiepa. Everyone was surprised. When they took a closer look, they were shocked to find that Feng Ziyi had somehow pinched the index finger of King Kiepa's left hand. He was thrown behind by King Kiepa so hard, but he quickly grabbed the index finger of King Kiepa's left hand. As a result, with the power of King Kiepa's throw, Feng Ziyi forcefully broke King Kiepa's index finger. As the saying goes, 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and the index finger is broken. King Kiepa's face was covered with sweat and pain, but his ferocity was aroused. Instead of retreating, he advanced and pounced on Feng Ziyi as a hungry tiger on his chest, full of hatred. An expression that couldn't tear Feng Ziyi apart. Yuyuganshu www.yuyuganshu.net. Feng Ziyi moved his steps, dodged King Kiepa's attack, and then attacked him. His expression became serious, and he shouted coldly, "As a monster, your duty is to turn it into experience points." After saying that, Feng Ziyi said the fist erupted with a harsh roar, exploding with a sound like a cannonball, containing the power to penetrate the steel plate. The entire fist hit King Kiepa's chest with countless holes without any obstruction. "Ah!" Hysterical screams echoed in the ears of the audience. King Kiepa's eyes were wide open and covered with bloodshot eyes, as if they were about to bulge out. He spit out a cloud of blood mist, lost consciousness, and simply fainted. The land lost the ability to fight again. A pleasant reminder appeared in Feng Zi's mind, experience plus 80. Before she could be surprised, her whole body was bathed in a golden glow. The wounds on his body began to heal under the golden light. For a moment, ecstasy took over Feng Zi's face. Level 5. Feng Ziyi never expected that after defeating this guy named King Kiepa, he would be directly promoted to a level. Moreover, level 5 was a threshold for Feng Ziyi, because he clearly felt that he had a sense of energy, which was the prerequisite for using skills. The voices in the stands were thunderous, and these spectators began to feel happy that they had placed their bets on Feng Ziyi. Everyone cheered, applauded, and shouted without hesitation, celebrating Feng Zi's victory, etc. What's this? Feng Ziyi suddenly found that there was some additional information in his mind that was not there before. Feng Ziyi carefully felt the content of the information, and the information displayed was astonishingly, possessing a skill, 8-handed fist, which increases the punching speed by 3 times and produces a phantom effect. The current proficiency level is level 1. Well, next week, I hope this book can break into the top 10 weekly recommendations for anime fans. Thank you for your continued support. I will work harder. Chapter 8 I'm Not Weird. Feng Ziyi sighed depressedly. For no other reason than this map, there were no monsters for him to level up. Ignoring the audience's pleas, Feng Ziyi took the bonus after the game and left with Bulma. Feng Ziyi, it turns out you are much more powerful than I thought. Bulma talked to Feng Ziyi on the road. Feng Ziyi shrugged, glanced at Bulma, and asked, about how much money did I earn? There should be a bonus of about 600,000 yuan. Bulma replied, and then asked curiously, how do you plan to spend this money? Eat and buy equipment. Bulma felt more and more that this young man named Feng Ziyi was very mysterious, and he had a suspicion in his mind that he was most likely a Martian. The two were walking while talking, and Feng Ziyi suddenly stopped and said to Bulma, I'm hungry now, let's find a place to eat first. Ahem, I really admire you. You ate so much in the morning and you still complained that you were hungry. Bulma felt terrible when she thought of Feng Ziyi's terrifying appetite. Feng Ziyi smiled and said nothing. Inside the restaurant, all the guests' eyes widened and they turned their attention to the table of guests at the window. The table was filled with plates and rice bowls. Almost all the waiters in the restaurant were busy. A purple-haired young man devoured the food that had just been delivered. That speed made all the guests come here to eat. He put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands and even cheered for this young man. One more bowl. Feng Ziyi wiped the oil stains on her face and said loudly to the waitress in front of her, who looked horrified. This was already the 165th bowl Feng Ziyi had eaten. Bulma covered her face with the newspapers on the table, praying secretly not to let these people recognize her, otherwise she would be embarrassed as well. After a comfortable burp, Feng Ziyi looked at the piles of plates and rice bowls and asked Bulma strangely, did I eat all of these? It wasn't eaten by you, was it eaten by ghosts? Bulma asked helplessly with a black line on his face. After a moment of silence, Feng Ziyi said in an innocent tone, so I am so good at eating. All the guests were happy, including the waiters, as if they had seen a living treasure. Bulma said to the waiter, pay the bill. The waiter took out his calculator, calculated for a long time, and said, guest, you spent 102,000 yuan. What? Bulma wondered if she heard correctly. Although she was a daughter of a universal company, she had never spent more than 100,000 yuan on a meal, not to mention that she didn't order big fish or meat. Bulma glanced at the table full of tableware again and had to believe what the waiter said. Feng Ziyi could eat up an average family's annual income in one meal. After paying the money, Bulma dragged Feng Ziyi and left the restaurant as fast as he could. Bulma, why are you walking in such a hurry? Feng Ziyi asked doubtfully. Bulma took a breath and said, nonsense, you've eaten so much, it's hard not to be famous. Oh, Feng Ziyi said, Bulma, do you still know where there are monsters? Just as Bulma was about to say something, Feng Ziyi's eyes suddenly froze, and his whole face changed. His nerves immediately tensed up, and he pushed the unsuspecting Bulma away. The next moment, countless harsh piercing sounds sounded densely, and Feng Ziyi clearly felt a row of metal objects rushing toward his location. Da. A series of sounds made passers-by on the street pay attention, and then screams echoed in the air. I saw two muscular men in military uniforms with red forged belts on their arms. They held two machine guns in their hands. They aimed at Feng Ziyi without any reason and started shooting. The sound of bullets spraying suddenly stopped, and the two muscular men opened their mouths wide in surprise. Bulma, who had just stood up from the ground, looked at Feng Ziyi in surprise. Just now, Feng Ziyi's figure moved quickly, dodging in front of the flames like a ghost. The gunshots stopped. Feng Ziyi's body was not injured at all, and he stood in place intact. Position. Plop, tap. The sound of metal falling to the ground, Feng Ziyi's palms opened, and bullets that were not extinguished fell to the ground one by one. Looking at the red names on the hands of the two muscular men, Red Ribbon Killer and the number 15 marked behind the names, Feng Ziyi sneered and moved her feet. A biting cold wind blew up all over her body. When the two killers were stunned, she waved her fists and hit the chests of the two men. Along with two screams, the bodies of the two guys were fly out upside down. 2 consecutive prompts popped up in Feng Zi's mind, experience plus 17. Walking straight to Bulma, Feng Zi pointed at the machine guns used by the 2 fainted killers and asked, "Are they using equipment?" "Ah? Feng Zi, how did you do it just now?" Bulma came back to his senses and whispered. Feng Zi said naturally, "Of course I will take it with my hands." "Feng Zi, aren't you afraid of bullets?" "I'm just afraid I won't have anything to eat." "You must be a monster." "I'm not a monster, I'm a monster hunter." Chapter 9 Sickle. Feng Zi became a completely irrational freak in Bulma. She had never seen a human being who could catch a bullet with his bare hands. Bulma glanced at the passers-by who came forward to watch, and quickly disappeared into the eyes of the crowd with Feng Zi. "It seems that someone is thinking about your bonus." Bulma sighed. Feng Zi was not as nervous as Bulma imagined. Instead, she said excitedly, "Oh, it turns out you can spawn monsters like this. The more high-level monsters like this come, the happier I will be." "Hey, Feng Zi, where are we going now?" Bulma asked, but Feng Zi was stunned at this time. The scene of the 2 muscular men holding machine guns just appeared in Feng Zi's mind. With Feng Zi's eyesight, it was not difficult to see that there was still a gap between the strength of those 2 guys and the participating fighters in the entertainment city. According to Feng Zi, Zi calculated that these 2 people should be below level 10, but they have a system rating of level 15. In other words, the key to increasing the level is his equipment that can spray metal. Bulma waved her delicate hands in front of Feng Zi's eyes a few times. After seeing Feng Zi come back to her senses, she said coquettishly, "What's wrong with you?" "Bulma, do you know where I can buy equipment?" Feng Zi asked. Bulma was stunned and said, "Please explain to me the meaning of this equipment first." "You are really troublesome." Feng Zi muttered carelessly, and Bulma's expression suddenly changed, becoming ugly. Bulma said angrily, "Damn it, it's you who is begging me, okay. Equipment is weapons, jewelry, armor, and the like." Feng Zi thought for a moment and explained. Bulma took Feng Zi to a shabby street market. This is the poorest and most desolate place in the western capital. You can't even find a jet sports car here because the living standards of the people living here are very low. People who come here generally come here to hunt for treasures. It is said that at the stalls on both sides of the road, you can buy some antiques and valuable treasures. Feng Zi, this place should meet your requirements, right? Bulma thought about it, and this is the place where you can buy so-called equipment. Feng Zi nodded, and after the 2 of them walked into the street, enthusiastic vendors started selling their products. Almost all the vendors here are elderly people, and the items displayed on the stalls are even more diverse, which dazzles Feng Zi. 2 hours later, "You haven't found it yet, I'm almost exhausted." Bulma cried bitterly, rubbing his legs. Feng Zi said apologetically, "If you insist a little longer, how about I carry you?" Bulma was just about to say forget it when she saw Feng Zi running up to her carelessly and carrying her on his back without any explanation. "How come you?" Bulma blushed in embarrassment. She clearly felt that because Feng Zi had used too much force just now, her breasts were softly pressed against Feng Zi's back. There was no embarrassment at all, but Feng Zi asked doubtfully, "Why do you have so much fat on your body?" Feng Zi carried Bulma on her back. Along the way, because Feng Zi was walking or running, Bulma's chest kept squeezing Feng Zi's back. As the person involved, Feng Zi didn't understand anything and only thought that Bulma's chest was so bulging because of lack of exercise. "What's wrong, Bulma, why don't you speak?" "It's nothing, Feng Zi. How long will it take for you to find me? This is already the 3rd time, and all these vendors know you." Feng Zi looked at many stalls along the way, but the things sold were just decorations and nothing substantial. After walking around and around, they came to an inconspicuous store. Feng Zi said, let's go in and take a look. After entering the store, Feng Ziyi felt a strange aura calling him, and affirmed to Bulma, this is it. The owner of the store, a little old man with grey hair, coughed a few times and said, guest, what do you want? I want equipment. Feng Ziyi said straight to the point. The old man was confused and didn't understand what equipment Feng Ziyi was talking about. Bulma beside him smiled bitterly and said, he's talking about weapons. Oh. The old man nodded understandingly and began to introduce the cold weapons on the counter in the store. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Feng Ziyi did not listen to the old man's introduction, but moved his eyes to a dusty box and asked, I want the contents of this box. Feng Ziyi's intuition told him that the contents of this box were the equipment he was looking for. Ah! The old man glanced at Feng Ziyi in shock and asked, are you sure? Feng Ziyi nodded and said, let me ask, do you still want this box? The old man glanced at the rusty iron box and shook his head before he could speak. Feng Ziyi couldn't wait to step forward, and with a boom, Feng Ziyi kicked the box into pieces. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Bulma walked over curiously to see what was in that box. Feng Ziyi's face was filled with joy, and he picked up a sickle about 1 meter long in his hand. The surface of the sickle was stained with rust. If what was placed on the counter was a weapon, then this sickle was made of scrap metal. Can you move it? The old man's expression was very exaggerated, even better than when Feng Ziyi kicked the box to pieces just now. Bulma glanced at the sickle in Feng Ziyi's hand and wondered, is it heavy? This broken sickle weighs several hundred kilograms at least. No one regards it as a weapon at all. The old man said. Ignoring the conversation between the old man and Bulma, Feng Ziyi weighed the sickle in his hand. As expected, the weight was unclear and ordinary people couldn't lift it. The moment Feng Ziyi picked it up, a reminder came to her mind. Death Sickle, no level limit, level, artifact, specific ability unknown, requires blood to identify its owner. Friends who like this book, please vote for this book between midnight and 7 o'clock this morning. I want to hit the list. Thank you all. Chapter 10. The prologue begins. After Feng Ziyi saw the word artifact, her eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to bite her finger. Suddenly, a trace of coquettish blood dripped on the surface of the sickle. The next moment, blood strangely penetrated the scythe, and the tattered scythe suddenly flashed with red light. The dazzling light shocked Bulma and the old man at the same time, and the next change stunned them both. I saw bloody lines rippling on the surface of the sickle, and strange changes would occur wherever the lines spread. The shape of the sickle suddenly grew from 1.3 meters to over 7 feet, almost the same height as Feng Ziyi. The broad blade surface is like a half moon, reflecting a breathtaking cold light, and is terrifyingly sharp. The originally densely rusted blade began to shine with a metallic luster, and a terrifying pattern similar to human blood vessels appeared on it, giving the entire scythe a ferocious aura. Feng Ziyi held the handle of the sickle tightly and lifted it up easily, as if she couldn't feel the terrifying weight of several hundred kilograms. Feng Ziyi stroked the blade of the sickle, and the information in her eyes changed again. Death Sickle, Artifact, Additional Skill, Blood-Sucking. After the word blood-sucking, there is an additional note. During the battle, the enemy's damage value is applied to the scythe owner, which becomes the same healing recovery. In other words, Feng Ziyi can cause damage to the enemy in the process of slashing people, and at the same time, his own damage will be healed by the opponent's blood. This is like a solar charger. If the opponent chooses to die together, the one who can survive will undoubtedly be Feng Ziyi, who has this blood-sucking ability. Very good. Looking at the sickle in his hand, Feng Ziyi was silent for a long time before finally holding back a sentence. Bulma looked at Feng Ziyi's excited look and knew that the scythe in his hand was definitely a treasure. The old man shook his head and said with emotion, "I knew it was not a simple weapon." "Boss, how much do you plan to sell this sickle for?" Bulma asked. The old man thought for a while and said, "You see, such a good weapon must have a reasonable price. Whether it is the quality or practicality of this sickle." Bulma watched the old man in front of him talk non-stop for a long time, and he knew very well that this old man was a profiteer. Suddenly, Feng Ziyi, who was playing with the sickle at the side, changed his expression and said coldly, "It belongs to me. If you don't plan to sell it to me, I will chop you to death." The old man shivered, and the murderous aura in the air made him feel suffocated for no reason, as if he was in an ice cave. The old man said with a sad face, "Then give me a price." Feng Ziyi left all such troublesome matters to Bulma, and Bulma gave a reasonable price. The old man did not dare to bargain and happily accepted the price of 30,000 yuan. "Feng Ziyi, it's time for us to leave." Bulma gestured and patted Feng Ziyi on the shoulder. Feng Ziyi looked at the corner of the counter in confusion. He felt that the thing in front of him had an inexplicable feeling that attracted him. Bulma saw that Feng Ziyi didn't respond after calling him for a long time, so he followed his gaze and saw a red bead placed in an inconspicuous position. The almost transparent bead reflected 3 stars. Bulma exclaimed, "Dragon Ball!" Then he ran over and carefully picked up the bead regardless of the image. "Bulma, what's wrong?" Feng Ziyi looked at the Dragon Ball in Bulma's hand. There was nothing special about it, it was just an ordinary glass sphere. Bulma, who was beaming with joy, was surprised and happy with the Dragon Ball in his hand, and replied to Feng Ziyi, "We'll talk about it later." Then ignoring Feng Ziyi, who was confused, Bulma said to the old man, "I'll take this, you do not mind." The old man glanced at the ferocious Feng Ziyi next to Bulma, and said hurriedly, "It's just a worthless bead, I gave it to you." "Hey, you reading www.yuyugonshu.net Bulma, this bead is neither equipment nor food. Why are you kissing it?" In order not to attract attention, Feng Ziyi wrapped the sickle in his hand with a layer of cloth. Feng Ziyi asked curiously after glancing at Bulma, who looked even more excited than he was when he just got the equipment. Bulma treated the Dragon Ball in his hand like his own child, controlled the excitement in his heart, gave Feng Ziyi a roll of his eyes, and said, "What do you know? This is the Dragon Ball, the legendary Dragon Ball." Feng Ziyi scratched her head and said, not knowing why, "Bulma, tell me first, what is the use of this Dragon Ball? Actually, I also saw it in the books my father collected. It is said that there are 7 such beads in the world. When all are collected, a divine dragon will appear. At that time, the divine dragon will grant you a wish." Bulma saw that Feng Ziyi didn't seem to be interested at all, so he said seductively, "Don't you want endless money? Don't you want immortality? Don't you want to become handsome?" Feng Ziyi shook her head continuously and replied slowly, "I'm not interested in anything you said. I just want to kill monsters, gain experience, and then level up." Bulma was speechless, paused for a few seconds, and then said, "Feng Ziyi, come with me to collect Dragon Balls. When the time comes, I will lure the monsters to you." Feng Ziyi was about to say no, but suddenly there was a system prompt in her mind, "You have triggered a hidden mission to collect 7 Dragon Balls. Please choose to accept or reject." Feng Ziyi was shocked. This was the first time he had received a mission since he came to this world. In his concept, missions were equal to rewards, so he replied without hesitation, "Accept." Still asking for votes, the update speed of new books will be increased in the near future. Chapter 11 Sun Wukong. For 3 days, Bulma locked himself in the room, while Feng Ziyi studied his situation out of boredom. Different from the world of previous games, after coming to this earth, a lot of common sense has been subverted. For example, there is some confusion about the levels between oneself and monsters. Basically, the system plans to divide the 2 levels, which is about a ratio of 1 to 6. In other words, when the level of monsters reaches 6 times that of Feng Ziyi, the strength of both parties will be flat. And through observations over the past few days, Feng Ziyi discovered that not everyone can be treated as a monster. Only people with red names who are planned as monsters by the system can obtain experience points corresponding to their level. Successful! A joyful shout rang out from the closed room, and then Bulma opened the door with a tired look on his face and walked out with a metal instrument in his hand. Feng Ziyi was watching TV in the living room, enjoying the fighting scenes on the TV and drinking the drinks on the table. Bulma, you finally came out. Feng Ziyi watched intently and said without looking back, as if his soul was attracted by what was on the TV. Bulma quickened his pace, grabbed the remote control from Feng Ziyi's hand, and said angrily, "Okay, let's get started." "Where are you going?" Feng Ziyi drank the drink in the cup and asked doubtfully. "Have you forgotten? We have decided to set off in 3 days to find the Dragon Balls." Bulma sighed and reminded. Feng Ziyi said oh and remembered the mission. She couldn't help but become serious and said slowly, "Bulma, do you know where those beads are?" Bulma smiled proudly, raised the instrument in his hand and said, "You haven't seen it, have you? This is the Dragon Ball radar, something invented by this young lady. As long as you have this radar, it will not be easy to find the Dragon Ball." "Okay. Feng Ziyi, before my parents come back, let's set off now." Bulma turned around and walked a few steps, and found that Feng Ziyi was still leaning on the sofa and did not get up. He scolded, "Come on, why are you still staying there?" Feng Ziyi hesitated for a long time, wondering, this, that. "Bulma, I'm hungry, can I eat before I leave?" Gyalul was hungry because Bulma locked himself in the room and concentrated on inventing radar. Now that Feng Ziyi said this, Bulma's stomach also growled. Ignoring Bulma's embarrassed expression, Feng Ziyi said with a clear face, "It turns out you are also of the same mind." On the rugged mountain road, an off-road vehicle bumped along the way, driving at a neither fast nor slow speed. "Hey, Bulma, can you drive faster? This car runs like a turtle." Feng Ziyi kept urging Bulma in the driving position to speed up. But on this kind of road, the car body shakes seriously due to the uneven ground. You can't move forward too fast at all, otherwise it will easily roll over. Bulma's face turned red, and he patted the whistle hard, almost yelling to vent, "Shut up, if you want to face the wind, you can open it." Bulma, you should know that I can't drive. Why don't I run with you on my back? It will definitely run faster than this broken car." Feng Ziyi glanced at the scenes passing by on both sides of the glass and proposed a suggestion that I think is good. "Let's forget it." When Bulma thought of Feng Ziyi running with her chest on her back, her face suddenly turned red and she quickly said no. The two people in the car seat were silent for a moment. Bulma broke the silence for a few seconds and ordered, "Feng Ziyi, help me pass the radar." Feng Ziyi said oh to express understanding. He took out the Dragon Ball radar from the package in the back seat and handed it to Bulma beside him. Beep, beep, Bulma fiddled with the radar with one hand and the steering wheel with the other. Because his eyes were focused on the radar display, Bulma did not notice a thin figure appearing on the road ahead. Feng Ziyi frowned and saw a short boy in front of the mountain road. "I saw this young man with a head of black hair, wearing a simple villager's attire, and actually had a tail on his butt." The young man was holding a huge strange fish that was completely out of proportion to his body. He was walking effortlessly. When he saw the car that was driving towards him, he had a surprised expression on his face. "Bulma, stop quickly!" Feng Ziyi shouted to Bulma, who was unaware next to her. Bulma came back to his senses, put down the radar in his hand. Reading www.yuyuganshu.net saw the boy who was about to hit him, and stepped on the brakes suddenly. But at this moment, there was a problem with the brakes. "What should I do? The car can't stop," Bulma said anxiously. Feng Ziyi ignored Bulma's surprised expression, and a fierce aura emerged from her whole body. She dropped all her strength and stepped hard on her feet. There was a loud bang, and a strange scene appeared. Feng Zi's feet actually penetrated the chassis of the car. In Bulma's incredible eyes, Feng Zi actually touched the ground directly with his feet. Fires burst out and dust poured into the car body. The next moment, Feng Zi relied on violent friction to stop the car steadily. Cough, cough. Feng Zi, can't you be a little gentler? Bulma opened the car door and complained while coughing. Feng Zi smiled and replied, the car can't be used anyway, so I'll just do it. Before Bulma could react, Feng Zi aimed at the car cover above, smashed it with his fist, and the whole body broke open. He jumped out of the metal body. Bulma looked at the tattered and hollowed-out car and was speechless for a moment. Feng Zi turned her gaze to the young man and looked at it with interest. Suddenly her expression changed, and what came into view was the white number marked on the young man's head, 23. White, isn't he a strange guy? Feng Zi murmured softly, shook his head in disappointment, glanced at the young man, and greeted loudly, what's your name? My name is Sun Wukong, who are you? Also, is that thing edible? The boy named Sun Wukong pointed at the scrapped car and asked curiously. Bulma was dumbfounded. He glanced at Feng Zi and then at Sun Wukong. Apart from a wry smile, there was no other expression on his face. Chapter 12 Pleasant Acquaintance. Are you monsters? Sun Wukong asked warily as he looked at Bulma and Feng Zi and took off a red stick from behind. Feng Zi snorted coldly and said disdainfully, I am the one who fights monsters. Don't confuse me with those guys who give away experience. Nonsense, I clearly saw you two monsters coming out of that monster's belly. Sun Wukong pointed at the damaged car with the stick in his hand and said confidently. Feng Zi glanced at the broken car on the ground and explained, you are too naive, let me tell you what a monster is. The so-called weird is a guy who feels good to beat up. After a pause, he continued. As for the thing made of iron, I don't pay attention at all. It can't run as fast as me. Sun Wukong and Feng Zi exchanged words with each other. What made Bulma laugh bitterly was that Feng Zi copied the things she usually taught her, but the young man named Sun Wukong listened with rapt attention, and sometimes even I will ask Feng Zi, who seems to understand many things. Then how do you explain this monster that looks like a human? Sun Wukong pointed at Bulma with a stick, and then asked Feng Zi. After thinking for a while, Feng Zi hesitated and said, she is a troublesome animal named woman. Her biggest characteristic is that she talks a lot and is always in the way at critical moments. Sun Wukong said thoughtfully and said, so this is the woman Grandpa often talked about. She doesn't look strong at all. Hey, Feng Zi, have you said enough? Damn it, you are actually helping an outsider. Bulma twisted Feng Zi hard with his hand, but Feng Zi didn't react at all, and instead laughed. Feng Zi felt no pain at all, and said slowly, as you said, women are very weak. The biggest difference between her and us is that there are 2 extra lumps of flesh on the chest. Bulma's face turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, Feng Zi, if you continue to act like this, I will let you starve. At the mention of hunger, Feng Zi and Sun Wukong's stomachs rang almost at the same time. Feng Zi glanced at the fish Sun Wukong hunted, her eyes lit up and said, if you don't mind, give me half of that fish. Ah! This is mine. Sun Wukong's expression changed and he protected the big fish in front of him. Feng Zi smiled and said, what's yours is mine, and I'll share half of it when we meet. Didn't your grandfather teach you? Bulma sighed helplessly, and she murmured, I didn't expect that besides Feng Zi, there is also a Sun Wukong. They are really 2 freaks, neither one is normal. As evening approached, the flames burned, and a huge strange fish was interspersed on the simple tree branches. This strange fish weighed at least several hundred kilograms. This size was really appalling. The scales on the fish were neatly scraped off. Under the high temperature baking, the fish turned golden yellow and exuded a rich aroma. Are you okay? The saliva overflowing from the corner of his mouth dripped to the ground. Both Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong stood in the most advantageous positions, waiting anxiously. At this moment, Bulma was spraying seasoning on the fish and making preparations for the meal. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Bulma glanced at the two people who couldn't wait. He wrapped his fish meat in leaves first and said, "That's it." Before Bulma could finish his words, Feng Ziyi turned into a streak of lightning, and in a flash, he pounced on the tempting fish body. Feng Ziyi opened her mouth and bit into it like a fish. In the blink of an eye, a piece of flesh disappeared from the fish, leaving a row of fish bones exposed in the air. Compared with Feng Zi's super speed, Sun Wukong was not far behind. His figure was blurred on the spot, and he ate it with ease. He made a sound of hum, hum, ah, ah in his mouth, and swallowed the fragrant food at the speed of a tornado. Of fish meat. Bulma's face became dull. He looked at the fish in his hand and compared it with the fish body that was about to turn into a skeleton. He was thankful that he had the foresight to make preparations in advance. She didn't expect that this Sun Wukong was actually a guy who could rival Feng Ziyi. Just like a fight, Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong fought for each other, and soon, only a ferocious fish skeleton was left. After the meal, Feng Ziyi said to Sun Wukong, "You eat really fast. Isn't it the same for you?" Sun Wukong retorted. "Because I have the strength to fight monsters when I'm full." Feng Ziyi casually found a reason to say something perfunctory, and suddenly turned his eyes and looked at Bulma's position, seeming to have thought of something, and said pitifully, "By the way, Bulma, I remember you usually eat very little, why not share the fish in your hand with me?" Bulma put down the rice in his hand, picked up an object and threw it at it, angrily saying, "Go to hell." How could Feng Ziyi be hit? He swayed and narrowly escaped. At this time, a huge shadow enveloped the dim sky. A dinosaur with wings leaned down, picked up the thing Bulma threw in his mouth, and flapped its wings quickly, trying to escape. Suddenly, Bulma's expression turned ugly. He touched his waist, his face turned pale, and he almost cried and said, "Feng Ziyi, it's all caused by you, I just left you. The item is a Dragon Ball, what should I do now?" Chapter 13 Embark on a Journey. Bulma said anxiously, "I know you can't fly, so what should I do now?" Just when the two of them were helpless, Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Leave it to me." After saying that, he ignored the surprised expressions of the two people, put one end of the stick in his hand on the ground, and shouted loudly. The stick stretched upward strangely, and with the help of its infinitely rising length, Sun Wukong firmly grasped the stick. His whole body broke through the air, and his figure quickly approached the dinosaur in the sky. Before the dinosaur flying in the sky could react, a sudden sound rang in his ears. Even the dinosaur's eyes widened and he looked at the boy in front of him in disbelief. "Get down here!" Sun Wukong shouted violently, and with all his strength, his fist hit the dinosaur's body with cold force. Ouch! A scream pierced the sky. Sun Wukong's fist was like an axe, with a force of several hundred kilograms. Blood spurted out and hit the dinosaur's vital part accurately. The unlucky dinosaur's body fell uncontrollably. There was a boom sound, dust filled the air, and the dinosaur's body smashed a huge hole in the ground. As the stick shortened, Sun Wukong slowly descended from the sky. After landing completely on the ground, he grinned and said, "Bulma, is this yours?" After saying that, Sun Wukong shook his right hand and threw a cloth bag to Bulma. Feng Ziyi looked at the stick in Sun Wukong's hand, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, and asked, "The stick in your hand should be a magical weapon, right? Sacred weapon? What is that?" Sun Wukong asked doubtfully, stroking the stick in his hand and introducing, "This is the treasure left to me by my grandfather. It is called the Ruyi stick, not a sacred weapon." After Bulma opened the bag, she took out the Dragon Ball inside. When she saw that the Dragon Ball was fine, she patted her chest and said, "It's okay, it was just a false alarm. Isn't this the relic that Grandpa left for me? Sun Wukong said loudly when he saw the bead in Bulma's hand. Bulma glanced at the dragon ball in his hand suspiciously, then looked at the position displayed by the radar in the other hand, and suddenly said, "You mean, you have an identical bead there?" Bulma said in a tone of voice. There was a lot of excitement in it. Sun Wukong nodded honestly. Bulma and Feng Ziyi looked at each other and laughed together. Creak. Sun Wukong pushed open the old wooden door, and what caught Bulma and Feng Ziyi's eyes were the simple furnishings and the dragon balls on the altar. Bulma couldn't hide her joy, she couldn't wait to run over and picked up the dragon ball from the table. 4 stars were clearly reflected on the transparent ball. "It's the 4th planet," Bulma said in surprise. "There are actually 2 grandfather's relics," Sun Wukong exclaimed after looking at the dragon balls held in Bulma's left and right hands. Bulma told Sun Wukong about the dragon ball in detail, and then said, "Hey, Wukong, are you interested in looking for the dragon ball with us?" At first, Sun Wukong didn't want to go out of the mountains, but Feng Zi's words moved him. "As a man, you have to go to the map outside and torture the monsters with your fists. Welcome to join us, Wukong," Bulma said happily, thinking to himself, with these 2 perverted guys looking for the dragon ball together, there will be no enemies to fear in the future. 2 hours later, Bulma's face looked extremely ugly, and she began to regret it. "Bulma, can you drive faster?" Feng Ziyi said dissatisfied. "Yes, Bulma, why is this one running so slow?" Sun Wukong also asked. On the rugged mountain road, Bulma drove a motorcycle and 2 people were crowded on it. Feng Ziyi sat down almost hugging Bulma, while Sun Wukong behind him squeezed down even more due to his short stature. 3 people shared a motorcycle. You read a book. www.youcanchu.net undoubtedly slowed down the car. Bulma turned around and shouted to the 2 of them, "Can you please be quiet? If you keep making such noise, I will throw you 2 away." "Well, I'd better run." Before Bulma could react, Feng Ziyi jumped out of the car. In an instant, the speed of the car increased significantly. And Feng Ziyi's figure was pulled down far away, shrinking into a black dot in Bulma's sight. The cold wind blowing in front of her was biting. Just when Bulma wanted to scold Feng Ziyi for being an idiot, a purple light and shadow flew over. Bulma was stunned. Close to the motorcycle she was driving, Feng Ziyi actually relied on the strength of her feet, and the speed of the motorcycle is flat for dozens of miles. It is incredible that a person can catch up with the speed of a motorcycle, which completely subverts Bulma's cognition. "Hey, Wukong, are you interested in coming down and stretching your muscles?" Feng Ziyi instigated like a bad boy. Sun Wukong replied, "Okay." Seeing him jumping out of the car, Bulma felt the car lighten, and the whole car rushed out of control. "So, that kind of thing can run so fast?" Feng Ziyi said to Sun Wukong beside him. Sun Wukong nodded and replied, "It is indeed a monster." Bang was very sudden. Feng Ziyi's fist hit Sun Wukong hard on the head. "It hurts." "What are you doing, Feng Ziyi?" Sun Wukong grinned in pain and said angrily. "I've told you, that's not a monster. You're really a rookie. I'll take you in a team to see what an experienced monster is." Feng Ziyi replied, and then continued, "It's time to go, otherwise we won't be able to catch up with Bulma. I had a great time chatting with Third Young Master and Chen Dong today. I hope I can go out successfully. Thank you for your support." Chapter 14 Oolong's Transformation Technique, Part 1. Bulma and a few others were noisy along the way, and the road was not peaceful. There were some robbers who took the initiative to send experience to Feng Ziyi. When passing through villages and towns, Feng Ziyi defeated groups of gangs one after another with her fists, and her experience had reached the critical point of level 5 and level 6. Because there was one more Sun Wukong, the 3 of them chatted and laughed together, so the journey was not boring. Following the direction indicated by the Dragon Ball radar, they came to a small village in the east. Feng Ziyi, don't you think it's strange? Bulma, who was wearing a long skirt, walked at the front and asked, looking at the closed and depressed scene of every house in the village. Feng Ziyi glanced at the lifeless village and thought, are all these villagers dead? Don't scare me, Feng Ziyi. After hearing what Feng Ziyi said, Bulma looked at the uninhabited village in sight and said in a trembling voice. In the silence, a gust of cold wind blew by, and Bulma's hair stood up involuntarily. He ran behind Feng Ziyi and grabbed Feng Ziyi's clothes in fear. Feng Ziyi glanced at Bulma behind him and asked doubtfully, what's wrong with you? Is it because people have died in this village? Stop talking, aren't you scared? It's better to leave this village quickly. Bulma followed Feng Ziyi and glanced at the surrounding situation suspiciously. Under the influence of her mentality, the village in Bulma's eyes, Ping added an eerie feeling. Sun Wukong laughed loudly and said, Bulma, it's just like brother Feng Ziyi said, it's very useless. Bulma secretly said, damn it. But she still didn't dare to leave Feng Ziyi's side. She kept using psychological suggestions to tell herself that with these two perverted guys around, she wouldn't be afraid of even monsters. Suddenly, Bulma's expression froze, and she saw a blurry figure shaking behind a window. Ah! Bulma screamed and threw herself into Feng Ziyi's arms, with an inexplicable look on Feng Ziyi's face. What's wrong with you? Feng Ziyi stopped walking forward and looked at Bulma in his arms, feeling a little at a loss and not understanding what was going on. Bulma raised her head, her face turned red. The two of them were now in an awkward posture, and she was seen hiding in Feng Ziyi's arms like a little bird. Feng Ziyi, can you help me see that house? Bulma pointed at the haunted house that scared her and begged. Feng Ziyi sighed and muttered, women are in enough trouble. Then she said to Sun Wukong on the side, Wukong, go and take a look for me. Oh, Sun Wukong walked to the wooden door of the room and pushed open the door. Before he could react, he saw a black shadow with the force of piercing the air, roaring and hitting the door on Sun Wukong's head. At a glance, it was a middle-aged man who struck Sun Wukong on the head with an axe used for chopping firewood. With a click, the entire axe was shattered into pieces. Sun Wukong covered the bag on his head and cried out in pain, while the man's eyes widened with disbelief written on his face. Seeing this scene, Feng Ziyi said calmly to Bulma behind him, did you see it? I was not hit, which means my luck value is very high. Bulma was speechless for a while, wondering in his heart, what was the purpose of Feng Ziyi asking Sun Wukong to find out just now. Haha, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. I'm sorry. Little brother. The man who just hit Wukong with an axe apologized in a naive voice. The room is not very spacious, so it is a bit crowded because there are many people. There were old people, women, and even children. Near the window, I saw a petite and cute girl bandaging Sun Wukong. Yu reading www.uukenshu.net. The man just swung the axe with all his strength, leaving a big red and swollen bump on Sun Wukong's head. It's nothing, this little pain is nothing. Sun Wukong replied with gritted teeth. Feng Ziyi interrupted at this time, Wukong's blood queen is a warrior type. It doesn't matter if you come a few more times. Don't listen to his nonsense. By the way, I haven't asked for advice yet. What is going on in this village? Bulma asked curiously. The room was quiet for a moment, and all the villagers' eyes were focused on an old man with grey hair. A helpless smile appeared on the face of the white-haired old man, and he explained, let me introduce myself first. I am the mayor of this village. This village used to be very lively, but since a monster came, it has not stopped. Pass. Monster. Upon hearing this, Feng Ziyi's eyes burst out with a real light, and he became excited for no reason. Because in Feng Ziyi's concept, monsters equal experience. Yes, this monster is very scary. He has kidnapped more than a dozen young girls in the village. In order to prevent him from doing such evil again, we have no choice but to hide and not dare to show ourselves. Feng Ziyi couldn't wait to ask, you mean, that monster is very powerful? And he is a very bad-hearted guy. The village chief nodded hesitantly and said, its body alone is more than 5 meters tall, its whole body is as red as blood, it has horns on its head, and its face is ferocious. It's like a devil coming back from hell. Very good, I like it very much. Tell me, where is the map where the monster called devil is found? Listening to the village chief's description, Feng Ziyi sounded more and more like a rare boss. Feng Ziyi ignored everyone's surprised looks, stood up from the chair, and said excitedly. Chapter 15 Oolong's Transformation Technique, Part 2. Are you really going to destroy that monster? The village chief asked uncertainly, and everyone in the room looked at Feng Ziyi in surprise. Feng Ziyi nodded and affirmed, I love it very much. Please tell me, when will it be brushed? Several villagers looked at each other. The village chief looked at Feng Ziyi's thin body and said, you don't look very tall. It's better not to take the risk. After all, the other party is a ferocious monster, and it only targets people. Young teenage girls are interested. Girl? Feng Ziyi suddenly thought. It seemed that in order to defeat monsters, he first had to find a suitable bait to attract them. His sharp eyes swept over everyone present, and finally settled on Bulma. Feng Ziyi smiled, and the smile was very strange. Feng Ziyi, don't look at me like that, I don't want to deal with monsters. Bulma glared and replied angrily, immediately rejecting Feng Ziyi's idea. Feng Ziyi scratched her head and said after a long time, well, what I want to say is, Bulma, you don't look like a girl at all. What do you mean? You mean I'm very old? Bulma's expression changed, his eyebrows knitted up, and then he replied, damn it, Feng Ziyi, since you provoke me like this, then I, a slim and beautiful girl, will help you. One time, Sun Wukong asked Feng Ziyi, what is a girl? Actually, I don't know either. Feng Ziyi hesitated for a second before replying. Everyone was amused, and Bulma's face turned red. It turned out that Feng Ziyi didn't even know what a girl was after the quarrel for a long time. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the cold wind blew outside the windows. The faces of the villagers, including the village chief, became ugly. What happened? Bulma asked. The village chief held the crutch in his hand tightly and said solemnly, it should be the monster here. Really? I'll go out and have a look. Feng Ziyi had just finished her words. She ignored everyone's dissuasion, pulled Bulma, who was not mentally prepared, kicked open the wooden door of the house, and ran out impatiently. You two, wait for me. After saying that, Sun Wukong followed Feng Ziyi, and in a flash, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out of the house. After a long time, the village chief came back to his senses, looked at the dull-looking villagers, and said, who are these outsiders? Where is it? That monster. Feng Ziyi looked around for it. Bulma hit Feng Ziyi on the back with a pink fist and said angrily, Feng Ziyi, why did you pull me out? Don't you know that doing this is a very ungraceful thing? You actually let a beautiful miss. Shut up. Feng Ziyi was dizzy by Bulma's series of words and couldn't help shouting. Wukong, let's hide, let's leave this place to you, Bulma. Feng Ziyi couldn't help but took Bulma to a conspicuous street, and found a hidden location with Sun Wukong to hide. Feng Ziyi, you are a bastard, you actually left me here alone. Bulma said angrily. She felt that she was scared, and imagined the image of a monster in her mind, swallowing her whole. Ma thought of this with fear, and suddenly a sudden voice came from behind. Dear lady, are you interested in dating me? Goosebumps appeared on Bulma's body, his head turned stiffly, and he looked behind him timidly. She saw a hideous-looking devil with red body, horns on his head, standing behind her. Compared with his creepy image, What was slightly funny was that the devil was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. No! Feng Ziai, Wukong, you two come out quickly! A harsh scream sounded. I don't know whether it was Bulma's strength or the devil's failure, but he was pushed hard by Bulma and staggered to the ground. On the ground, the devil was stunned, and two more figures appeared in his sight. One was a young man with short purple hair, and the other was a young man with long black hair. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. Feng Ziai looked at the devil in front of her, slightly stunned. Behind the name of the monster in her sight, devil, was a red letter 1. What did this mean? This means that this monster that Feng Ziai is full of expectations is actually on the same level as the poultry in the original breeding farm. This guy is so weak. Feng Ziai looked at the devil carefully for a long time, and then he had a guess in his mind. Could it be a boss that evolved independently? Hey, what are you looking at? Be careful, I'll eat you. Seeing that Feng Ziai was frightened by his appearance, the devil shouted proudly. Feng Ziai has a very bad temper. He hates chirping words the most, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter how many levels it is, knock it out first. Feng Ziai thought of this, and his explosive power instantly activated. He moved his feet and came to the devil at an extremely fast speed. Her short purple hair blew away in the wind, and with a fierce expression, Feng Ziai shouted, "Lie down!" The fist with no tricks brought a strong airflow, making a rustling sound in the air, and the next moment, the fist touches the target. With a scream, the hideous devil with a terrifying appearance flew out like a kite with its string shortened. A system prompt appeared in Feng Zi's mind, and her experience was +1. I don't know if it was a blind cat who encountered a dead mouse, but with this little experience, Feng Ziai rose from the critical point of level 5 to level 6. Bathed in the golden light, Feng Ziai had the urge to moan. Under the baptism of the golden light, surging power surged in his body. Immediately afterwards, Feng Ziai received a third surprise. Obtain auxiliary skills, transformation, with the ability to change appearance for 5 minutes, and the skill rests for 1 hour. Second update in the evening. Chapter 16 Leaping appears. Is this guy the monster just now? Bulma got closer and found that the originally terrifying devil had turned into a harmless pig. Sun Wukong looked at the unconscious pig on the ground and grinned, "This guy looks delicious." A black line hung on Bulma's forehead. At this time, the villagers who heard the noise came out of the closed house. The leader was the amiable village chief. Surprise was written on his face and he asked, "Did you destroy that monster? It is pitifully weak and is simply a disgrace among monsters." Feng Ziai replied with a hint of disdain. The village chief said excitedly, "Thank you so much." Where is that monster?" Feng Ziai and Bulma pointed to the pig that fell on the ground, and the expressions of all the villagers became unbelievable. They never expected that the terrifying monster turned out to be a weak and powerless guy. "Hey, that delicious-looking guy, can you do tricks?" Sun Wukong stared at the pig that had just woken up and asked. Bulma rolled his eyes at Wukong, and then said, "Tell us first, your origin and what is your ability to transform." "After I tell you, can you please not kill me?" the pig bargained. Feng Ziai said coldly, "If you don't tell me, I will consider beating you." The pig was knocked unconscious by Feng Zi's punch, so its fear was engraved in his mind. Among these people, the person he was most afraid of was undoubtedly Feng Ziai. Looking timidly at Feng Ziai, who was like a evil god, Zhu said truthfully, "Well, my name is Oolong, and I learned the ability to transform in the Southern Transformation Kindergarten. So I turned into a ferocious and terrifying appearance to scare people. Villagers here, my purpose is very simple, I just want to date a beautiful girl. Damn it, beat this pig to death. Dispose of it properly. What did you do to my daughter?" The villagers who came after hearing the news started an argument, pointing to the pig named Wolong and said angrily. Faced with everyone's verbal attack, Oolong's expression turned ugly, and he said innocently, I really didn't do anything to those girls, I led you. I promise, I didn't touch a single hair of their hair. Look, they are living a good life. Just as Oolong said, in the luxurious big house, the girls were living a luxurious life, and they seemed to be happy and unwilling to miss Shu. These girls were reluctantly taken away by their parents, and some even couldn't give up this wealthy life. Feng Zhi, we finally solved the problem here, what should we do with this pig? Bulma said to Feng Zhi. Feng Zhi glanced at Oolong's body and said slowly, why don't we eat it? Wukong and I are both hungry. No. Oolong howled miserably. Bulma smiled haha and said, don't be joking, Feng Zhi. Why don't we take it with us? Its ability to transform seems to be very helpful to us. Yes, yes, I'm happy to help. Oolong nodded quickly and said hurriedly. Feng Zhi said oh, looked at Oolong with evil intentions, and praised, well, you look really delicious. Oolong was speechless for a while, and directly regarded Feng Zhi as a dangerous person in his heart. Okay, let's have a meal first, and then set off to find the rest of the Dragon Balls. Bulma said. Okay, I'm so hungry that I have no energy left. I want to eat. Sun Wukong echoed from the side. On the third day after Oolong joined, Yu reading www.uukuenshu.net. The journey was not smooth sailing. And he encountered a rabbit that could turn people into carrots. However, with Feng Zhi and Sun Wukong around, the rabbit ended up being beaten up by the two, then hung on a wishful stick and thrown to the moon. According to the instructions of the Dragon Ball radar, there is a Dragon Ball in this desert. Bulma held the Dragon Ball radar in his hand and said while looking at the radar screen. At this time, Oolong interjected, well, can we leave the road? Why? Bulma asked confused. There is a famous bandit in this desert. It is said that he is a very troublesome guy who will rob the property of travelers who pass through that desert. Oolong explained worriedly. Bulma laughed loudly after hearing this, pointed at Sun Wukong and Feng Zhi behind him, and said nonchalantly, with these two monsters here, there is nothing to be afraid of. If I meet that bandit, I will knock out his teeth. Feng Zhi said scornfully. He met many weirds like bandits along the way, but they were all knocked down by his fists and then turned into experience. At this moment, a sudden burst of wild laughter sounded, and he shouted, you are too arrogant, just show me how you can knock out my teeth. Feng Zhi frowned, and the four of them looked at the visitor. I saw a motorcycle rushing not far away. The person driving the car was a handsome guy with long flowing black hair and a sharp face. Next to him, a blue animal floated strangely in mid-air. The car stopped, and the blue creature actually spoke human language and said, Master Leaping said well, teach these ignorant guys a lesson. Chapter 17 Disparity in Strength. Aren't you Palu? Oolong said in surprise when he saw the blue animal. The animal called Palu floated in mid-air, his eyes fixed on Oolong, and said, it turns out to be the Oolong who was expelled for stealing the teacher's underwear. Do you know him? Bulma asked Oolong. Oolong nodded and said, his name is Palu. Like me, he is a student in the Southern Transformation Kindergarten. Hey, that purple-haired one, you will regret what you just said. Leaping challenged Feng Zhi. Clenching his fists, Feng Zhi's brows were filled with murderous intent. Leaping was in his sight, with a red name on his head, and a number 21 after his name. In other words, the strength of this guy named Leaping should not be underestimated. The strength is close to that of Sun Wukong. Stop talking nonsense, as a monster, you are guilty. Feng Zhi slowly took down the death sickle wrapped in cloth from his back. When Feng Zhi put aside the cloth cover, a ghastly sickle was exposed to the air. Vein-like lines spread across the entire blade, filled with blood-devouring murderous intent. Leaping knew that the young man in front of him was not as simple as he imagined. He should be a guy with real abilities. In an instant, Leaping's expression became solemn, he made an unheard-of hand gesture, and he watched Feng Ziyi warily. "Come on, Master Leaping, get rid of this rude purple-haired man." Palu seemed to have no body weight, floating in the air strangely, cheering for Leaping. Wolong looked at the two people who were silent on the opposite side, and no one took the initiative to take action, so he said, "Buma, this Feng Ziyi should be able to deal with that Leaping, right?" "I don't know, anyway, Feng Ziyi is a very strong guy, a freak who is not even afraid of bullets. But, that Leaping is so handsome." Bulma's eyes seemed to be fixed on Leaping, and he answered nonchalantly. "The problem? The two of them are about to fight," Sun Wukong said in a deep voice while looking at the battlefield intently. The atmosphere on the battlefield was very depressing, and the air was filled with suffocating murderous intent. Leaping and Feng Zi's eyes intertwined in a parallel line, both of them were waiting for an opportunity to start the battle. When fighting against an extremely powerful person like Feng Ziyi, Leaping's momentum was not as strong as Feng Zi's. In the continuous momentum contest, Leaping felt powerless for no reason. A trace of sweat fell from Leaping's brow, instantly covering Leaping's sight. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, Feng Ziyi moved. The figure moved at a terrifyingly fast speed, and a purple stream of light was seen rushing out from the place. There was even Feng Zi's figure still on the ground. The afterimage blurred his vision along the way. Feng Ziyi got close to Leaping before anyone had time to react. So fast! Sun Wukong couldn't help but cheered when he saw the wonderful scene in front of him. With the sword raised and lowered, Feng Zi's right hand waved a scythe weighing several hundred kilograms and slashed it down. A black shadow, with a sharpness that annihilated everything, broke through the air, making a buzzing sound, and the entire sickle struck at Leaping's exposed flaw. Gritting his teeth, Leaping put aside the surprise in his heart, tried his best, and used his posture to concentrate all his strength on his feet. He turned his body and narrowly avoided the trajectory of the sickle. A bright smile hung on Feng Zi's face. He liked to torture his opponents and enjoy the pleasure brought by the whole process. Maybe he was born to be a man full of violent thoughts. Just when Leaping was glad that he had dodged the sickle, a swift and fierce punch surprised everyone and hit Leaping hard on the shoulder. Ahem! Leaping's expression changed. Pain shot through his shoulder, and his body was forced to take a few steps back to stabilize himself due to the force of the shock. Feng Ziyi shook her head and said to Leaping, "You are far from enough." "What happened just now?" Bulma and Oolong only saw that Leaping was injured in a few seconds. Sun Wukong explained without looking back, while brother Feng Ziyi was swinging the sickle, he took advantage of the guy's attention on the sickle and hit him directly with his fist. Holding the sickle in one hand, Feng Ziyi smiled and said, "Don't think that I am good at cutting people with equipment. What I admire is hitting people's bodies with my fists, the most direct way. Touch! Damn it!" Leaping was angry, and his whole body turned into a whirlwind, whistling, and attacked Feng Zi's position. Tum! 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 There were harsh sounds of fighting in the air, and the figures of the two people were so close that they could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. The intensity of the battle between the two sides could only be distinguished by the sound. Wolf Fang Wind Fist! A loud shout rang out, and Leaping's figure stopped in everyone's sight. He assumed the posture of a wild wolf pouncing on food. In an instant, the aura of a wild beast appeared. The third update of the overnight code, I hope you will support it. Chapter 18 Skills. Leaping's aura instantly changed his feeling. It was a kind of wildness, which was the nature of a wild wolf. Those eyes were shining with sharp light, and his hands were constantly moving in front of his chest. The surrounding air was strangely overflowing, creating waves. Skills? Feng Ziyi licked the dry corners of her mouth with her tongue, unable to hide the excitement and joy in her eyes, and murmured. Bulma and others who were watching the battle looked at Leaping in amazement. Leaping was now completely immersed in a state, as if he was a hungry wolf that had broken free of its shackles, preying on its prey with all its might. "Master Leaping, come on!" Palu cheered as if he had a winning chance when he saw Leaping showing the wolf fang collapse fist. Leaping's hands traced blurry tracks, and Feng Ziyi could vaguely feel the dangerous aura. Drink! Leaping's feet moved, and his whole body turned into an afterimage. The whooshing sound of the wind blew, and he rushed in front of Feng Ziyi at lightning speed. The sounds of breaking through the air came and went, and Leaping's fists kept shrinking in mid-air. The seemingly chaotic boxing techniques were in line with nature's most authentic fighting skills. He barely used his speed to avoid the sharp edges of his fists. Feng Zi's clothes were torn in slits, which showed how fast Leaping punched. Moreover, this kind of boxing technique was never-ending. It was like a battle between wild beasts. It was completely a kind of fight. A dangerous trick. Feng Zi's figure quickly jumped out a few meters away, inserted the sickle in his hand into the sand, and shouted, "Eight-hand fist." Yes, it was King Chopa's famous stunt. Eight-handed boxing can increase the punch speed several times, and even cause hallucinations in superspeed boxing. It is also the only combat skill that Feng Ziyi currently masters. A horrifying scene happened. Feng Zi's muscles bulged all over her body. As she waved her hands on both sides, 8 hands actually appeared in her vision. Leaping ignored the shock. He knew in his heart that his Lanja Feng could not be stopped. Once it stopped, it would create an opportunity for Feng Ziyi to attack. What is that? Did I read it correctly? That guy Feng Ziyi actually has 8 hands. Oolong's mouth opened wide. Like him, everyone present was confused as to what was going on. Bulma found that the scene in front of him looked familiar, and the scene when King Kiapa used the same boxing technique came to mind. The difference was that Feng Ziyi was the one who mastered this 8-hand boxing technique. Feng Zi's fist speed was obviously much faster than Leaping's, and her fists danced like a cutting machine, airtight. Feng Ziyi has been analyzing the routine of Leaping's Lanja Feng in her thinking space. As a set of data, Feng Zi's analysis ability is much better than that of humans. From the beginning of the battle to now, Feng Ziyi has been holding back and not using all his strength to fight Leaping, just to develop his analytical ability. A light that seemed to be substantial was reflected in his eyes. During the battle, Feng Ziyi kept staring at Leaping's feet, with a thoughtful look on his face. Fists intertwined, and under the fierce collision, the two figures separated, and each took some time to breathe. "I have mastered your flaw." Feng Ziyi didn't pant at all, but showed a strong fighting spirit. When Leaping saw that Feng Ziyi didn't have the slightest tendency to become exhausted, he thought to himself, "It's not good." He couldn't help but become alert, and it became clear to him that this purple-haired guy was terrifyingly powerful. A bright smile hung on Feng Zi's face, and his whole person showed a gloomy temperament. Leaping felt a sudden unexplained shaking on the ground, and then Feng Ziyi disappeared from his eyes. "Master Leaping, be careful behind you." As Leaping's partner, Palu reminded worriedly. Feng Ziyi appeared behind Leaping like a ghost, and his whole body was like a gust of wind, coming so unexpectedly. "Before you transform into my experience, let me remind you something. I just used level 5 strength. By the way, you have a fatal flaw. It is that your lower body cannot keep up with your fist." Feng Ziyi blew on Leaping's neck and said solemnly. Before Leaping could react, his expression suddenly froze on his face, his eyes widened, and he fell to the ground unwillingly. Behind him, Feng Ziyi retracted his fist casually, still smiling. "Master Leaping!" exclaimed. Palu quickly approached Leaping, who was in a coma. Experience plus 65. An additional reminder appeared in Feng Zi's mind. Just as he thought, the higher the level of the monster, the higher the experience it would give. But Feng Ziyi was looking forward to something else, that is, whether the system would reward him with the skill Lanja Feng that Leaping had just displayed. Reality often hits people hard. After waiting for a long time, Feng Zi's full expectations were disappointed. What's going on? Could it be that my judgment was wrong? Defeating a monster with skills does not mean that you can get its skills? How do you explain the 8-hand fist and transformation skills? Feng Zi thought in confusion, speculating on this what mystery lies inside. Chapter 19 Very pornographic. Hey, Feng Zi, why did you knock this handsome guy unconscious? Bulma looked at Leaping, who fell to the ground, and said dissatisfied. Feng Zi's eyes stayed on Leaping for a few seconds, and she said with a smile, because it is a monster. Bulma stopped arguing with Feng Zi about these issues. She lowered her head and glanced at the radar in her hand. She discovered a strange phenomenon. The Dragon Balls scattered in various areas were actually gathering in the same direction. Could it be that besides us, there are other people collecting Dragon Balls? Bulma thought to himself, knowing that this journey to find the Dragon Balls was not as simple as imagined, and there were unknown enemies waiting for them. Bulma said loudly, "Don't hang around here, we should leave. The radar shows that there is a Dragon Ball ahead. We have to find it before others." Oh! Feng Zi and others responded, and Bulma summoned a brand new jet sports car from the Universal Capsule. After a few people got on the car, it disappeared into the vast desert. Beside the unconscious Leaping, the attentive Palu secretly remembered the Dragon Ball that Bulma mentioned just now. In the evening, the bright moonlight shines on the earth, adding a bit of softness. "Let's rest here temporarily for a night." Bulma stopped the car and said slowly. Feng Zi and Sun Wukong looked tired and said in unison, "Bulma, I'm hungry." "Ah? I really can't do anything to you. This is a wilderness area. Where can we get food?" "Just wait a moment," Bulma said helplessly, taking out the box containing the Universal Capsule from his arms. After the bang, a spacious room appeared in the wilderness amid the smoke. Feng Zi and Sun Wukong, who were originally listless, opened their eyes wide and looked curiously at the sudden house. "Tonight, let's sleep in this room," Bulma confessed, opened the door, and walked into the house first. After being stunned for a long time, Sun Wukong said clearly, "Bulma, she really knows magic. Are you coming in or not? You are still in a daze. If you don't come in, I will lock the door." Bulma's voice came from the house. Feng Zi and Sun Wukong looked at each other and opened the door. At the dinner table, there was another hungry battle. Sun Wukong and Feng Zi scrambled for the food on the table. Almost in the blink of an eye, the food given to them was completely gone. "Another bowl. I want it too. Bulma, I want it too." Wolong's eyes widened when he saw the scene in front of him. Even his food was deprived by these two monsters. The table was littered with cups and plates, as if they had been baptized by disaster after an earthquake. The four people were talking and laughing. During this Dragon Ball journey, they unknowingly formed a strong friendship. In the dead of night, after dinner, Oolong found a room to rest, while Sun Wukong and Feng Zi fell asleep directly on the dining table, their regular snores ringing non-stop. "Wukong, don't grab it, this is mine." "Damn Feng Zi." The two of them were not honest even when they were sleeping, talking in their sleep, as if they were still fighting for each other in their dreams. Food. Bulma smiled bitterly and glanced at the two people sleeping soundly on the table. She was tired after a long day, and she was also sleepy. But Bulma has a habit before going to bed, and that is to take a bath. Because the environment did not allow it in the past days, but now that she can do it, of course Bulma must enjoy it and wash away the fatigue. Feng Zi propped up her body with her hands, stood up hazy, rubbed her hazy eyes with both hands, and murmured, "I need to pee." Just before going to bed, because she ate a lot of salty things, you read a book www.ukansha.net, so I drank a lot of water, and it makes sense that I want to go to the toilet now. In a daze, Feng Zi pressed herself against the wall and found the toilet in this house. Wow, wow, wow! The sound of running water reached Feng Zi's ears. This sound was like a rhythm urging him to go to the toilet, making Feng Zi's face turn red. The door of the toilet was tight. Feng Zi kept pulling the door handle, but did not open the closed door of the toilet. Damn it! Feng Zi couldn't hold it in any longer. When he exerted force on his hand, the muscles of his entire arm bulged. The next moment, the toilet door was like a layer of paper that was too weak to hold back the wind. The wooden door was pulled down by the violent force. After breaking into the toilet, Feng Zi couldn't wait to unbutton her pants, closed her eyes, and peed comfortably. Ah! A harsh scream suddenly sounded, making Feng Zi's eardrums tremble. I saw that Feng Zi was in a daze, aiming at Bulma, who was taking a shower, and poured all the urine on her naked body. That! Feng Zi still peed in his own way. He didn't know how to explain it now. Looking at Bulma's white body, Feng Zi couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart. If he could use words to describe it, if so, it's a kind of inexplicable anxiety. Get out! Bulma pushed Feng Zi smoothly. I don't know if it was a coincidence or because the water on her ground was slippery. With this push, the sole of her foot slipped and she failed to stabilize her body. Bulma was uncontrollable and fell into Feng Zi's arms. The girl's shyness was clearly revealed. At this time, Bulma's face was rosy, her smooth body was supported by Feng Zi's hands, and their bodies were both frozen in this position. Touching places he shouldn't touch and looking at places he shouldn't look at, Feng Zi was so embarrassed that he asked kindly, "Are you okay, Bulma?" Chapter 20 Chowder. King Chowder Rice, we have collected 4 Dragon Balls and 3 more Dragon Balls. We can summon the dragon and realize your lofty dream. A long-haired woman wearing a windbreaker reported. Opposite her was a short man less than 1.3 meters tall. Well, we have been waiting for this moment for so many years. I will soon become a king and a leader that everyone admires. The man known as Chowder said excitedly, as if he had achieved the supreme goal just as what he said. The rights are general. Chowder seemed to have thought of something, and looked at his men, the long-haired woman, and the dog man beside her. Have you collected the remaining Dragon Balls yet? Chowder asked. Yes, King Chowder Rice, there are still 3 Dragon Balls that have not been found, but we will find them soon. The dog man vowed. Chowder laughed wildly and said to the 2 of them, when I become the king, I will definitely promote you to a very high position. Thank you, King Chowder Rice. Let's take action. We will definitely find some other Dragon Balls and bring them back. Inside a house in the wilderness. Feng Zi, get out of here first. Bulma was in a panic and didn't know what to say, so she yelled at Feng Zi loudly. Feng Zi said oh, released her arms around Bulma, and walked out of the toilet. Looking at Feng Zi's leaving figure, Bulma secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't intend to continue washing, so she picked up the clothes put aside and quickly put them on. Feng Zi, who returned to the living room, glanced at Sun Wukong, who was sleeping soundly on the dining table. Feng Zi smiled slightly and found a sofa to sit down on. In a quiet environment, people will always have random thoughts, even Feng Zi is no exception. Looking at his hands, Feng Zi couldn't help but recall the scene in the toilet just now. His inner world was like the rising tide of the sea, with ups and downs. Feng Zi brought her hands close to her nose, and as she breathed, even the fragrance of the shower gel and the girl's body fragrance still lingered in her hands. What does this feel like? Feng Zi was confused. For the first time, he realized that he was a little lost and couldn't figure out what was controlling his emotions and thinking. A few minutes later, Bulma's Shiran came over wearing a loose nightgown. Bulma stood in front of Feng Zi, their eyes intertwined, and their eyes reflected inexplicable emotions. Feng Zi, why aren't you sleeping yet? Bulma asked, breaking Ning's silence. Feng Zi scratched her head and replied with a smile, it's nothing, maybe I ate too much and couldn't digest it. Haha, Feng Ziyi, I have always been curious, who are you? Bulma laughed a few times and said. In silence, Feng Ziyi thought for a moment and replied leisurely, I am a man who constantly pursues the top. I firmly believe that only fists can protect myself. Bulma's expression changed, a strange light flashed between his eyebrows, and he said softly, Feng Ziyi, your answer is just like what I thought. Let me ask you, do you know what love is? Love. Feng Ziyi glanced at Bulma in confusion and replied, I don't know. Bulma stared at Feng Ziyi, with affection in her eyes, when you understand what love is, I hope Feng Ziyi, you can give me a bouquet of flowers. Shiu, we have to be careful, don't let them find out. A long-haired woman said to the dog man next to her. And the two of them sneaked carefully against the wall of the house. The two people fumbled awkwardly for the position of the window. In the dark night, the long-haired woman inadvertently slapped her palm on the glass window. Suddenly, Feng Ziyi in the room frowned, and an imperceptible sound caught Feng Ziyi's attention, so she said to Bulma, Bulma, stay here and don't move around. After saying that, Feng Ziyi's figure flashed and appeared in front of the bedroom door. He still behaved barbarically and opened the door directly with his feet. At the bedroom window, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net, two sneaky figures were exposed to Feng Ziyi's sight. Who are you? Feng Ziyi walked straight over, with a cold light shining in his eyes. The long-haired woman said to Shiu beside her, the plan failed, let's escape. After saying that, the long-haired woman jumped out of the window first, and the dog man Shiu also escaped. You are so weak. Feng Ziyi looked at the numbers 3 and 5 written behind the red names of the two people, with a look of disappointment on his face. Monsters of this level alone were not enough to fill his teeth. The long-haired woman and Shiu looked at Feng Ziyi in surprise. They had obviously escaped first, but this purple-haired man unexpectedly appeared in front of them. It was really weird. Found it, model number X1908. The long-haired woman knew that Feng Ziyi was in trouble, so she took out a universal capsule from the box in her arms and threw it on the ground. After the boom sound, the smoke dissipated, and a large combat robot appeared on the ground. Feng Ziyi's eyes showed a surprised expression. He had seen this thing at Bulma's house and knew its name was a robot. Monsters made of metal. Could it be said that this robot is the equipment of these two monsters? Shiu, let's go. The long-haired woman said to Shiu, the dog man beside her, and the two entered the robot's operating cabin. Feng Ziyi's expression changed and became ecstatic. The monster in front of her was inexplicably upgraded, from level 3 and 5 respectively to one monster's level 15. Boom! The robot's steel fist, like a hammer, roared and hit Feng Ziyi's position. As soon as midnight arrives, I will be on the list on time. Everyone is so excited about this book that they want to give me crazy votes. Blood Flower is here to thank you for your support. Chapter 21, The Bull Demon King of Frying Pan Mountain. Feng Ziyi stood there, and the robot's fist blew up Feng Ziyi's hair with the biting cold wind. When the hair covering her eyes blew away, those soul-stirring cold eyes were exposed. There was no loud noise as expected, but Feng Ziyi easily grabbed the seemingly heavy fist. How is this possible? The long-haired woman and Shiu in the operation cabin looked at each other, with disbelief in their eyes. With a cold snort, Feng Ziyi used a little force and actually raised the huge robot with one hand, as if it were holding a chicken. Boom! The sound echoed in the ears, and the whole ground was shaking. Bulma, Oolong, and Sun Wukong, who were woken up, all ran out to see what happened. Feng Ziyi in the dust shook his clothes, and an unexpected reminder came to his mind, experience plus 45. A 5-meter-deep pothole appeared on the originally flat road. In the pothole, damaged metal parts were scattered, as well as a man and a woman who had fainted. Feng Ziyi, what's going on? Bulma glanced at the pit and asked doubtfully. Feng Ziyi smiled and replied, it's nothing, it's just that a few monsters went to the wrong map. Bulma knew that the concepts in Feng Zi's mind were different from those of normal people, so he didn't care too much. After several people returned to the house and continued sleeping, two figures were quietly hidden among the trees. These two people were clearly Li Ping, who had been defeated by Feng Zi before, and his subordinate Palu. Master Li Ping, that guy named Feng Zi is so awesome. Palu whispered. Li Ping frowned and said in a deep voice, he is very powerful. Palu, what kind of Dragon Balls do you think they are collecting? Yes, I heard that girl say that. Palu replied truthfully. Li Ping said oh, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and said with a wicked smile, then let's follow them and prevent them from getting the dragon beads. On a jet car. Bulma, what wish do you want to make to Shenlong? Wolong asked curiously. Bulma was silent for a while, thinking about it in his mind, and then said, of course I want to become the most attractive woman in the world. Are we working so hard just for this insignificant wish of yours? Wolong muttered. Not far behind them, there was also a car, and the owner of the car was Li Ping. Master Zawifen, we. Xiu and the long-haired girl reported nervously. Where are the Dragon Balls? Did you fail? Chowder said in a deep voice. No, we met a very perverted purple-haired man, he. Chowder said with a sinister smile, no need to explain, you did not collect the remaining Dragon Balls as I asked, so you will be punished. Ah! A few minutes later, a harsh scream sounded in the castle. Look, there's sunset in front of you. Sun Wukong shouted excitedly when he saw the gorgeous red in the sky in front of him. After hearing this, Bulma looked at the red light in the sky. Sure enough, as Sun Wukong said, there were clouds floating in the sky. He couldn't help but said happily, it's so beautiful. TCH, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? In front of you is the frying pan mountain of the Bull Demon King. The perennial flames on the mountain are what caused the clouds in front of you. Oolong on the side responded as if he knew a lot. Bulma asked curiously, who is that Bull Demon King? The Bull Demon King is a well-known big demon king. He is an extremely terrifying guy. He is called the Demon King. Have you seen that castle? Wolong pointed to the big castle in front of him, and then said, inside that the collection is the jewelry stolen by the Bull Demon King. Many people want to get those jewels, reading www.yuyuganshu.net, but the Bull Demon King is guarding them, so no one dares to touch them. When Bulma heard this, he seemed to have thought of something, and took out the Dragon Ball radar in his pocket. Beep, beep, Bulma was happy when he saw the position displayed on the radar. Bulma confirmed, as expected, there is a Dragon Ball in that castle. Ah? You don't want to steal the Dragon Ball from the Bull Demon King, do you? If so, I won't get involved. Oolong said in horror. What are you afraid of? Wukong and Feng Zi are still here, Bulma said confidently. Feng Zi on the side interrupted at this time, is that Bull Demon King weird? Bulma and Oolong were speechless. They had almost no common language with Feng Zi. Oolong asked nervously, do you want to? If I'm satisfied, then I'll beat him up. Feng Zi raised his fist and said with an evil look. Bulma helplessly covered his forehead and changed the subject, by the way, Oolong, do you know what's going on with the flames on the mountain? That flame was ignited by the Bull Demon King when he went out. Now even he himself can't return to the castle. Wolong replied. Feng Zi suddenly stopped the conversation between the two and said, the Bull Demon King, boss, experience, stop talking nonsense, I can't wait to defeat that Bull Demon King. Do you really want to fight the Bull Demon King? Wolong said timidly. That's right, you're leading the way for us. If I'm not satisfied with this monster, I'll eat you. Feng Zigu said fiercely, which made Oolong shiver with fear. Wolong thought to himself, this Feng Zi may be a more terrifying guy than the Bull Demon King. Chapter 22 Boss Turtle Immortal, Part 1. As soon as I stepped into Frying Pan Mountain, I felt a rolling heat wave coming over me, as if I was in a steam oven. Beads of sweat were visible on the foreheads of 4 people, including Feng Ziyi. Compared with other places, the temperature here was at least dozens of degrees higher. Even the ground was scorching hot. What the hell is this place that makes me sweat all over my body? Bulma complained while wiping the sweat from her face with a handkerchief. Oolong gasped and said, yes, I'm almost ready. When you cook it, it will be delicious. Feng Ziyi said, ignoring Oolong's ugly expression, and took off the clothes on his upper body, revealing his sharp muscles. Sun Wukong also looked good, imitating Feng Ziyi and taking off his upper body clothes. Bulma looked at Feng Ziyi's thin body and didn't expect to have such strong muscles. Her face turned red and the embarrassing scene in the toilet came to mind. Several people kept walking forward, getting closer and closer to the huge castle built in flames. I wonder what that Bull Demon King looks like. Bulma found a topic and said. Feng Ziyi imagined it for a moment and replied, it should be a very tall guy, and he looks very ferocious. Suddenly, Feng Ziyi stopped talking and looked straight behind him. Seeing the change in Feng Ziyi's expression, Bulma and others also looked behind them curiously. I saw a middle-aged man who was 5 meters tall, wearing half a steel helmet, with horns on his head, and a beard on his chin, standing behind a few people. In his hand was a huge and sharp axe. Bull Demon King! Oolong exclaimed, and almost everyone confirmed the identity of this man. He was the owner of Frying Pan Mountain, the famous Bull Demon King. Feng Ziyi looked at the Bull Demon King with interest. Although he was a level 20 guy, he had a white name, which meant that the Bull Demon King was not a monster. Feng Ziyi chuckled a few times and said, are you the Bull Demon King? It seems you are not as cruel as the legend says. The Bull Demon King focused his gaze on Feng Ziyi and said in a deep voice, you are here, do you want to take advantage of my baby? Hey, that uncle called the Bull Demon King, what can I do to make you hate me? Feng Ziyi suddenly said something incomprehensible. Everyone was confused and didn't know why Feng Ziyi asked. The Bull Demon King was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, what do you want to do? Feng Ziyi suddenly took a step forward, ignoring the dissuasion of Bulma and others beside her, and walked straight to the Bull Demon King. Would you be angry if I punched you like this? After saying that, before the Bull Demon King could react, a cold light burst out from Feng Ziyi's eyes, and his whole figure suddenly moved forward. With one step, the sharp fist hit the Bull Demon King directly in the chest without any obstruction. Bang, bang, bang. The Bull Demon King fell backwards and barely managed to land on the ground with the axe in his hand to stabilize his huge body. Bulma and others took a breath of air, they never expected that Feng Ziyi would do such an amazing move. It's over, Feng Ziyi is causing trouble. When the Bull Demon King shows off his power, we will also be implicated. Let's run away first. Oolong blocked his eyes with his hands. He couldn't bear to watch the next battle, feeling in his heart the idea of escape came up, so he said anxiously to Bulma. Bulma looked at Feng Ziyi's back, shook his head at Oolong and said, I believe Feng Ziyi, he has always been a violent man with extreme perversion. There should be no problem in dealing with this Bull Demon King. Yes, brother Feng Ziyi looks much stronger than that Bull Demon King. Sun Wukong said in agreement. The Bull Demon King clenched his fists, and his whole body erupted with a majestic aura, just like the demon god returning from hell. The eyes covered by the goggles revealed a cruel light, and the whole person was filled with murderous desire. In Feng Ziyi's sight, the originally white name of the Bull Demon King began to become more and more red. Great! Feng Ziyi whispered, and then said to Bulma, give me my sickle. Okay. Bulma responded, you reading www.uuganshu.net ran to the car parked on the roadside to look for Feng Ziyi's sickle. Bulma looked at the scythe loaded in the trunk depressedly. She found it after looking for it, but the weight of several hundred kilograms made it difficult for a weak woman to pick it up. Wukong, help me give the sickle to Feng Ziyi. Bulma greeted Sun Wukong and ordered. Sun Wukong effortlessly handed the heavy sickle to Feng Ziyi. Feng Ziyi held the huge sickle, and his whole body was in a stalemate with the Bull Demon King's momentum. Roar! The Bull Demon King was furious. He was very angry now. The dignified Demon King was actually punched by an unknown kid. This was undoubtedly unacceptable to the Bull Demon King's self-esteem. The huge axe in the hand of the Bull Demon King blew up gusts of evil wind. The moment he swung it, dust flew up and it fell down with the power to break mountains. Feng Ziyi did not dodge, her eyes were fixed on the axe that was about to fall, the corners of her mouth curved, and her figure quickly disappeared from the eyes of the Bull Demon King. What? The Bull Demon King watched in disbelief as Feng Ziyi mysteriously disappeared in front of him. Driven by the power of the axe, the Bull Demon King couldn't control the balance of his feet because his attack failed, and he took a big step forward. Behind the Bull Demon King, Feng Ziyi appeared like a ghost, raised the sickle in his right hand, and without any tricks, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and fell straight down. The sickle in Feng Ziyi's hand swept across, and in an instant, a bloody gash appeared on the thick leather armor on the Bull Demon King's body. I hope you will increase your efforts to vote for Blood Flower. It is currently the second most popular anime fan of the week and the first in weekly recommendations. I am eager to keep this ranking. Chapter 23 Boss Turtle Immortal, Part 2. Roar! The Bull Demon King twisted his body forcefully, ignoring the wounds on his body, and burst out with an aura that shook the mountains and rivers. The huge axe moved freely in the palm of the Bull Demon King. The wind roared wildly, and it fell horizontally like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Ding! The sound of metal slamming sounded, and the sickle and axe touched each other almost instantly, clinging to the edges of the two cold weapons. The Bull Demon King and Feng Ziyi began a one-sided contest. Feng Ziyi's body formed an arch shape, and the push from her feet concentrated her entire explosive power on her hands. But the Bull Demon King is different. He has an innate advantage. He seems to have endless strength, and the force exerted on his hands is obviously more than Feng Ziyi. The two were in a stalemate, and Feng Ziyi knew that the Bull Demon King in front of him was good at countering power, and it would undoubtedly be detrimental to him if they fell into a protracted battle. You two don't fight yet, Bulma advised at this time, but both of them seemed to be red-eyed and had no time to pay attention to Bulma. Bulma said to Feng Ziyi, please stop fighting. If you think clearly, if you knock the Bull Demon King unconscious, how will we know the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball? Feng Ziyi still didn't listen to what Bulma said. Once involved in the battle, Feng Ziyi would find it difficult to extricate himself. If you don't stop, you will be hungry at night. Bulma thought about it and threatened loudly. Damn it, Bulma, you've become evil. Feng Ziyi's expression froze, he gritted his teeth and said, helplessly relaxing the strength in his hand. The bodies of the Bull Demon King and Feng Ziyi separated at the same time. The Bull Demon King stared at Feng Ziyi and thought in his heart, his speed is too fast. If we fight him again, I will definitely be defeated. Feng Ziyi looked at Bulma dissatisfied and said, if you use this method again, I will treat you as a monster and beat you. Bulma was speechless for a while. Feng Ziyi had no concept of men, women, old and young in his mind, so he might really beat himself up as he said. At this time, the Bull Demon King said, who are you? Mr. Bull Demon King, we came to Frying Pan Mountain not to find the jewelry in your castle, but to find a bead called Dragon Ball. Bulma explained while taking it from the travel bag behind his back. A Dragon Ball is given as an example. Dragon beads. The Bull Demon King let out a light sigh, then thought for a moment and softened his words, I seem to have some impression of the beads you mentioned. Bulma said in surprise, then can you give us the Dragon Ball? Well, if you want that bead, you must put out the fire outside the castle, because the dragon ball you are talking about is placed inside that castle. The fire here is difficult to put out. If you want to put out the fire here, you must go to the rumor mill. The banana fan in the middle. That means we can't find the banana fan to put out the fire, so we can't get the dragon balls. Bulma said disappointedly. The Bull Demon King nodded. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on the wishful stick behind Sun Wukong, and he asked in surprise, "Where did you get this stick?" "Uncle, do you mean the wish-fulfilling stick?" Sun Wukong took off the wish-fulfilling stick and replied. "This is a gift left to me by my grandfather Sun Wufan." "Then you must know Turtle Immortal?" the Bull Demon King asked hurriedly with a hint of joy on his face. "Turtle Immortal? I don't know him." Sun Wukong said simply. "Enchanting Blood Flower, I deleted a section of the plot, which is the part about saving the turtles. I felt that the original plot should be reduced as much as possible." The Bull Demon King said, "Your grandfather, Sun Wuhan, and I are both disciples of teacher Kami Zenin, and I am the second disciple, and your grandfather is the eldest disciple. It is said that the banana fan that can control the wind and rain belongs to teacher Kami Zenin. That Turtle Immortal must be very powerful." Feng Ziyi interrupted at this time. The Bull Demon King admired, "Teacher Turtle Immortal is called the god of martial arts and is the strongest person in the world." Feng Zi's eyes flashed with light. When he mentioned the strong man, the blood in his bones boiled and he couldn't help but look forward to it. Meeting with Kame Senin. Bulma said to the Bull Demon King, "In other words, if we find the Turtle Immortal and reach the banana fan, the Dragon Ball will be ours. Well, if you help me put out the fire, not to mention a bead, or even the treasure in the castle, I can give you half of it." The Bull Demon King affirmed. Bulma said to Feng Ziyi, "You and Oolong stay here first, don't cause trouble, Wukong, and I will fly to find Kame Senin." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Feng Ziyi said "Oh" with a faint smile on her face, but Oolong beside her protested, "Take me with you, I don't want to stay with this perverted guy." Bull Demon King, do you still want to fight? Feng Ziyi smiled at the Bull Demon King after Bulma and others left. The Bull Demon King's face turned ugly, and he quickly said, "I admit that I can't beat you, so let's forget it." "Oh." Feng Ziyi looked away from the Bull Demon King in disappointment and looked at Oolong beside him. "Oolong, I always thought you were delicious." Feng Ziyi stared at Oolong for about 5 minutes. Oolong felt that Feng Ziyi's malicious gaze made his hair stand on end. At this time, the Bull Demon King laughed and said, "Brother Feng Ziyi, are you hungry? Why don't I treat you to a sumptuous dinner?" "Really? Let me tell you, I am a very good eater." When the Bull Demon King mentioned eating, Feng Ziyi became energetic and said immediately, "Oh, it doesn't matter, I'm good at eating too." The Bull Demon King glanced at Feng Ziyi's thin body and didn't take Feng Ziyi's words seriously. He thought to himself that even if Feng Ziyi could eat, he wouldn't be able to eat anywhere. An hour later, "I want more." Feng Ziyi used extraordinary speed to destroy the roasted whole lamb in her hand, and said to the chef invited by the Bull Demon King from a nearby village. The Bull Demon King heard Feng Ziyi repeating the words "I want more" countless times. Unknowingly, there were more bones and leftover food on the ground. 2 hours later, the Bull Demon King saw that the chef fell to the ground from exhaustion, so he said to Feng Ziyi, "Brother Feng Ziyi, you should be full by now, right?" "It's just so, I'm half full." Feng Ziyi continued eating and replied casually. Chapter 24 Boss Turtle Immortal, Part 2. Waiting impatiently was what Feng Ziyi disliked the most. It was already approaching night, the sky was getting dark, and Bulma and others who went to look for Turtle Immortal had not returned yet. "Bull Demon King, who is that Turtle Immortal?" Feng Ziyi broke the silence and asked. The Bull Demon King smiled and replied, "He is a being that is so powerful that it exceeds your imagination. I have never even seen anyone as powerful as him." "Oh!" Feng Ziyi was imagining what the turtle immortal looked like when he heard a harsh rumble from the sky, but it was the plane driven by Bulma that came back. The plane stopped on the open ground, and the door of the plane was opened. Sun Wukong jumped out, followed closely by Bulma, and a girl wearing a helmet, who should be the Bull Demon King. He mentioned his daughter Kikai, but what really concerned Feng Ziyi was the extremely powerful turtle immortal mentioned by the Bull Demon King. Ah! Disgusting! Bulma suddenly screamed and slapped him behind him. Feng Ziyi took a closer look and saw that a pair of hands touched a place they shouldn't have touched while Bulma wasn't paying attention. It hurts so much. Can't you be gentler to me, an old man? A very lewd voice came, and a lustful old man appeared in Feng Ziyi's sight. He has a conspicuous bald head, a simple cloth robe, a pair of black sunglasses, and a cane in his hand. The funniest thing is that there is a red palm print on his face. Feng Ziyi said with a suspicious tone, "This old guy is the turtle immortal." Halfway through, his words stopped. Feng Ziyi's pupils dilated slightly and his face became heavy, as if he had seen something incredible. Matter. Level 70. Feng Ziyi said in surprise. For no apparent reason, his breathing became rapid. That's right, the frightening number 70 clearly caught Feng Ziyi's eyes. This turtle immortal, who at first glance is just a perverted old man, has actually reached such a level of strength. If the conversion between humans and monsters is 1:6, the strength of this turtle immortal has reached level 10 or above. Feng Ziyi, the gap between him and him is undoubtedly a world of difference, with a huge disparity in strength. Boss, naked boss. Ahem, my old man has come all the way here, isn't there anyone to welcome him? Turtle immortal pretended to cough a few times, and the Bull Demon King quickly came up to him with a simple and honest smile. Dad, I brought Grandpa Turtle immortal here. Kikai said obediently from the side, and then sat next to Sun Wukong. The Bull Demon King stood next to the turtle immortal with a silly smile and said politely, "Teacher, I wonder if you can lend me your banana fan." Banana fan? That thing seems to have been thrown away by me a few years ago. Kamizenran said. The Bull Demon King's expression became ugly. Seeing his appearance, Turtle Immortal said easily, "Don't worry, since I came here personally, there must be a solution." Hearing what Turtle Immortal said, the originally confused and lost Bull Demon King became happy, and then said, "Then leave it to you, teacher. Are you the Turtle Immortal?" Feng Ziyi approached the Turtle Immortal and greeted him stiffly. Looking at the visitor with slight surprise, Kame Immortal looked at the purple-haired young man in front of him through his sunglasses, and a gleam of light was reflected on the black mirror. Turtle Immortal said with a ha-ha smile, "Young man, you are very strong. Compared with you, I'm just a weakling." Feng Ziyi said while staring at Turtle Immortal. Turtle Immortal thought Feng Ziyi was being modest, so he said, "It's a good thing that young people are humble." "Oh, you didn't listen to what I said. What I want to say is that one day, I will surpass you," Feng Ziyi said in a deep voice. His face changed slightly. Turtle Immortal smiled and said to Feng Ziyi, "You are very interesting. I hope you can be as you said, otherwise I will be very lonely." After saying that, he ignored Feng Ziyi and went straight walk to the location directly opposite the castle. "Take on my clothes." The Turtle Immortal showed a rare seriousness, took off the cloth robe from his upper body, threw it casually, and threw it to the Bull Demon King beside him. Feng Ziyi narrowed his eyes and watched every move of Turtle Immortal. He wanted to see what this level 70 old man was capable of. Kamizenran's figure is very thin. After taking off his clothes, he looks like a skinny old man. In fact, he is an old man. "Ah!" Turtle Immortal roared, and an astonishing momentum emerged from his whole body. The air became anxious for a moment, and the ground shook violently. The next moment, the muscles on Kame Sennin's body swelled rapidly, veins protruded all over his body, and the look in his eyes became more majestic. "Turtle! Turtle Immortal put his hands together, reading www.yuyuganshu.net, and assumed a posture that Feng Zhi had never seen before. The ground was shaking and dust was flying. Under the momentum of Came Immortal, the scene in front of him was filled with a dangerous atmosphere, as if the end of the world was coming. Is this a trick? The Bull Demon King saw sweat on his forehead when he saw Turtle Immortal acting like this, as if he had thought of something terrible. Groob. Turtle Immortal whispered this word in a low voice, and the muscles all over his body were like steel. His whole body completely lost the posture of the old man just now, and his strength exceeded everyone's imagination. Flying dirt and gravel were scattered in the air, strong winds rolled around the area where Came Immortal was, and the sky changed. It's amazing. Sun Wukong and Feng Zhi looked at the scene in front of them attentively, and they both felt the fear in their souls. Gas. The moment he drank it, Came Senen's palms began to move. Between his palms, he could feel the violent airflow gathering rapidly. Because Came Immortal's feet were too hard, he stepped out of a crack that was more than 10 meters long. He looked like a god and demon, and everyone looked at him with admiration. It's Qi, this feeling is Qi. Feng Zhi's complexion changed, and he seemed to understand something in his mind, and he could clearly see the rippling air around Turtle Immortal. Achievement! Turtle Immortal roared fiercely, stepped forward and pushed forward with both hands. The dazzling blue light illuminated everyone and subconsciously closed their eyes. Only Sun Wukong and Feng Zhi were still watching. The blue light was like a giant blue dragon, erupting with a destructive momentum, mixed with shocking power. The whole world was in darkness, and everything seemed extremely fragile in the face of this tyrannical attack. Chapter 25 Turtle-Style Qigong. Under the dazzling bright light, the air currents are rushing across, and wherever the light hits, raging sandstorms will be rolled up. It can be seen that the power of Turtle-Style Qigong has reached an incredible level. The short few seconds seemed as long as a century, and gradually the uneasy factor in the air disappeared in the warm wind. Bulma reluctantly opened her eyes. When she looked at the scene in front of her, her mouth couldn't help but open, with surprise written on her face. The surrounding trees were broken, the rocks collapsed, and almost everything was affected instantly. The castle that was originally surrounded by blazing flames was blown away by the strong wind. The majestic castle disappeared without a trace, and a bottomless ravine appeared on the ground. Everyone was as stunned as Bulma showed at the scene in front of them. Okay, Bull Demon King, I'll put out the fire here for you. Turtle Immortal moved his muscles and said to the crying Bull Demon King beside him. The Bull Demon King smiled bitterly and said, "Thank you. Those treasures are no longer important to me. Where's my Dragon Ball?" Bulma asked anxiously. At this time, Sun Wukong shouted loudly from the ruins, "I found it, it's the Dragon Ball." Bulma looked happy and ran excitedly to where Sun Wukong was. But Feng Zhi frowned, feeling the surging power in her body. This feeling is the so-called Qi. Turtle School Qigong is an introduction to releasing Qi from the human body, and just now in the process of using Turtle School Qigong, Turtle Immortal allowed Feng Zhi to capture the application of Qi. Feng Zhi felt that there was some sudden information in his mind, comprehending the skill, Turtle-Style Qigong, Proficiency Level 1. Heading south from Frying Pan Mountain, the group embarked on the journey again. Bulma, that old turtle fairy is so awesome. In the back seat of the car, Sun Wukong couldn't restrain his excitement and danced. Looking at Sun Wukong reflected in the mirror, Bulma held the steering wheel with both hands and said without looking back, "Yes, yes, it's a pity that such a powerful person is actually an old pervert." By the way, Bulma, how many Dragon Balls are we short of? Feng Zhi suddenly asked. Bulma replied while driving the car, "I didn't expect that there was a Dragon Ball on the island of Came Senen. Together with the Bull Demon King and our original Dragon Ball, there were still 3 Dragon Balls left to complete the 7 Dragon Balls. But I am a little worried, the Dragon Ball radar shows that the locations of the remaining 3 Dragon Balls are actually at the same location. Bulma, look ahead. Feng Ziyi frowned and said to Bulma. Bulma looked at the road ahead in shock, only to see Leaping and Palu, whom they had encountered before, blocking the direction of the car. Hiss! Bulma stepped on the brakes and the running car stopped. Leaping Guzo said calmly, "Hi! Beautiful lady, we meet again. Aren't you the guy Feng Ziyi beat up?" When Bulma said this, Leaping's prepared smile suddenly became embarrassed. "Well, I have changed for the better and no longer do bad things. I heard that you are collecting Dragon Balls. I wonder if you can bring one to me. As the saying goes, one more person means more effort." Leaping had long ago having prepared his words, Kankan spoke. "Yes, Master Leaping and I both want to be friends with you." Palu on the side agreed. Bulma looked at Leaping in confusion. At this time, Feng Ziyi beside him smiled and said, "You know you can catch 10 wild boars for dinner, so I agreed." "Well, I agree with Brother Feng's suggestion," Sun Wukong said quickly when he saw the mention of eating 10 wild boars. Leaping was dumbfounded. Although this place is deep in the mountains and forests, it is not so easy to catch 10 wild boars. At night, Bulma still used the house in the universal capsule to rest as usual. Beside the campfire, Leaping lay there panting. He had been busy all day to catch these 10 wild boars. Are you okay yet?" A huge wild boar on the shelf showed a golden luster and exuded a rich aroma under the flames. Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong looked eagerly at the wild boar that was about to be roasted, and were ready to fight. For the two of them, eating was like fighting, and they had to decide the winner. "Not yet, don't move around yet, I'll go to the house to get some seasoning," Bulma warned, and then walked towards the house behind him. Waiting is undoubtedly painful, especially in front of food. Sun Wukong asked anxiously, "Why is Bulma so slow?" "Well, women are all like this," Feng Ziyi said perfunctorily. In fact, he couldn't wait to eat the wild boar in front of him. "Ah!" A scream came. After hearing the sound, Feng Ziyi's nerves reflected and his whole body turned into an afterimage and ran towards the house. "I saw an extra plane in the sky, and through the glass window, I could clearly see the kidnapped Bulma figure. Damn it!" Feng Ziyi clenched his fists. The plane flew very fast and disappeared from his sight in the blink of an eye. "What to do now?" Wolong asked. Feng Ziyi looked at the radar in her hand and said, "They took away the Dragon Balls we collected. According to the location shown by the Dragon Ball radar, let's chase them now." Chapter 26, The Road to the Castle. In a castle that looked eerie, King Chowder, we successfully collected the other 3 Dragon Balls, and also captured this woman. The long-haired girl Mai reported to Chowder with a happy face. "Ha ha ha, I have been waiting for this moment for many years. After so many years of hard work, I finally found the legendary 7 Dragon Balls." Chowder laughed almost maniacally. Bulma, who was captured, taunted, "Don't be delusional. Feng Ziyi and the others will come to rescue me soon and defeat you, this ugly monster." "Ugly?" Chowder stopped laughing and said in shock. "That's right, you look like a camel poop." Bulma's hands were tied up with ropes on the way here. She yelled while breaking free from the ropes. When Chowder heard Bulma yelling like a shrew, his whole face turned purple, and he asked shamelessly to his subordinates Xiu and Mai, "Do you think I'm handsome?" Xiu and Mai glanced at each other and said slowly, "The Chowder King is the most handsome man in the world." Suddenly a shrill alarm sounded in the castle, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. "King Chowder Rice, there is an intruder," Mai said worriedly. Chowder immediately ordered, "Cut out the surveillance system for me. I will never allow anyone to disrupt my plan to conquer the world." "Yes." Mai and Xiu replied, and immediately ran to the computer and started working. The cold wind was blowing wantonly. Under the night, a speeding car stopped. Several figures jumped out of the car and sneaked into the door of the castle. Yes, these people are here to rescue Bulma and Feng Ziyi and others who took back the Dragon Ball. Purple Hair, this door is locked, how can we sneak in? Leaping said when he saw the closed door of the castle. Feng Ziyi frowned and replied coldly, of course, using the simplest and most practical method. Could it be that? Wolong and Leaping said no in their hearts. They all knew Feng Zi's personality, and they could foresee the simplest and most practical method from his mouth. Rolling up his sleeves, open. Feng Zi's eyes were like lightning, he shouted, and his fist like a cannonball hit the iron door directly. Boom! After the loud noise, a hole with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in the iron door. Feng Ziyi jumped lightly and broke into the castle like a leisurely stroll. What are you doing standing there, why don't you come in quickly? Feng Ziyi urged when he saw that Leaping and the others did not follow. Sun Wukong followed without any thought. Leaping laughed bitterly and cursed Feng Ziyi in his heart as an idiot. This move was within his expectation and it was indeed a simple and effective method, but it undoubtedly alarmed the owner of the castle. Several people walked cautiously in the corridors of the castle. What Feng Ziyi and the others didn't know was that their every move was transmitted to Chowder's line of sight through the camera. This purple-haired guy is so powerful, he actually punched through the iron sheet with his fist. Chowder said in surprise when he saw the scene just now. Xiu and Mai recognized the purple-haired young man at a glance. He was the monster who knocked them unconscious. They quickly said, King Chowder Rice, this guy is the perverted man I mentioned to you. It was him last time. It's holding us back. You guys just watch, Feng Ziyi will beat you beyond recognition. Bulma took the opportunity to intervene. Chowder sneered, humph, I don't believe they can get out of this castle alive. He glanced at Feng Ziyi and others on the screen, and then ordered, Xiu, Mai, activate the mechanism. In the dimly lit corridor, Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong were the pioneers, while the timid Oolong and the self-reliant and clever Leaping followed behind. Hey, this castle is so confusing. Where is the owner of this castle? Feng Ziyi saw that the end of the corridor was almost invisible, so he asked a few people behind him. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.net. Leaping pretended to know a lot and said, usually, castles like this are equipped with mechanisms. He stopped suddenly in the middle of his words. Leaping tilted his ears and said doubtfully, listen, is there any sound approaching? It's a heavy sound. Sun Wukong, who had the best hearing among the group, said immediately after he heard it clearly. Before anyone could guess what the sound was, they saw a huge round stone rolling past from a distance. Run! Leaping said anxiously when he saw the stone getting closer and closer to them. Don't worry, I'll leave this to you, Wukong. Feng Ziyi smiled and said without any worry. Sun Wukong nodded and stood in front of several people. When the boulder was approaching, he shouted, hit! 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 After several punches in a row, the entire stone shattered into gravel. Leaping stared at Sun Wukong dumbfounded. Only now did he know that besides Feng Ziyi, there seemed to be another pervert he had overlooked. Whoosh! 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 There was a rapid sound of breaking through the air, and several cold lights roared in. Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong took up their weapons at the same time, a sickle and a wishful stick, like an airtight wall, and the incoming hidden weapons were shot down one after another. Oolong, Palu, you two turn into hats first. Leaping ordered the two of them. Yes, Master Leaping. Palu turned into a gorgeous hat without any doubt. Oolong hesitated for a moment, then used the transformation technique and also turned into a loose hat. Leaping put the palu on his head and explained, the two of them are too much in the way, so they won't add unnecessary trouble. Wish you all a happy Christmas Eve. Chapter 27 Threat. Along the way from this mysterious castle, Feng Ziyi and others experienced countless obstacles, but they did not cause any harm to them. Damn it, the owner of this castle actually designed so many complicated mechanisms. Leaping complained as he kicked away a pile of pressed iron plates. Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong are also busy dealing with these endless mechanisms. They are like tanks opening the way, going all out. No matter how powerful the trap is, they can't stop them. I didn't expect these guys to be so perverted. Chowder said in surprise as he stared at the surveillance video screen. Xiu and Mai were busy manipulating the computer keyboards, constantly opening mechanisms, trying to stop Feng Ziyi and others from moving forward. Suddenly the two stopped moving and looked at Chowder in embarrassment. Xiu said, "King Chowder, they are almost entering the interior of the castle. These mechanisms seem to be of no use to them. What should we do?" "Damn it!" Chowder said harshly, and after a while of silence, his eyes suddenly moved to Bulma in the corner, and Chowder smiled gloomily. Bulma was stared at so much that goosebumps appeared all over his body, and he said angrily, "You ugly monster, what do you want to do?" "Haha, it seems that the purpose of these people coming here, besides the Dragon Balls, is to save you," Chowder said with a sly smile. "Do you want it?" Bulma's face changed, as if he had foreseen something. Chowder ignored Bulma and ordered Xiu and Mai, "Connect the camera device connected here to me." "Yes." The two of them responded, then tapped a few times on the computer keyboard with both hands, and followed Chowder's instructions to connect the two camera devices inside and outside. Sun Wukong asked strangely, "Why is there no mechanism? Wouldn't it be better if we didn't? It means they don't have any tricks to stop us." Leaping explained. At this time, a sudden voice sounded, "Welcome, I am the owner of this place, the Great Chowder King." Feng Ziyi and others frowned and looked at the wall where the sound came from. A clear picture appeared immediately, and the image of Chowder Rice was reflected on the picture. "Are you the owner of this castle?" Feng Ziyi asked coldly. Chowder smiled evilly and said, "My identity is not important. I think what you care about now is this woman, right?" After saying that, the scene changed and Bulma's figure appeared. "Feng Ziyi, don't listen to this ugly thing." Before Bulma could finish her words, Mai, who was in charge of looking after her, covered her mouth with her hand and could only make a sound of woo, woo. The scene switched to Chowder again, and he threatened, "See, this woman, your partner, is in our hands now. If you don't want anything to happen to her, don't resist and take 3 steps back." "Asshole!" Leaping yelled, and Sun Wukong echoed, "This guy actually used such despicable and shameless methods." Among these people, only Feng Ziyi, the most grumpy one, remained silent. His face was gloomy and his brows became ferocious. He said solemnly, "Okay, we will do as you said. Oh, if I see you, I will beat you to nothing." After saying this, Feng Ziyi and the others looked at each other and backed away helplessly. The Chowder in the castle laughed wildly a few times, and then said to his subordinates, "According to the plan, open cell 23. Feng Ziyi knew very well the consequences of retreating and not resisting, but this Chowder actually used threats to force them to do so. On the 3rd step back, the ground suddenly sank, and several people fell into the deep pit. King Chowder Rice is really powerful. He can even come up with such a clever plan. Seeing that the plan succeeded, Xiu and Mai Lian complimented. Chowder laughed exaggeratedly. After laughing, he pressed a button beside him with his hand, and then a glass-covered platform rose from the ground. The thing placed on the platform was a dragon ball. The light reflected from the dragon ball was so bright that it turned the face of Chowder Rice into a light red color. 1, 2, 3, 6. Chowder counted the dragon balls on the table, and the proud smile froze on his face. There were only 6 dragon balls. How is that possible? Chowder carefully counted again and came to only one conclusion: there are indeed only 6 Dragon Balls here. Chowder asked Xiu and Mai with a dark face, what on earth is going on? Xiu and Mai thought for a while, and Mai explained, the Dragon Balls we captured were put in bags, and there are only these 6. There is also a Dragon Ball, which should be placed on the girl's partner. Oh! Chowder said angrily, why didn't you 2 losers tell me earlier and change the screen to cell No 23? Xiu and Mai replied yes and brought up the screen. The picture displayed on the screen made the 3 of them open their mouths and gasp. Chapter 28 The Violent Gorilla, Part 1. Falling into the trap designed by Chowder Rice, and being in a cell-like room, Feng Ziyi and others discovered that Bulma was also trapped here. Bulma, why are you here? Feng Ziyi asked. After the rope wrapped around Bulma's hand was untied, Bulma moved his wrist. Bulma said angrily, that bastard named Chowder, after taking advantage of me, sent me here. We should find a way to escape from here now. Li Ping said. Feng Ziyi glanced at this not-so-small room, took a deep breath, and sprinted forward. With the help of his whole body, Feng Zi's fist directly acted on one point, and the force of 1,000 pounds hit the room. On the wall. There was no loud noise or collapse as expected. What surprised Feng Ziyi was that the wall peeled off, but the wall in front of him did not move at all. You don't have to waste your efforts. The walls of this room are not made of ordinary materials. They are made of triple aluminum alloy. Even cannonballs may not be able to destroy it. Chowder's voice came through the microphone in the corner of the room. In everyone's ears. Li Ping stepped aside and patted the wall. Sure enough, as Chowder said, the wall made a crisp metallic collision sound. Humph, if you want to survive, just obediently hand over the remaining Dragon Balls. Chowder continued. The remaining Dragon Balls. Bulma and Feng Ziyi looked at each other, feeling a little baffled. All the Dragon Balls they collected were taken away by them. Could it be that? The 2 of them looked at Sun Wukong at the same time. Sun Wukong took out a Dragon Ball from the middle of his clothes and grinned, this is a relic left by my grandfather. I must not let these bad guys take it away. Chowder looked at the image displayed on the screen, his eyes lit up, and he quickly said, yes, as long as you hand this Dragon Ball to me, I will let you go. Dreaming! Bulma shouted and denied directly. Chowder said angrily, you guys will never escape from this room. King Chowder, have you forgotten that there is another cell in cell No 23? Xiu beside Chowder suddenly said. That one? Chowder asked suspiciously, turning to look at Xiu. Xiu explained, that refers to the poisonous gas setting in that room. After these guys are smoked down, we will snatch the Dragon Balls away. Good idea, let's do it. Chowder said happily. Hey, Bulma, where did that Chowder sound come from? Sun Wukong asked. Bulma replied casually, it should be the microphone installed in the room. Is that the thing that spits out white smoke? Sun Wukong pointed to the corner of the room and said to Bulma. White smoke? Everyone was wondering what the white smoke in Sun Wukong's mouth was. They followed the direction Sun Wukong pointed and looked over. Bulma's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, this should be poisonous gas with a hypnotic effect. Everyone should find a way to escape from here, otherwise they will all faint. Damn it! Feng Ziyi cursed secretly, clenched his fists with both hands, and swore in his heart that if he saw the so-called Chowder Rice, he would beat him up. Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong acted almost at the same time, and their fists and kicks hit the wall fiercely, but they could only leave a few marks on the wall, but could not substantially damage it. Seeing the smoke beginning to fill the air, Li Ping said anxiously, it is impossible to open the walls of this room with human strength alone. It would be nice if that old pervert was here. Bulma thought of you reading www.youcanshu.net in the scene encountered at Frying Pan Mountain, Kame Sennin's power can definitely destroy the walls here. After hearing this, Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong stopped their useless attacks with fists and kicks. Feng Ziyi smiled, Sun Wukong smiled, and the two of them stepped back in tacit agreement. What are you going to do? Bulma asked curiously when he saw the strange behavior of the two people. Turtle! Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong shouted at the same time, leaning forward at the same time and putting their hands together. The postures of the two people were extremely familiar to Bulma. Bulma looked happy and said in surprise, "Have you learned that?" "Pa." Feng Ziyi looked at the wall in front of him with serious eyes. He could feel the qi contained in his body, which was completely mobilized at this moment. It felt like the blood circulation was accelerating, and the whole person was excited for no reason. Qi is a very mysterious thing, and Feng Zi's qi is like a river flowing into the sea, and the qi gradually gathers between the palms. Sun Wukong's behavior was exactly the same as Feng Zi's, and the two of them gathered the energy aroused in their bodies at the same time. Qi. Between the palms of the two people, light surged. Under the incredible eyes of Leaping, Bulma and others, the two people's qi boiled, as if they were waiting for an opportunity to explode and release. Feng Zi's qi is obviously stronger than that of Sun Wukong, but it is far less than that of Turtle Immortal. Gong! In an instant, the two of them shouted loudly and pushed forward with both hands. The two blue beams were like a dragon coming out of the sea. The moment they touched the wall, the ground trembled sharply, and a rumbling sound sounded, and the wall as if being tofued, a large hole with a diameter of half a meter was punched out by the turtle-style qigong. Cough, cough. Bulma and others inhaled the dust in their mouths and noses due to the shaking of the ground just now. After the aftermath, they couldn't help but cough. Merry Christmas? Maybe, but I'm unhappy and alone. Chapter 29 The Violent Gorilla, Part 2. The whole castle was shaking. Chowder and the others looked at the picture on the screen, unable to conceal their shock and completely stunned. Are these two guys still human beings? Chowder first came to his senses and said in disbelief. Xiu and Mai shook their heads and replied in unison, they should be monsters with human appearances. Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong took a few deep breaths and rested on the spot. The use of turtle-style qigong just now consumed all the energy in their bodies, and now their bodies were very exhausted. Feng Ziyi, Wukong, when did you learn turtle-style qigong? Bulma asked curiously. Feng Ziyi thought for a moment and replied truthfully, you will learn it after just one look. Me too. Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied after Feng Ziyi finished speaking. Bulma looked at the two of them as if they were aliens, and said in horror, are you really exaggerating? You learned it after just one look. Well, don't talk about this yet, let's escape from here first. Feng Ziyi changed the topic, glanced at the broken wall, and said slowly. Bulma nodded. Now was not the time to chat. Under the night, several people got out of the damaged hole one after another. What should we do now? Wolong asked. Of course we'll take back the Dragon Ball that belongs to us. Bulma said angrily. She was furious when she thought that the Dragon Ball she had worked so hard to find was taken away by others. Feng Ziyi interrupted at this time, there is also that monster named Chowder Rice. If I see this guy, I must treat him well. Wow, it's a full moon. Suddenly, Sun Wukong saw the bright full moon in the night sky and shouted loudly. Leaping glanced at the full moon and said disdainfully, isn't it just the full moon? What's all the fuss about? My grandpa said that every time the moon is full, a terrifying monster will appear, so I won't be allowed to go out when the moon is full. Sun Wukong couldn't help but said lonelily when he thought about living with his grandpa. Ha, don't worry, Wukong, no matter how strong the monster is, it can't beat you and Feng Ziyi. Bulma patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder and smiled. Sun Wukong raised his head and looked at the full moon in the sky. The moon in his sight became more and more enchanting. It felt very beautiful, and a strange sense of beauty invaded his mind. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's eyes changed, becoming violent and bloody, but no one noticed this. "Where is the chowder?" Feng Ziyi asked Bulma, the only one among them who knew where the chowder was. "That ugly monster is." Bulma's face changed halfway through his words, as if he had discovered something terrifying, and his eyes became horrifying. Feeling the change in Bulma's expression, Feng Ziyi and Leaping looked behind them, but Sun Wukong was the only one there. At this time, Sun Wukong burst out with a murderous desire that was different from usual. His whole mind was filled with negative emotions. His eyes were bloodshot, as if they were wild beasts. Roar! Sun Wukong roared in a low voice, his clothes suddenly torn apart, and a dangerous aura filled his whole body. The soft light of the moon shines on the earth and shines on Sun Wukong's body like a phosphorescent light. Sun Wukong roared repeatedly, and his body changed in an instant. His originally thin body made a click sound from his bones, and his body suddenly grew longer. And a layer of black hair appeared on his exposed skin. Sun Wukong's face was distorted and became ferocious and terrifying. His body continued to grow in size. Along with his hugeness, cracks appeared on the ground that were visible to the naked eye. Feng Ziyi picked up Bulma and informed Leaping, "Stay away first, it's too dangerous here." After saying that, several people used their fastest speed to escape to a safe location. "Wukong, he turned into a monster." Bulma looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief, and everyone felt worried. What happened to Sun Wukong? The outline of the monster gradually became clear in everyone's sight. A huge ape with a body size of 100 meters appeared in the wilderness. The violent ape beat its chest and roared repeatedly. It raised its hands and feet. The ground shook and sand and rocks flew. It was like the end of the world. Generally terrible. Everyone looked at the monster ape in horror, except for one person, Feng Ziyi. Staring at the ape in front of him, Feng Ziyi's eyes gradually turned from confusion to excitement, because in his eyes, there was a scarlet name on the ape's head, and the series behind the name followed the process of Sun Wukong's transformation into an ape continues to improve. Level 30, Level 35, Level 40, Level 45, Level 50, Level 55, Level 60. Level 60. Feng Ziyi gasped, her blood boiling for no apparent reason, and she clenched her fists excitedly, showing her eagerness to try. For Feng Ziyi, who longs for power, the level 60 boss in front of her is like a tonic pill. If he is defeated by him, the experience gained can at least upgrade Feng Ziyi to 2 levels. Chapter 30 The Blood Boils. Chowder felt that the castle was shaking, even more violently than before. The ceiling was falling off, and the instruments and arrangements in the room were in a mess. "What's going on?" Chowder said anxiously, holding on to the corner of the wall and barely steadying his body. Xiu and Mai hurriedly stood up and replied quickly, "King Chowder Rice, the circuits of all the instruments are now disconnected." Wait, what is that?" There was surprise in their eyes. It was like seeing something incredible. Chowder turned to look out the window and saw a huge black fist, carrying the whistling air, drawing a vague trajectory in mid-air, like a huge meteorite, crashing on the outer wall of the castle. Boom! The deafening sound reverberated between heaven and earth. Before Chowder and the others could react, they felt a shaking that was 10 times more ferocious than before. Immediately afterwards, the castle's solidity only lasted for a few seconds. After a devastating blow, below, the entire castle suddenly collapsed and scattered like a frail child. Chowder and the others didn't even have a chance to escape. They were buried in the rubble. The ferocious fists kept pounding down, and the steel and iron castle was instantly shattered. "Oh my God!" Bulma covered her mouth and couldn't help shouting in horror. "I saw the violent big ape, like a madman, constantly waving its huge fist. The fist blasted the castle into pieces within a few dozen meters with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The ape's behavior seems to be not just destruction, but a suppressed desire for destruction in his heart. Wherever it goes, there will be a mess. Perhaps in its eyes, everything is so fragile, and its blood-eating eyes reflect a chilling light. The high-frequency shaking of the ground made it difficult for people to stand still. Feng Ziyi supported Bulma, and leaping took care of several others. The flowing air was filled with the ape's murderous aura, which was a suffocating sense of oppression. Under the harsh moonlight, it looked like a picture of the return of the devil. The ape seemed to be tired of the destruction and stopped its wanton attacks. His bloody eyes turned to face Feng Ziyi's direction. Everyone secretly said, "No." The ape actually quickly approached their position, and the distance shortened by dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. "You guys find a safe place to hide first, this blame belongs to me," Feng Ziyi said in a cold voice. Feng Ziyi slowly lowered the sickle on his back, the expression on his face became solemn, and an amazing momentum burst out from his body. Bulma worriedly said, "Feng Ziyi, you should still stay with us." "Shut up! Bulma, you will never understand how excited and happy I am now to meet such a powerful monster." At this moment, Feng Ziyi's excited look matched Bulma's face. The horror was in sharp contrast. Ignoring Bulma's astonished expression, Feng Ziyi moved his feet, and like a purple electric light, he ran through the dust and arrived in front of the ape in an instant. Roar! 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 The ape beat his chest crazily with his fists, and his blood-red eyes fell on Feng Ziyi. Feng Ziyi stared at the ape, and had to say that admiring it at such a close distance was like hovering on the edge of death. The huge body was like a mountain, and Feng Ziyi looked extremely small in front of the ape, seemingly powerless to fight back. A bright smile hung on his face. Looking at the huge ape, Feng Ziyi actually started to tremble. He was not trembling because of fear, but because Feng Ziyi could not control the excitement in his heart. As a monster, your duty is only to turn it into experience. Feng Ziyi's tongue licked the corners of his dry mouth. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net raised the sickle in his hand, pointed it at the ape, and laughed wildly. The ape seemed to understand what Feng Ziyi said. To it, this was undoubtedly a naked provocation. With a roar, the ape swung its arms, twisted the surrounding air with its huge fist, and smashed ferociously towards Feng Ziyi. Feng Ziyi dodged sideways, and the fist that could break the mountain fell directly with a bang. Looking at it, the ground where Feng Ziyi stayed just now was filled with cracks. Feng Ziyi used his speed advantage to get behind the ape. Just when he raised his sickle and planned to chop it down, the ape seemed to have expected it. It suddenly twisted its body and fixed its brutal gaze on Feng Ziyi's body. The long tail was like a thunderbolt, penetrating through the air barrier and slamming into Feng Ziyi's body. Cough, spitting out a cloud of blood, Feng Ziyi's body was like a kite with its string broken. Under the heavy blow, the whole person flew backwards. The ape roared again and again, seemingly not intending to let Feng Ziyi go. Its running body caused the earth to tremble, and it reached the position where Feng Ziyi landed at an astonishing speed. As soon as Feng Ziyi woke up from his dizziness, he felt a large shadow covering him, and the ape's giant foot stepped on Feng Ziyi like a mountain. Feng Ziyi! Bulma and his companions shouted worriedly when they saw this scene, their faces turned pale. The ape's feet were as heavy as tens of thousands of kilograms of boulders. Feng Ziyi was suffering in heartbreaking pain, blood was constantly flowing out of the corners of his mouth, and his face was as ugly as a blank sheet of paper. Feng Ziyi gritted his teeth, blood blurring his face. Because he was enduring tremendous pain, his nails dug into his flesh, and he reluctantly said, "No, don't, come here. It's a holiday, haha, it's such a joy." Chapter 31 Big Reversal. Feeling the life-threatening pressure on his body, Feng Ziyi knew that if he continued like this, he might be trampled to death by an ape. Sweat dripped down her face, and Feng Ziyi forced herself to hold on, looking for a way to escape. For Feng Ziyi, every second now is very difficult for him to live. Damn it! Feng Ziyi groaned, and suddenly his eyes flickered, as if he remembered something. The next moment, his entire figure suddenly disappeared under the ape's feet. Bulma took in the scene in front of him with surprised eyes and asked doubtfully, "Where's Feng Ziyi?" Like Bulma, the others were all doubtful and curious, and they all had the idea of where Feng Ziyi had gone. "Look there!" Palu, who was floating in the air, pointed behind the ape and saw a tiny fly dancing in the wind. Oolong was surprised. "Isn't this my transformation technique?" "Transformation technique?" Bulma said softly, taking a look at the fly that was not easy to detect. It was hard to imagine that it turned out to be Feng Zi's transformation. Seeing that it had lost its target, the ferocious ape couldn't help but get angry. Its huge body kept shaking, and its fists and feet hit the surrounding ground. Dust suddenly rose everywhere, shocking the earth, and the air was filled with a grey color. Feng Ziyi used the transformation technique she got from Wolong to transform into the tiny fly she was now. She took advantage of the fly's body dexterity to escape from the ape's feet. Under the ape's wanton destruction, cracks appeared on the ground, like spider webs, and were still spreading. Feng Ziyi returned to her original appearance from a fly and appeared in everyone's sight again. The ape seemed to feel it too. His cold eyes focused on Feng Zi's frail figure, and he let out a wild roar from his mouth, as if to release the pent-up anger in his heart. Maybe apes are not as rational as humans, but what they rely on is that destructive fist. Boom! 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 The swift fist caused shock in the air, quickly leaving a huge deep hole where Feng Ziyi had just dodged. The ape's kicks and fists were the most terrifying weapons. Roaring sounds sounded one after another, and the dazzling offensive was filled with the baptism of death. Looking from a distance, the ape launched an attack that would not kill anyone, but Feng Zi's figure would narrowly avoid it every time when the fist fell, shocking Bulma and others. Feng Zi's figure has not been on the ground since just now, staying for more than 1 second. There was no other reason. Now that he was in disparity in strength, he could only choose to use his speed to dodge the ape's ferocious attack. Only Feng Ziyi, who was involved, could understand the thrill of this process. "We can't go on like this. We have to find a way to find its flaws as a breakthrough point." Her physical strength gradually declined. Feng Ziyi dodged the ape's attacks while analyzing the ape's flaws. Feng Ziyi has a unique analytical ability. Although his body is constantly moving, his eyes are fixed on the ape's body. By the way, this ape was transformed from Wukong. Maybe Wukong's weakness is the weakness of this monster. Feng Ziyi figured this out, and couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and such memory fragments appeared in his mind. "Wukong, why do you have a tail?" Feng Ziyi asked. After Sun Wukong heard Feng Zi's question, he couldn't think about it and said, "My deceased grandfather told me that when I was born, I had a tail." "Oh." Out of curiosity, Feng Ziyi stretched out her hand while Sun Wukong turned around, and grabbed the furry monkey tail. "Ah! Feng Ziyi, you reading www.yuyuganshu.net, what are you doing?" Sun Wukong jumped out a few meters away under reflex, showing that he was very afraid of others grabbing his tail. Feng Ziyi smiled and said, "You care about your tail, don't you? Well, as long as others grab my tail, I will have no strength." Sun Wukong explained. Feng Ziyi was silent for a moment, then said, "In this case, why not blow it up and eat it?" Guarding his tail vigilantly, Sun Wukong flew out of Feng Zi's sight. Feng Ziyi glanced at the ape's thick and long tail and thought to herself, "Yes, that's its tail." Thinking of this, Feng Ziyi increased her speed to reach, and her whole body was like a purple whirlwind, hitting the side of the ape's body. The ape's eyes burst out with a frightening fierce light. What made it angry was that this human was like a rabbit, only running away, leaving it no chance to succeed. Roar! The ape's strong body suddenly twisted in front of Feng Ziyi. Feng Ziyi smiled strangely. When the center of the ape's body was focused in his direction, Feng Zi's feet moved. Because the speed was so fast, it actually left a blurry afterimage on the ground. The ape's fists clenched together and fell directly to the ground like a thunderous tsunami, hitting Feng Ziyi, who was standing motionless. Boom! There was a harsh explosion, and the fist with tens of thousands of kilograms of force penetrated directly into the ground. After moving his fist away, the monkey was slightly startled because he didn't feel the pleasure of his fist hitting the human body. Go to hell! A cold shout arose, and Feng Ziyi's figure suddenly appeared behind the ape. Before the ape could react, he grabbed its half-meter-thick tail with both hands. Chapter 32 Summoning the Dragon. The situation suddenly reversed. Almost everyone saw an incredible scene and were stunned by the current situation. The moment Feng Ziyi grabbed the ape's tail, the corners of his mouth curved, and his entire expression instantly became ferocious. At this time, the veins on Feng Ziyi's forehead were throbbing, and the muscles all over his body swelled rapidly, bursting out with a majestic aura. The moment the ape was caught by the tail, all the strength in his body disappeared strangely, like a deflated balloon with an empty skin. Taking a deep breath, Feng Ziyi concentrated all the explosive power in his hands. Suddenly, Feng Ziyi shouted and threw the ape's body connected to its tail. The ape's huge body, which was comparable to a mountain, seemed to be unable to feel its weight in Feng Ziyi's hands, and it danced easily. Boom! The ape's body was like a rock collapse, and it was hit hard on the ground. The entire ground was dented due to the terrifying weight of its body. Feng Ziyi firmly grasped the tail and swung it with all his strength. The ape's body drew afterimages in mid-air, and continued to bombard the ground with the help of the inertia brought by the rotation. The biting wind, the piercing screams, and the violent vibrations made Feng Ziyi like a bloodthirsty demon. The ape's tail refused to let go, ignoring the dissuasion of Bulma and others. Feng Ziyi was immersed in torture. In the strange pleasure, he smashed the huge ape to the ground. Blood dyed the ground around Feng Ziyi red, and there were many large and small wounds on the ape's body. Feng Ziyi was smiling, and a cruel smile occupied his delicate face. Bulma saw that Feng Ziyi had not stopped, so he said anxiously, "Stop fighting. Feng Ziyi, if this ape dies, Wukong will not be able to come back." Wukong. His eyes changed, and the expression on Feng Ziyi's face gradually softened. Following the force of inertia, Feng Ziyi released the tail in her hand, and the ape's body flew out like a kite with its string broken. Quietly closing her eyes, Feng Ziyi tried her best to restrain her desire to fight. The moment she opened her eyes that were originally filled with murderous intent gradually became clearer. The ape fainted when it was smashed out, its huge body began to shrink, and finally disappeared from the dusty sight. Experience plus 300. Just as Feng Ziyi gasped, an additional reminder appeared in his mind. Upgrade. Upgrade. 2 more pleasant system prompts appeared in succession, and then golden light overflowed, bathing Feng Ziyi's tired body in the bright light. Feng Ziyi had the urge to moan. The wounds on her body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her physical strength, which had hit rock bottom, was also rapidly recovering. The muscles all over Feng Ziyi's body became more and more obvious. They were lines and edges full of beauty. Feng Ziyi felt that surging strength and amazing qi emerged from his body, which was completely different from the previous feeling. It was like the difference between an old man and a strong man. It was a leap in level. Feng Ziyi, are you injured? Li Ping's eyes widened, looking at Feng Ziyi who had no scars except for the damaged clothes, and said in disbelief. Feng Ziyi smiled and said solemnly, I have nothing to do, so I'd better go see Wukong first. Everyone nodded and ran to where the ape fell before Feng Ziyi. Feng Ziyi randomly found a piece of clothing from the car and put it on. Feng Ziyi picked up his own sickle from the ruins and slowly walked towards Bulma and others. How is Wukong? Feng Ziyi couldn't help but worry as she watched the naked Wukong fall to the ground. Bulma glanced at son Wukong and said with a wry smile, he is asleep. Feng Ziyi smiled hee, looked at Sun Wukong, and said, "Dinner is ready." Sun Wukong suddenly woke up from his sleep. After standing up, he grinned and shouted, "I'm hungry, where is the food?" Seeing Wukong's funny expression, everyone couldn't help laughing. "Ah, you reading www.yuyuganshu.net, where are the clothes on my body? And why did this place become so shabby?" Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion and asked a series of questions. The few of them looked at each other, found a random excuse to cover up the fact that Wukong had turned into a monster, and smoothed it over. "Buma, is it night now?" Feng Ziyi felt that the sky suddenly became cloudy and couldn't help but asked strangely. Bulma also felt a strange atmosphere, and saw streaks of lightning cutting through the sky like sharp blades. The sound of thunder rumbled into my ears, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. Without any warning, a circling giant blue dragon appeared in the clouds. This giant green dragon has scales all over its body, a pair of horns on its head, and its whiskers several meters long dancing in the wind. Its hazy blood-colored eyes overlook the earth, and its whole body is shrouded in a mysterious and holy light. "Is this a divine dragon?" Bulma blurted out in surprise. Li Pingzhen said in shock, "Is this the dragon?" Chowder looked at the dragon in front of him and smiled very proudly. As expected of the king of Chowder Rice, he can be so despicable. Xiu and Mai complimented. That's right, the three Chowders were not dead. Instead, they secretly gathered the 7 dragon balls together while Bulma and others were focusing their attention on the ape. Despicable. After hearing this, Chowder Rice punched both of his men on the head. "Human beings who have gathered the 7 dragon balls, please tell your wishes now. No matter what your wish is, I can make it come true for you." A gloomy voice echoed between heaven and earth. This voice came from hovering above the 9 heavens. In the mouth of Shen Long. Looking at the computer screen, Sui Hua's eyes hurt. Chapter 33 Mission accomplished, Great Harvest. Chowder looked at the dragon in the sky, with excitement on his brows. He coughed a few times and said, "Shen Long, I want to be the leader of this world." Halfway through Chowder's words, he saw a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. This person was Feng Ziyi, who arrived in time. Chowder was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Looking at Feng's ferocious appearance, Chowder thought of the monster Xin's behavior on the screen, and a wisp of sweat streaked down his forehead and down his cheek. Feng Ziyi said with a cold face, "I've wanted to beat you up for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, an enlarging fist appeared in Chowder's sight. The next moment, Chowder fell to the ground before he could scream. "King of Chowder Rice!" Xiu and Mai looked at the Chowder Rice that fell on the ground and said in fear. Feng Ziyi glanced at the two of them and said, "You are guilty." In an instant, Feng Ziyi didn't hesitate at all. Regardless of whether the opponent was a woman or not, just a simple straight punch sent the two of them flying. "Feng Ziyi, luckily we caught up." Bulma and others ran over from a distance, looking at the unconscious Chowder on the ground, they all breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the dragon in the sky seemed to have a human nature and said in an impatient tone, "Say your wish." Everyone present was silent. Bulma frowned and said to Feng Ziyi and others, "What should we do now?" Everyone was embarrassed. Who should be allowed to realize their wishes now? "Why don't we decide with rock, scissors, and paper?" Leaping suggested after glancing at the silent crowd. In desperation, Bulma had no choice but to nod and agreed, "It seems like this is the way it is." What are those rocks, scissors, and cloth? Also, what do we have to decide?" Feng Ziyi couldn't help but be confused while listening to the conversation between the two. Bulma smiled bitterly and explained to Feng Ziyi. Next, several people started the rock, scissors, and paper game to decide who would make a wish to the dragon. "Rock, scissors, paper." Several people said at the same time, showing their hands together. Leaping looked at everyone's outstretched hands, compared them, and said in surprise, "Damn it, this can't be possible. I saw that Bulma, Palu, and Oolong, including Leaping, all chose to play cloth, but only Sun Wukong and Feng Ziyi, two rookies who had just learned how to play, played scissors. What a piece of luck, it's you two," Bulma said in frustration. Next, Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong once again used rock, scissors, and paper to decide who would make a wish. In the end, Feng Ziyi's luck broke out and she defeated Sun Wukong. "Feng Ziyi, you're so lucky," several people said with jealousy. Feng Ziyi smiled hee, shrugged and said, "No way, my luck value may be higher." While joking, the dragon in the clouds puffed out smoke proudly and urged for the third time, "Say your wish." Feng Ziyi stared at Shenlong, and everyone focused their attention on Feng Ziyi to see what kind of wish this weird guy would make. "I want to level up 100 levels in a row," Feng Ziyi said solemnly, not at all like he was joking. Bulma dissuaded, "Hey, Feng Ziyi, you have to think clearly. If you make wishes so randomly, you might as well give it to me." Yes, give us the opportunity," Oolong and others agreed. "Don't make any noise. Shut up," Feng Ziyi ordered coldly. Shenlong was silent for a moment and then said, "This wish exceeds my limits, so I can't let you achieve it." "Oh." Feng Ziyi seemed to have expected this a long time ago, and said to himself, "It seems that to become stronger, you still need your own efforts." Feng Ziyi raised her eyes to look at Shenlong and said again, "Then, give me a bouquet of flowers." "What?" everyone present said in unison, with surprise written on everyone's face. They had guessed it countless times, but they never expected that it would be such an amazing wish. Shenlong responded in a deep voice, "I can make this wish come true for you." After a few seconds of pause, Shenlong continued, "The wish has been fulfilled. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. It's time for me to leave." In vain, thunder surged, and a dazzling light flashed from the location of the dragon, lighting up the night sky. The next moment, Shenlong's body turned into 7 beams of light, spreading all over the world. "The mission has been completed, get the mission reward, experience plus 200. Get the skill, Spiral Aura, get the skill, Inch Fist, get the life skill, Medical skill." Reminders popped up in Feng Ziyi's mind one after another. Because of the experience rewarded by the system, Feng Ziyi just upgraded from level 8 to level 9. What does this mean? In other words, according to the level conversion of 1:6, the current Feng Ziyi can at least resist level 54 monsters. After the golden light passed, Feng Ziyi's face was filled with joy. He clearly felt that his current strength was like a river turning into a sea. It was definitely a substantial improvement. This was undoubtedly the biggest improvement for Feng Ziyi, who longed for power. Pursuit. Has a skill, Spiral Aura. The condensed chi is generated into a spiral-shaped aura, causing the enemy to suffer a large area of damage. Has a skill, Kun Fist, masters dark energy. Through physical contact, he can introduce chi into the opponent's body, causing a certain degree of internal injury. Life skills, medical skills, talent commission in medical skills, possessing the perception of medical aspects. Skills are what Feng Ziyi wants most besides upgrading, because during the battle, without the use of skills, it will be difficult to bring out all the strength. But right now, the 3 skills rewarded by the system are like providing timely help for Feng Ziyi, who has few tricks. Feng Ziyi smiled, and the smile was extremely bright. It seemed that not rejecting Bulma was the right choice, because this Dragon Ball mission gave him a bumper harvest. Chapter 34 Friendship. "Hey, you idiot, you actually made a wish for flowers to Shenlong!" Bulma shouted loudly, because in her opinion, Feng Ziyi's wish was a complete waste. Like Bulma, Leaping, and others showed the same hatred, and they all blamed Feng Ziyi for not asking Shenlong for something more real. Feng Ziyi looked at the bouquet of flowers she held in her hand. They were enchanting roses, with a rich fragrance exuding from the flowers. In fact, for Feng Ziyi, making a wish to Shenlong doesn't matter any wish. What he really values is the reward of this mission, not some illusory wishes. Walking straight towards Bulma, Feng Ziyi handed the flowers in her hand to Bulma, and then said, don't you want me to give you flowers? Ah! Bulma let out a light sigh, and then her face turned red. An ambiguous scene could not help but appear in her mind. Could it be that Feng Ziyi really fell in love with herself? Bulma held the flowers and said shyly, "Idiot, what I want is youth. As for this bouquet of flowers, I will accept it first." Suddenly, Bulma discovered that Feng Ziyi didn't pay attention to her, but was muttering something in the corner with Sun Wukong. "Feng Ziyi, do you also like that kind of thing?" Sun Wukong looked at the flowers in Bulma's hands curiously and asked Feng Ziyi. Feng Ziyi was silent for a while, then replied, "I'll give her something like this to make her happy. Maybe we can have enough to eat in the future, and this woman may be less troublesome." "Oh!" Sun Wukong nodded clearly. "Feng Ziyi, you stinky guy, damn it!" Bulma listened to the conversation between the two, and the expression on his face became ugly, and he killed towards Feng Ziyi like a devil. Ha ha ha! Leaping, Oolong and others laughed while holding their stomachs. This trip to the Dragon Ball may not have fulfilled their grandiose wishes, but at least it made them friends from strangers. Next to the bonfire, the red firelight shone on everyone's face. Feng Ziyi and others sat down around the fire lit by branches. In the cold night, they did not feel the chill at all. "This rabbit is mine. Lend me a bite, just take a bite." Sun Wukong and Feng Ziyi seemed to have never been idle. They saw the two of them fighting for a roasted rabbit in their hands. "Rabbit!" Bulma smiled and said to the two of them, "You two, stop making trouble. When we return to Zidu, I will treat you two to food for 100 people. Bulma, I'm leaving tomorrow." Sun Wukong stopped what he was doing and said slowly. Before Bulma could speak, Feng Ziyi asked first, "Where are you going?" Both he and Bulma knew Sun Wukong's origins. After thinking about it, Sun Wukong seemed to have no place except the deep mountain where he was brought out. "Good to go. I have already thought about it. After finding the 7 Dragon Balls, in order to become stronger, I want to go to Grandpa Turtle Immortal to practice." Sun Wukong put all the plans in his mind out. "Ah? Wukong, do you really want to go to the old man SE to practice? He will definitely teach you bad things, so you should go to Zidu with me to live." Bulma felt uncomfortable all over when he thought of the appearance of Turtle Immortal SE Mimi. He advised worriedly. Sun Wukong insisted, "In order to become stronger than Feng Ziyi, I must go to the Turtle Immortal house to practice hard. By the way, Feng Ziyi, you come with me too." "No interest, I still like to practice in my own way." Feng Ziyi simply replied. Sun Wukong said "Oh," and suddenly, as if he thought of something, he shouted loudly, "Ah! Where is that rabbit? I ate you!" Feng Ziyi wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth and said with a smile. Bulma ignored the two playful people and said to the others, leaping, "Wolong, Palu, you won't refuse my invitation, right? Palu and I have nowhere else to go for the time being, so let's go to Zidu for a walk." Leaping replied, and Oolong beside him also decided to go to Zidu to see the charm of the metropolis. "Well, Feng Ziyi, where is yours?" Bulma asked. Feng Ziyi thought for a moment and replied, "Then I'll go to Zidu too, but you have to be responsible for my food and help me attract monsters." Everyone was speechless for a while. Feng Ziyi would always be an alien-like existence in their minds. "Okay, that means, except for Wukong, everyone is going to Zidu." Bulma said happily, and everyone except Sun Wukong nodded. In the night, everyone sang songs, talked and laughed, and spent a cheerful night. They met because of Dragon Ball, and also formed a deep friendship because of Dragon Ball. Chapter 35 Job Change. Zidu, Bulma's home. Feng Ziyi, don't you ever have to practice? Bulma asked doubtfully when he saw that Feng Ziyi fought every day and seemed to have never practiced. Feng Ziyi held a large capacity drink in her hand and drank it all into her stomach. Gudu, gudu. After hearing Bulma's question, she replied, as long as there are monsters in this world, I will continue to become stronger. Bulma sighed helplessly. Feng Zi's answer was just as she expected. Whenever she asked him something, she would use words she didn't know to explain herself. Bulma glanced at the date on the calendar, seemed to have thought of something, and said, by the way, let me tell you, my parents will be back today. Feng Ziyi said carelessly, shook the empty drink bottle, and said to Bulma, where did Leaping and the others go? They went out to play and will be back later. Feng Ziyi, don't you have any interest in anything other than fighting? Bulma asked. Feng Ziyi shook his head and said, fighting with other things is not as interesting as fighting. Bulma, help me carry the refrigerator over. Go to hell. Bulma rolled his eyes at Feng Ziyi and said angrily. At this time, a servant ran over and said to Bulma, Miss, Master, and the others are back. Oh, dear, little boomer, we are back. A beautifully dressed woman put down her luggage and picked up Bulma and said. Bulma squeezed out of the woman's arms and said coquettishly, Mom, you are still the same. This woman was Bulma's mother, but beside her was a middle-aged man with grey hair. Hey, don't block the door yet. Let's go in first. The person who spoke was the middle-aged man, the president of Universal Enterprises and a world-renowned great inventor. Bulma gave instructions to the servants, and the luggage was handed over to them. The mother and daughter walked upstairs while talking. At this time, Feng Ziyi was rummaging through the refrigerator for food, with a piece of bread in his mouth. This image was really not flattering. Who is he? Bulma's parents were surprised when they saw the unfamiliar Feng Ziyi. Bulma glanced at Feng Ziyi angrily, and then shouted, Hey, Feng Ziyi, can you stop eating? His name is Feng Ziyi, he is a friend I made, a guy who is very good at fighting. Bulma introduced when Feng Ziyi stopped. Feng Ziyi glanced at Bulma's parents and said, Hello. Wow, handsome guy, are you interested in dating me? Bulma's mother said happily after seeing Feng Zi's face. Feng Ziyi wondered, a date? What is that? The two of us sat together under the bright sunshine, drinking red wine and eating Western food. Before she could finish her words, Feng Ziyi interrupted her and said eagerly, Does the Western food taste good? Let's go on a date. Bulma's father and Bulma looked at each other and smiled bitterly. A month later, Leaping, Wolong and others watched the comedy on TV and laughed from time to time. Feng Ziyi fell on the sofa and said boredly, Damn it, there is no strange thing. It would be strange if there are so many perverts like you. Bulma said with his eyes fixed on the TV without looking back. Feng Ziyi glanced at the people who were watching with great interest and said, You guys continue, I'm going to find the monster. While they were focusing on the TV, Feng Ziyi opened the refrigerator door, picked up a handful of food and ran downstairs. This is already the food in the 6th refrigerator he has come to Bulma's house and eaten up. It's boring. Feng Ziyi wandered around the spacious courtyard of Bulma's house, and with a casual glance, he found a place where many people seemed to be on guard all the time. In Bulma's father's laboratory, at this time, he was inventing a robot for daily use. He was sweating profusely because of exhaustion. Hey, uncle, is this interesting? A sudden voice sounded, and Bulma's father was startled. Generally speaking, outsiders were prohibited from entering and exiting this laboratory. He looked at the visitor in surprise. Feng Ziyi was seen lying on a table, looking at the work in his hands, showing great interest. Feng Ziyi, why are you here? The guards didn't stop you from coming in. Bulma's father wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked doubtfully. Feng Ziyi took out a bottle of drink from his clothes and handed it to Bulma's father, and replied, "I'm just a little curious, so I came in to take a look. As for those guys who were not monsters but were turned into monsters by me, let me climb down." Bulma's father had long heard Bulma mention that Feng Ziyi was an extremely violent guy, and now it turned out to be true. "Are you interested in this?" Bulma's father pointed at the work at hand and asked Feng Ziyi with a smile. Feng Ziyi was silent for a moment and nodded. Boomer's father hesitated and said, "Then you can learn mechanical development with me." The next moment, a sudden reminder sounded in Feng Ziyi's mind: "You have triggered the job transfer task and obtained the professional qualification, mechanic." Chapter 36 Spiral Aura. A year has passed in a hurry. As a metropolis on Earth, Zidu often attracts the favor of some criminals, and incidents of various sizes occur almost every day. Buzz, 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 the siren sounded, and police cars arriving one after another stopped on the roadside. Passers-by stopped one after another and stood aside to watch the excitement. Suddenly, noisy discussions started one after another. The leading policeman raised his loudspeaker and shouted, "Don't move, we are the guards of Zidu. Put down your weapons, otherwise we will use force to solve the problem." I saw the door of a luxury jewelry store being pushed open, and a group of armed robbers laughed wildly after hearing the police's advice, completely ignoring the police who were responsible for public security. "If you don't want to die, get out of the way," the leader of the bandit gang threatened in a cold voice. After saying that, he raised the machine gun in his hand and pointed it at the sky, firing continuously. "Burst, burst, burst. Demonstrate to the police." The robbers' behavior immediately caused panic among the citizens, and the piercing screams echoed in the streets. When the leader of the robbers saw the result he expected, he laughed wildly, and the robbers beside him also laughed in response. The policemen hiding behind the car looked at each other. A colleague who looked older than the policeman said, "What should I do? This group of robbers has very strong firepower. It would be bad if the safety of the citizens is involved. Let's obey them first and make way for them." The policeman who heard this said helplessly. Just when the robbers were proudly watching these cowardly policemen cower, a purple electric light flashed out from the crowd and quickly ran towards the location of the robbers. "What is that?" a robber asked in surprise. A blurry image appeared in his sight. Before the robber could react, he opened his mouth wide and fell to the ground. "What's going on?" When the police in the distance saw this scene, they had the same expression of disbelief on their faces as the surprised robbers. The purple figure shuttled among the gangs of robbers. Every time it stopped, it would knock down a robber. It was like a ghost and no trace could be caught. "Damn it, shoot me," the bandit leader ordered loudly, and the remaining men immediately took action and fired almost blindly around them. There were constant shouts of grabbing, and the deadly tongues of fire were shooting wildly. On the face of each robber, there was a ferocious look of not caring about human life. The scene suddenly became chaotic, and the onlookers could not help but run for their lives in all directions, while the police had to take measures to maintain the chaotic order. The robbers' actions may have had an effect. No one fell down anymore. All the robbers burst out laughing arrogantly, and the machine guns in their hands sprayed wantonly. In vain, the purple figure stayed in place, his appearance clearly reflected in the sights of the robbers and police. I saw the person coming, with a head of broken purple hair, a delicate face, and a pair of sharp eyes. A strange light shone between his eyebrows, giving people a sense of intimidation. "Damn it, it turns out he's a kid." The leading robber spat on the ground, glanced at the purple-haired young man angrily, and then ordered his men, "Look out for me and shoot him." After saying that, the robber looked at the purple-haired young man. The machine gun in his hand was pointed in the direction of the young man, shooting wildly. For a time, gunpowder smoke filled the air, and bullets surrounded the young man. Almost everyone did not think that anyone could survive in this situation. A few minutes passed, and the silence was terrifying. The air was filled with suffocating chills. Whether it was the robbers, the police, or the citizens, they all saw an incredible sight. The purple-haired young man was not dead, and there was not even a speck of dust on his body. The ground was filled with bullets emitting white smoke. One of the robbers' subordinates tried to shoot again, but only the sound of an empty barrel was left. He couldn't help but said in horror, "Boss, there are no more bullets." "Monster, this guy is not a human being," the bandit leader said in fear. He felt his body trembling and a layer of goosebumps appeared on his skin. This was the first time he met someone who was not afraid of bullets. If not, to explain this phenomenon, Yu reading www.uuganshu.net can only say that the other party is a monster. The purple-haired young man sneered, "I'm very happy to meet you today. You turned out to be the monster I was looking for so hard." No one understood what the word the young man meant, but like the robber, they all regarded the purple-haired young man as a monster. Abruptly, the purple-haired young man pointed a finger at the location of the robber. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, a touch of cruelty was written on his face, and he uttered 5 words, "Spiral aura, open." Only the purple-haired young man's finger was visible. Suddenly a red light burst out, and the bright red light seemed to make the air tremble. The next moment, the red light formed a circle of threads where the robber was. The group of robbers first felt the ground shaking, and the strong sense of oppression made their bodies feel as painful as being torn apart. Then, the whirls gradually became apparent, and the robbers screamed uncontrollably. After the screams, almost instantly, all the clothes on all the robbers were gone. There were countless bloody wounds on their naked bodies. Their wounds were even bleeding after they fell to the ground. The purple-haired young man smiled, and his smile was so bright that it made all the people watching feel creepy for no reason. Ignoring everyone's astonishment, the purple-haired young man walked straight towards the police and said softly, "Next time if there is such a good thing, remember to find me." After a long time, when the policeman came to his senses, the purple-haired young man had already walked away. The policeman picked up the loudspeaker beside him and shouted, "Your name is Feng Ziai." A voice floated in the distance, and the figure of the purple-haired young man gradually disappeared at the end of the street. "Well, the weather in Harbin is really not flattering. I catch a cold almost every winter and feel depressed." Chapter 37 The #1 martial arts club in the world. "Hey, Feng Ziai, where were you just now?" Bulma, with long blue hair, asked Feng Ziai beside him on the busy street. Feng Ziai smiled and replied, "It's nothing, I just killed a few monsters." "You're doing this old thing again. You're indispensable in every fight," Bulma said helplessly. "Oh, as long as there are monsters in this world, I will fight them," Feng Ziai replied in an indifferent tone. "Hey, I really can't help but see that a fighting maniac like you is actually a genius in mechanical research." When Bulma said this, he remembered that about a year ago, his father ran up to her excitedly, "Unusually seriously speaking, Feng Ziai is a rare genius, his talent even exceeds yours." For a year, Feng Ziai searched for monsters to level up, but the progress was very slow. All the monsters she came into contact with during the year were some low-level monsters, and none of them exceeded level 30. So now Feng Ziai has only upgraded 1 level, reaching level 10. The rest of the time, Feng Ziai hung out with Bulma's father and learned about mechanics. This was Feng Zi's second hobby besides fighting. Feng Ziai held the big and small packages for Bulma, and the two of them were talking and laughing, just like a couple. "By the way, Feng Ziai, there is one thing you are sure to be interested in." Bulma seemed to have thought of something and said mysteriously to Feng Ziai. Feng Ziai glanced at Bulma in confusion and asked, "Is it because the food tonight is particularly delicious?" Bulma was speechless for a moment and explained, "Idiot, I know that you are a guy who only eats and fights. Let me tell you, do you know the #1 martial arts club in the world? The best martial arts club in the world?" Feng Ziai repeated, then shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand. The world's #1 martial arts club gathers from all over the world. Competitions between martial arts masters and fighters are somewhat similar to the ring competitions you have in the entertainment city. However, the difference between the two is that the former is just a small-scale black boxing event, while the latter but in large-scale competitions that attract worldwide attention. Both the participants and the scale are beyond your imagination. The winner will not only get the title of #1 in the world, but also a generous bonus. Feng Ziyi looked happy and said excitedly, "In other words, there are many, many monsters for me to fight." "Ahem, you can understand it that way," Bulma said with a wry smile. "Then when will I go to that martial arts meeting?" Feng Ziyi suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked. Bulma smiled and said, "You also have times when you are anxious. The best martial arts in the world is held every 3 years, and this year happens to be the triennial event. I received a call from Wukong yesterday, and Wukong told me that he would also participate in this competition. Besides Wukong, there is also Leaping. This guy has been training just to beat you and wash away the shame of being knocked unconscious." Feng Ziyi said "Oh," and said in a deep voice, "Bulma, I can't wait to participate in this martial arts competition. In order to ensure my health before the competition, can you add a little more to my daily meal?" "Go to hell!" Bulma pinched Feng Ziyi hard with both hands, but Feng Ziyi was still smiling and didn't feel any pain at all. Papaya Island, as the venue for the world's best martial arts tournament, is also a beautiful tourist attraction. Feng Ziyi and his group, who had just gotten off the plane, looked at the crowded crowd in front of them, looking around for something. "Bulma, are you sure Wukong and the others are waiting for us?" Leaping, who was dressed in casual clothes, cut off his long hair and kept his hair short, looking wild and unruly. Bulma looked down at the watch on his hand, raised his head and said, "They should have arrived earlier than us. Remember to say it was an earlier flight than us." "Oh, but there are so many people, where can we find them?" Leaping asked. At this time, piercing screams broke out from a dense crowd. "Rogue!" A woman's cry came into my ears, and I saw a bright red palm print on the face of a wretched old man. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Came immortal. Bulma and others couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. This perverted old man still couldn't change his nature. After approaching Kame Sennin, Bulma greeted him, "Long time no see, Kame Sennin." Turtle Immortal covered the side of his face, and through his sunglasses, he saw that the person coming was Bulma, so he said enthusiastically, "Long time no see, are you the little girl named Bulma? Well, for more than a year, you in addition to becoming beautiful, this figure." "Shut up, you old pervert, you are still so dirty. By the way, where is Wukong?" Bulma scolded angrily at first, then found out that Sun Wukong was not there and asked doubtfully. "He and Klin went to the bathroom and will be back soon." As soon as Kame Sennin finished speaking, he saw Sun Wukong and a bald boy running over from a distance. "Hey, Bulma, Feng Ziyi, Leaping!" Sun Wukong shouted happily, and Bulma and others had smiles on their faces. Feng Ziyi stared at the number displayed on Sun Wukong's head and was stunned. For no other reason, Sun Wukong's level was clearly 55. And the bald boy next to him actually reached level 41. "Feng Ziyi, what's wrong with you?" Bulletin Ma asked concerned when he saw Feng Ziyi staring blankly in front of him. Feng Ziyi came back to her senses and responded, "It's nothing." An idea came to her mind. Could it be that practicing and fighting monsters can also gain experience and level up? At first, Feng Ziyi was a little surprised when she saw Leaping's level rising. Leaping's strength actually increased from the initial level 20 to level 33. Feng Ziyi, who didn't take it seriously at first, suddenly woke up when she saw Sun Wukong in front of her. Maybe the combination of cultivation and monster fighting is the way to go. This is the first update today. I'm quite tired. Sui Hoa will take a rest today. Chapter 38 Preliminary Round. Came Senin pointed at the bald boy and introduced, "This boy and Wukong are both my disciples. His name is Clin." Clin bowed first and said politely, "Hello everyone, my name is Clin, please take care of me." "Hello, my name is Bulma." "My name is Leaping." "My name is Feng Ziai." Bulma glanced at everyone, and then said, "Now that everyone is here, let's go to the competition office to register." "Wait a minute, there's still one person who hasn't arrived yet," Turtle Immortal said. At this time, a woman with long black hair trotted over from a distance. It must be said that this woman's appearance was no less than Bulma. At a glance, she belonged to the gentle type of a bird. "This beautiful lady's name is Lang Chi, hee. Turtle Immortal introduced with a smile. Lang Chi greeted everyone softly, "Hello, everyone. Old man, where did you kidnap this beauty?" Bulma glared at Turtle Immortal and scolded him. Turtle Immortal smiled bitterly and said, "You only saw the superficial things, not the real side." At the same time as Turtle Immortal said this, Clin nodded in agreement, as if this man named Lonky was extremely dangerous. Woman. The registration office is located at a large temple on Papaya Island. 2 staff members were sitting at the eye-catching door, and a long queue formed in front of them. It was crowded with people who came to register for the competition. There were at least several hundred people waiting to register. After waiting for nearly half an hour, it was finally Feng Zi's turn. "Please complete this form," the staff member said in a formal manner, then took out a piece of paper from the drawer and handed it to Feng Zi. Feng Zi was familiar with this kind of thing because she had participated in group competitions. She simply wrote down her origins and handed it to the staff. Suddenly, Feng Zi felt a murderous aura surrounding him. With his eyebrows condensed, Feng Zi looked towards the source of the murderous aura. "I saw a man with his upper body exposed, muscles all over his body bulging, exuding a majestic air when he raised his hands and feet, standing in the corner, looking at him hatefully." Feng Zi recognized this man full of hatred at a glance. He was none other than King Qiapa, the founder of 8-hand boxing who he defeated in the ring competition. Feng Zi smiled and gave King Qiapa a cold look. Different from before, although the current King Qiapa has also been promoted to level 3, Feng Zi's current strength has not yet taken him seriously. After a few hours of process, Feng Zi and others gathered in the inner hall of the martial arts club. The inner hall of the Budokai is very spacious, with an area of about several hundred meters. The contestants who came to participate in the martial arts tournament were really weird and varied. There were foreigners wearing boxing gloves, tall muscular men, and even dinosaurs came to participate in the competition. "Wukong, I hope we can meet in the competition," Feng Zi said in a deep voice. Sun Wukong replied excitedly, "Yes, I will let you see the results of my practice with Grandpa Turtle Immortal." Clin next to Sun Wukong pulled him aside and muttered, "This guy named Feng Zi is the one you said is a very powerful person." "Well, he is very powerful." Sun Wukong recalled Feng Zi's methods during the Dragon Ball journey and replied affirmatively. "I don't know when." The equally belligerent Sun Wukong regarded Feng Zi as the target of his pursuit. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the World's Best Martial Arts Conference officially began. More than 130 contestants came from across the country, but only 8 contestants made it to the finals. First there was the preliminaries, and everyone started drawing lots to prepare for the preliminaries. Number 93. Wukong, where is yours? After Clin finished drawing lots, he excitedly ran to Sun Wukong and asked. Sun Wukong opened the folded paper sign and said to Clin, "I am number 70. "Oh, you two are from the same district." At this time, Leaping said with a smile after hearing the conversation between the two. "What?" Clin couldn't help but widen his eyes. Reading www.yuyuganshu.net. He knew in his heart that if he was allowed to fight Sun Wukong, he would definitely lose. Leaping explained, "Don't you know? After the draw, the contestants will be divided into 4 areas for competition, and you and Wukong are likely to become opponents." "Ha, Clin, did you hear that we might meet in the game?" Sun Wukong said happily. Clint looked sad and replied, "What a bad luck." At this time, Sun Wukong seemed to have thought of something, and ran to Feng Zi's position and asked, "Feng Zi, what is your number?" "No 44. Feng Zi replied simply. At this time, an old voice came in and said, "Young man, this number is not very auspicious." Sun Wukong and Feng Zi looked at the person who came, and saw that the person was wearing a traditional Tang suit, with short blue hair, and the wrinkles on his face revealed his age, but he was an old man. Feng Zi looked at the old man in disbelief, and saw that the old man's name was Disguised Turtle Immortal. Could it be that this level 70 boss he had always wanted to fight was also here to participate in the competition? "Grandpa, who are you?" Sun Wukong asked in confusion, not even seeing through the identity of the Turtle Immortal. Kame Senin scratched his head and replied with a smile, "My name is Jackie Chan, and I am a contestant here to participate in the martial arts competition. I'm looking forward to playing against you." Feng Zi suddenly said to Jackie Chan with excitement in his tone. Jackie Chan glanced at Feng Zi thoughtfully, was silent for a moment, and laughed loudly. After the laughter, his expression became solemn, and he said in a calm tone, "Young man, every mountain is higher than the next." "Well, then I will destroy the mountain." Feng Zi replied directly. Chapter 39 Men, Women, Old and Young, Kill them all. The preliminary round was in full swing, with noisy cheers and fierce fighting sounds. In this atmosphere, many contestants were gearing up and observing the next battle information of their opponents. Contestant number 44, go to Arena 2 to participate in the preliminary round. The echo of the speakers in the hall sounded, and Feng Zi's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to get on the arena to fight the monsters. Clenching her fists, Feng Zi said calmly to Sun Wukong and others beside her, "I'm going to compete first." After saying that, Feng Zi walked straight to the arena arranged by the participating parties. Feng Zi jumped onto the half-meter-high ring. When Feng Zi's eyes touched his preliminary opponent, he froze there. Because his opponent was not as strong as expected, Feng Zi's eyes turned out to be a delicate girl. This girl is very sweet, with fair skin, red lips, a slim figure, and a cute appearance. Generally speaking, no one would have the heart to hit this type of woman. "Hello, I am contestant number 43 Lan Fang, please take care of me." The girl named Lan Fang greeted Feng Zi in a gentle and elegant manner. Feng Zi took a look at Lan Fang's level, which was only a level 15 monster, and couldn't help but feel disappointed. Hearing the girl greeting him, Feng Zi responded lukewarmly, "I will take care of you." Lan Fang looked at the purple-haired young man in front of him and thought to himself, "In a moment, I will bewitch you so much that you will have no room to fight back." At this time, the referee responsible for supervising the game blew the starting whistle. "Drink!" The girl Lan Fang sprinted fiercely and came to Feng Zi. She raised her leg and kicked Feng Zi fiercely in the face. Feng Zi stood there without moving even half a step. She raised her right hand calmly, and before Lan Fang could react, she suddenly grabbed her thigh. He stared at Feng Zi in front of him from a close distance, and then looked at the caught thigh. Lan Fang's expression changed, knowing that his opponent was not the kind of person who was easy to handle. In this unfavorable situation, Lan Fang suddenly smiled charmingly and said, "Handsome, if you let me go, I will go on a date with you after the game." "Not interested." Feng Zi replied coldly, raised his fist, and hit Lan Fang in the face with a bang sound. There were scoldings in the audience, and everyone in the audience was accusing Feng Zi of not being compassionate, saying that if it were them, they would never do anything harsh. Lan Fang covered the face that was hit, and scolded Feng Zi countless times in her heart. She held on, not letting her anger show, and said with a forced smile, "Handsome guy, do you want to see me naked?" For a moment, there was silence on and off the stage. For a long time, the audience in the audience cheered, "Take off your guang, take off your guang." Feng Ziyi didn't understand what was good about taking off her clothes, so she said, "If you don't take action, I will start attacking." "Don't be anxious, handsome guy, I'll take it off right now." After saying that, regardless of what Feng Ziyi said, Lan Fang made an amazing move. She actually took off her clothes, and everyone couldn't help but envy her. Chi Feng Ziyi had an idea in her mind, how great it would be if I were her opponent. Ah, what a great figure! Jackie Chan, who was among the crowd in the audience, opened his eyes wide and looked at Lan Fang's naked body lustfully, commenting. Sun Wukong on the side asked curiously, "Doesn't it look good when you are naked?" "You don't understand this. As men, appreciating beautiful girls is our gift." Clin and Jackie Chan were exactly the same. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net both looked at Lan Fang on the ring with lustful eyes. Feng Ziyi looked at Lan Fang, who had stripped off his upper body to only his bra, and was stunned. It wasn't that Feng Ziyi was also obsessed with sex, but that at this time, he thought of Bulma. He remembered that Bulma was also naked at that time. He looked at her body enough. Lan Fang was overjoyed when she saw Feng Ziyi startled. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she rushed in front of Feng Ziyi and attacked again. When everyone in the audience couldn't get enough of Lan Fang's beautiful figure, Lan Fang kicked Feng Ziyi in the crotch with a ruthless kick with all his strength. "Ah!" A harsh scream sounded, but this voice was not from Feng Ziyi, but from Lan Fang, who thought her seduction scheme had succeeded. Feng Ziyi felt his opponent coming, reacted instantly, and disappeared from Lan Fang's sight at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, when Feng Ziyi's figure appeared again, he had already arrived behind Lan Fang. Feng Ziyi ignored the audience's surprise and landed on Lan Fang's body with his fists and kicks. Lan Fang fell to the ground, but did not faint. Feng Ziyi coldly looked at the naked Lan Fang, aimed at her chest, and stamped on her chest, blood overflowing from the corner of her mouth. Lan Fang fainted because she couldn't bear the force. "Damn, this guy is too cruel. Isn't this purple-haired man a lunatic? If he can do this, is he still a man?" Protests against Feng Ziyi broke out again in the audience. Feng Ziyi walked off the ring, and both Leaping and Clin looked at him with strange eyes. "Did I do something wrong?" Feng Ziyi wondered. "I got some shocking news. The great god Yun Tiankong, who was as famous as the third young master of the Tang family, has actually returned to Kidian. It is estimated that the competition in Kidian will be fiercer than ever before." Chapter 40 Top 8. Wukong, this person named Feng Ziyi, can't he be your long-lost brother? After taking a look at Feng Ziyi, Clin quietly said to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong said strangely, "I don't have an older brother. Although he always likes to compete with me for food, I think Feng Ziyi is very nice. Both guys are unreasonable weirdos." Clin muttered in a low voice. Jackie Chan laughed haha beside him, as if he heard something interesting. The preliminary rounds are going on one after another, and once defeated, it means ruthless elimination. After Feng Ziyi came to power, Sun Wukong and others defeated their opponents one after another. It is worth mentioning that several people could defeat their opponents with just one move. Okay, fellow contestants, now that the top 8 have been selected, please come to my place to draw lots to determine the opponents and order of the competition. A man wearing sunglasses, a suit, and a microphone in his hand said loudly. Feng Ziyi and others looked at each other and walked straight over. Several people came to the man wearing sunglasses, and exactly 8 people gathered. Feng Ziyi smiled and said to Sun Wukong beside him, "It seems that we know half of the so-called top 8. Well, you and I, plus Leaping and Clin, and that old man named Jackie Chan. Sun Wukong glanced at the finalists present and grinned. Hey, Wukong, I didn't expect that old man to be so powerful. Clin pointed at Jackie Chan and said slowly. Sun Wukong replied, I can feel that among these contestants, apart from Feng Ziyi, this old man is the strongest. The man in sunglasses coughed, interrupted everyone's conversation, and said, Contestants, please follow the order of the conference and come to my place to draw lots. After the draw, the eyes of the 8 contestants were immediately attracted by the battle list posted on the wall. Hey? No. Clin looked at the battle table. His opponent was Sun Wukong, who was also a disciple of Turtle Immortal. His face suddenly turned ugly. In the sight of everyone, the competition sequence of this martial arts competition is clearly reflected. Number 1 Jackie Chan, Number 2 Liping, Number 3 Sun Wukong, Number 4 Krillin, Number 5 Feng Ziyi, Number 6 King Kiepa, 7 No. Nan Wu, Number 8 Bobateri. It's over, my opponent is actually Wukong. Clin couldn't help but become frustrated when he thought about how abnormal Sun Wukong was during his usual training. The cold eyes intertwined into a straight line. Opposite Feng Ziyi, the murderous King Kiepa sneered, I will be here to wash away the shame of the past. Ha, I'm looking forward to it. Feng Ziyi narrowed her eyes, kept her expression calm, and said with a smile. In the Budokai restaurant, this is mine. Damn it, Feng Ziyi, you still owe me 3 chicken legs. I'll pay you back when I finish eating. Bulma and Turtle Immortal didn't know what to say when they saw the scene in front of them. Can you please stop arguing? You are not being honest when eating. Bulma scolded loudly. Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong still went their own way to fight for the food on the table. Bulma said with a helpless smile, ignore them too for now. Let's celebrate. You have successfully entered the top 8. Master Leaping is really awesome. Palu said to Leaping quickly. Leaping scratched his head and blushed, if my opponent were Feng Ziyi, I guess I would be eliminated. It means your luck value is relatively high. Feng Ziyi didn't even raise his head, digesting the food on the plate while speaking inarticulately. Leaping smiled awkwardly, and Bulma on the side intervened, Feng Ziyi, in this world's number 1 martial arts tournament, the first and second place must be the competition between you and Wukong. Maybe. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net Feng Ziyi replied casually, glancing at Turtle Immortal casually. Sensing Feng Ziyi's strange gaze, Kamizenran coughed a few times and said, Feng Ziyi, your opponent was the champion of the last world's number 1 martial arts association. Aren't you worried at all? Oh? I killed the monster you mentioned a year ago. It was a monster that gave me experience. Feng Ziyi was telling the truth, but to Clin and the others, it sounded a bit arrogant. Bulma also echoed, yes, that King Kiepa was defeated by Feng Ziyi a year ago, so there is no need to worry about him. Speaking of which, Wukong, you and Krillin are actually assigned together, how unfortunate it is. Yes, I was actually assigned to this monster. Clin glanced at Sun Wukong who was snatching food from Feng Ziyi, and said depressedly. Dong, dong, dong. A series of bells echoed in his ears. Bulma stood up and said, the martial arts meeting is about to begin, let's get a good seat in advance to watch the game. Yes, Walong and others responded. When everyone stood up to leave, they found that Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong were still eating. Let's go. We won't be able to catch up with the game in a while. Bulma pulled up the 2 reluctant people and persuaded them. Boss, bring me another extra large burger. I want to take it away. Before Feng Ziyi could finish her words, Bulma covered Feng Ziyi's mouth with her hand. Several people dragged Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong towards the martial arts meeting. The owner of the restaurant ordered the waiter to clear away the mountains of plates and rice bowls on the table. Suddenly, the restaurant owner seemed to have thought of something, his face changed drastically, and he chased Feng Ziyi and others in the direction where they disappeared, shouting while chasing, you haven't paid the bill yet. Bloodflower wishes everyone a Happy New Year and Happy New Year. Chapter 41 Fighting between Dragon and Tiger. The World's Best Martial Arts Association is a competition held by wealthy people to determine who is the world's best martial arts master. At the same time, the champion can receive generous bonuses. Of course, the participants in the competition are all people from all over the world who consider themselves to be masters. It can be said that there are many masters. The Papaya Island as the venue is located in the south of the earth. Compared with the cooler weather in the western capital, the temperature here makes people feel unreasonably irritable. The sun radiates endless heat and light without any concern. For humans, the sun bathes the earth and gives them life. Although the weather is hot, it cannot stop people's eager footsteps and expectant faces. Residents from all over the world gather here, making the ancient island of Papaya Island boiling. The flow of people is flowing everywhere in the streets, and people come and go one after another. Sweating profusely, the already crowded roadway was even more clogged, causing the drivers sitting in the car to curse and become anxious. May 1st is a day worth commemorating, because on this day, the triennial world's #1 martial arts tournament will officially begin on Papaya Island. The venue for the tournament. The open-air venue set up in the center of the island, the spacious venue and the dense and huge seating groups around it, provided enough space for the martial arts meeting. The hurried arrangement in just 3 months made this place a perfect place for a battle between dragons and tigers. The original open grassland has long been replaced by a ring with a length of 100 meters and a width of 100 meters. The ring is made of reinforced concrete used for building high-rise buildings. It is sturdy and durable, 1 meter high, and has 5 steps on all sides for people to enter. Climb up, above it. This is where the top 8 players fight. Tickets for the live viewing had been sold out 2 months ago, and spectators from all over the world came in an hour early before the game even started. The auditorium was packed with people and blocked. Wow, there are so many people! Wolong and others forced their way into the center of the venue, and saw a sea of spectators occupying their sight. Bulma worried, what to do now? There are so many people, we can't get good seats at all. I don't know if it was a coincidence or God's will, but a child walked past several people, and the plush hat she wore on her head brushed between Lang Qi's nose. Ah! Lang Qi felt the itching sensation coming from her nose and sneezed uncontrollably. After sneezing, Lang Qi's original long black hair turned into a striking golden color, and her expression changed from gentle to fierce, just like a pure girl turned into a bad little girl. Get out of my way! Lang Qi ignored Bulma and others' surprise and magically pulled out a powerful machine gun from behind. Lang Qi raised the firearm in his hand, pointed it at the sky, and fired continuously. The sound of burst, 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 scared the spectators around him and took the initiative to make way for Lang Qi and others to pass. Everyone pointed at them and talked about them. Bulma and others covered their blushing faces, followed Lang Qi who fired continuously, and walked towards the auditorium in a panic. Finally, the competition was about to begin. A male host with 2 thick black beards, shiny and neat hair, and a suit walked up to the central stage, holding a wireless microphone in his hand. Looking at the crowded surroundings, the male host's face was flushed and his eyes were excited. He held the microphone and said loudly to the audience, "Okay, everyone, the much-anticipated #1 martial arts tournament in the world has begun." Suddenly, the excited voices of the audience shouted loudly, converging into waves of roaring and tsunami-like sounds in this vast and boundless venue. The atmosphere in the venue was like a furnace, making the originally unbearably hot Papaya Island even hotter. Go to the next level. The first match will pit the experienced player Jackie Chan against the young and energetic player Leaping, the host said with a slightly excited voice. Jackie Chan and Leaping were already in the rest area arranged by the competition, waiting impatiently. The two of them walked side by side towards the wide arena. The applause echoed in his ears like thunder. Leaping said to Jackie Chan beside him, "I always feel like I have seen you somewhere." "Really? Haha, Maybe. Jackie Chan's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and he hurriedly covered it up with laughter. The two people came to the center of the competition ring, and the host quickly introduced, "The person on my left is Jackie Chan, the oldest player among the top 8 players. Don't think that Jackie Chan is old and weak. In fact, he is getting stronger with age and has talents that cannot be underestimated. Strength. The player on my right, Mr. Leaping, have you seen his strong body? Player Leaping has excellent fighting skills and extraordinary strength. Soon, everyone will enjoy a wonderful game." The host's eloquent explanation brought the atmosphere on the venue to its peak. The warm applause and the bang-bang sound of Coke bottles hitting each other were about to shake the whole venue. Jackie Chan and Leaping, the two contestants who were about to compete, both felt the strong atmosphere of the world's #1 martial arts club. Seeing that both Leaping and Jackie Chan were posing and ready to fight, the host said, "I announce that the competition has begun. This is the first update. I feel very good about it today. I will probably code a few more chapters." Chapter 42 Leaping is eliminated. Drink. The battle between Jackie Chan and Leaping was about to break out. The two people were like a whirlwind, coming into contact quickly. The collision between his fists and feet was dripping with sweat, and a trace of surprise flashed across Leaping's face. This old man named Jackie Chan could actually keep up with him. And judging from the strength between his fists and feet, Jackie Chan's strength now needs to be surpassed. Leaping reconsidered. It's amazing. Jackie Chan and Leaping have already started fighting, but their speed is so fast that I'm already dazzled. The host followed the battle on the ring and explained selflessly. Leaping's fists made dazzling arcs, and the sound of breaking through the air was heard repeatedly. He began to use suppressive attacks in an attempt to force Jackie Chan out of the ring. Jackie Chan's figure was ethereal, dodging Leaping's overwhelming attacks from left to right, and the battle between the two was perfectly presented to the audience. For a moment, noisy cheers filled the audience. The male audience members tended to favor Jackie Chan, while the female audience members tended to favor the young and handsome Leaping. The two audiences were at each other's throats, and the audience was no less heated than the two fighting on the ring. People! What happened to Leaping? He can't even beat a bad old man. Bulma said depressedly as he looked at the two people who were deadlocked in the ring. Wolong said with a look of understanding, "It must be that he doesn't work hard at practice and puts all his thoughts on girls, so he is in such a mess." Master Leaping, come on! As Leaping's first partner, Palu is undoubtedly the one who wants Leaping to win the game the most. He ignores the comments of Bulma and others and cheers alone. In the ring, Leaping wiped the sweat from his forehead. The contempt at the beginning of the game had long since disappeared from his heart, and he became cautious because he knew that the old man in front of him was not as simple as he appeared. Jackie Chan smiled, looked at Leaping and said, "Young man, your strength is indeed good, but you are too proud." Leaping said a little distractedly, "Really? Then I will let you see my unique skill, Wolf Fang Wind Fist." Feng Ziyi and others who stayed in the rest area to watch the game had a panoramic view of the fierce fighting just now. "This old man is so powerful, I really want to fight him," Sun Wukong said excitedly while watching the game. Feng Ziyi narrowed her eyes always fixed on Jackie Chan, and said calmly, "This old man has been holding back, otherwise that guy Leaping wouldn't be able to survive a round." "Ah! This old man turns out to be so powerful, why didn't I see it?" Clin on the side asked doubtfully. Feng Ziyi glanced at Clin and said mercilessly, "Because you are too weak." Clin was choked. He had already learned from Sun Wukong that the guy named Feng Ziyi in front of him had a bad temper. If he was angered at this time, he might punch himself. Leaping put on a stance that Feng Ziyi was familiar with. It was his unique move, Wolf Fang Wind Fist. In an instant, the whole person seemed to have turned into a wild wolf, exuding a wild aura, and the air was filled with a suffocating murderous aura. The eyes of everyone in the audience were attracted. Standing on the ground with a slight smile on his lips, Jackie Chan looked at Leaping with interest. At this moment, Leaping was seen moving his hands in the air. The next moment, before the audience could react, Leaping, who had entered the state, was running towards him like a fast and furious wolf. Contestant Leaping is approaching Jackie Chan quickly. Will Leaping's unique move defeat Jackie Chan? The host's explanation suddenly stopped, and the audience gasped in unison. In the blink of an eye, as the two figures intertwined, Jackie Chan kicked the unstable Leaping out of the ring. The winner was determined after a brief breath. It's unbelievable. Jackie Chan defeated the Leaping player with just one kick, the host said in surprise. After a moment of silence, the audience burst into applause and cheers for Jackie Chan. This battle undoubtedly made those who enjoyed the wonderful scene just now were in awe. So fast, this old man actually kicked 3 times in a row in 1 second. Sun Wukong said with emotion. Feng Ziyi nodded and said, that Leaping really has no memory. I told him that his weakness is his feet, and this guy hasn't grown up yet. However, the old man actually saw his weakness, and he kicked Leaping's ankle 3 times in a row. The speed was really terrifying. Clin was dumbfounded as he listened to what Sun Wukong and Feng Ziyi were saying to each other. They still haven't figured out how Leaping was instantly defeated by Jackie Chan. Oh, by the way, Clin, the next game is between you and me. Sun Wukong said happily to Clin. Clin smiled bitterly and said, damn it, I actually met a perverted guy like you. To be honest, I don't even have any confidence. At this time, Feng Ziyi suddenly patted Clin's shoulder and comforted him. Oh, if your opponent is me, I will definitely take care of you. Clin thought about it carefully. Maybe it was a privilege not to meet a pervert like Feng Ziyi. Chapter 43 Feng Ziyi is about to appear. After resting for about 10 minutes, it was finally the turn of Sun Wukong and Clin, 2 fellow disciples, to take the stage. In the audience, Bulma said to Oolong, I remember that this match should be between Goku and that bald Krillin. Well, I think Goku should win. Oolong said with great certainty. Bulma smiled and replied, I didn't expect that guy Leaping to be eliminated by a bad old man. I don't know if Wukong and Feng Ziyi will meet in the semi-finals. Next, it will be player Sun Wukong versus player Clin. The host held the microphone in his hand and shouted to the audience. Let us welcome his appearance with the warmest applause. The male host's voice was trembling with excitement. Amidst the warm applause of the audience, the carefree Wukong and the shy Krillin stepped onto the ring. What? They're actually 2 little ghosts. That bald head is so cute. Did you see that the one named Sun Wukong actually has a tail? One after another comments sounded in the audience. All the viewers questioned the strength of the 2. The host introduced, don't underestimate Sun Wukong and Clin. Although they are young, they both came from the legendary martial arts god Wu Tian. For a moment, everyone withdrew their doubts and began to realize. It turns out that these 2 young men are actually the disciples of the god of martial arts. Wukong, aren't you nervous? Clin asked curiously when he saw Wukong being calm. Sun Wukong smiled and said, I am very excited to fight against Clin. The host seemed to have heard what Sun Wukong said, and said excitedly to the audience in the stands, okay, since the Sun Wukong player can't wait any longer. Then, I announce that the game has begun. Sun Wukong bent down and made a unique starting move of Gizan style. Similar to Sun Wukong, Krillin also put on the same posture. The 2 of them are from the same sect, which may be the highlight of this game. As soon as his body moved, Sun Wukong stepped hard on his feet, and his whole body quickly approached Clin like an arrow from a string. Because Sun Wukong took the initiative, Clin could only defend passively. The 2 people's fists and kicks kept lingering in the air, even surpassing the excitement of Leaping's battle with Jackie Chan just now. On the ring, the blurred figures of the 2 people suddenly became the focus of the audience. Although there is no too flashy posture, the 2 of them are both offensive and defensive, and their speed and skills are extremely exciting. Perhaps because they both belong to the same school, Sun Wukong and Clin both played extremely cautiously during the fight. In the stands, all the spectators were stunned. After a long time, they burst into continuous cheers. "Come on, Sun Wukong! Come on, little bald man!" Sun Wukong made a side punch, hitting Clin's leg at the same place. The two of them were rushed away by the force of the shock, and each retreated a few meters to stabilize their center of gravity. "Hey, Clin, I'm going to attack." After saying that, Sun Wukong's speed was so good that he actually left a clone in place. Before Clin could recover, he discovered that there were several silhouettes of Sun Wukong left around his body. This shocking thing immediately caused an uproar. "Oh! Oh my God!" All the audience members covered their open mouths in disbelief, looking at the incredible scene in front of them. "Have you seen it? There are so many Sun Wukong players on the stage." The host didn't know what words to use to describe the strange scene in front of him, so he could only explain it casually in a panic. Sitting area, behind the screen. When Jackie Chan saw this, he smiled happily and said, "I wonder when Wukong mastered the candid elephant fist." Drink. Clin's straight punch destroyed an afterimage. However, the moment his body moved, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Sun Wukong took advantage of the perfect opportunity to duck to Clin's side. Of course, the only people who can see Sun Wukong's movement are Jackie Chan and Feng Ziyi. Sun Wukong bent his elbow and struck directly on Krillin's back, which was full of flaws. Cough. Clin stumbled and walked a few meters forward, feeling a burning pain in his back. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Looking at the remaining image of Sun Wukong, Clin was making calculations in his mind. When did Wukong master such a shameless boxing technique? Damn it, we must find his flaw. Yes. Clin seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Almost instantly, Clin kept moving his body on the ring, trying to prevent Sun Wukong from catching his traces. The audience couldn't help but despise Clin's calculations. If he kept hiding like this, when would the winner be determined? "Clin, you lose." Sun Wukong's voice suddenly sounded in Colin's ears. At this time, Clin suddenly realized that he had done a stupid thing. He was now on the edge of the ring. Not good. Just as Clin reacted, he saw the figure of Sun Wukong appearing in front of him like a ghost. Sun Wukong said hey hey and pushed Clin off the ring. What a wonderful game! Congratulations to Sun Wukong for winning. The host pushed the frame on the bridge of his nose and said loudly into the microphone in his hand. Bulma said happily, "Wukong is really powerful, it's Feng Zi's turn to appear in the next game." "Well, I hope Feng Zi's opponent will be stronger." Wolong replied. "Why?" Bulma asked. "If the opponent is too weak, he will only be tortured by that guy." Oolong seemed to think of the scene when Feng Ziyi tortured people, and couldn't help but said timidly. Bulma nodded in agreement and said with a wry smile, "I hope Feng Ziyi won't do anything outrageous." Hey, after a month of hard work, our click-through rate is equivalent to someone else's after a week. Chapter 44 I love you very much. The martial arts meeting was in full swing, and the audience never seemed to be quiet. The host on the ring tried to liven up the atmosphere within the 10 minutes of rest. "It's our turn." A voice full of hatred rang in his ears. Feng Zi's eyes flashed with a strange light. Beside him, the ferocious King Kiepa exuded a vague murderous aura. Feng Ziyi smiled calmly and said softly, "Let's go, dear monster." After saying that, ignoring King Kiepa whose face turned ugly, Feng Ziyi took gentle steps and walked straight to the ring. The male host glanced at the time on his watch, pointed at the microphone in an passionate tone and said, "Everyone, let me introduce the contestants who will appear next." After a pause for a few seconds, the host calmed down slightly when he saw the noisy voices in the audience. Loudly said, these two players who are about to participate in the competition are amazing. One is the winner of the last World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament, Mr. Kiepa Wang, who founded the 8-handed boxing school. This player is also dissatisfied. Generally speaking, it is said that he once defeated the player Kiepa Wang, and he is the Fengzi player. Let us wait and see what kind of sparks will be generated in the confrontation between these two destined rivals. What? King Kiepa, he is a very powerful master. Who is that person named Feng Zii? He actually defeated King Kiepa. Feng Zii? This name sounds very familiar. There was a lot of discussion. As the sound rang out, all the spectators couldn't help but wonder who Feng Zii was, and were looking forward to the excitement of this game. Feng Zii, come on! If you win, I'll treat you to a big dinner. Bulma stood up from the seat in the front row and shouted loudly without any demeanor of a wealthy lady. Under the enthusiastic applause of the audience, Feng Zii and King Kiepa walked onto the ring side by side. Under the sunlight, Feng Zi's eye-catching purple hair reflects the mysterious brilliance of the sun. Perhaps it was because the hair in the front was longer, and his eyes were always blocked by the purple hair. A breeze blew by, exposing his sharp eyes to the air. You should be called Feng Zii, right? I'm going to teach you a lesson today with my fists and wash away the shame of the past. King Kiepa said harshly. Because his voice was relatively high, the audience could vaguely hear it. The hostility in King Chopa's words. Feng Zii smiled slightly and spread the word throughout the audience with a calm voice without any anger, I love you very much. As a monster, you are so determined. Damn it, are you mocking me? King Kiepa roared. After saying that, he ignored the host who did not announce the start of the game. He was like an angry lion, quickly moving his body and pounced on Feng Zii regardless of his own safety. Past. Come on. The audience seemed to have discovered a new world, and they burst into unprecedented cheers. Feng Zii stood there with a smile on her face, like a statue of the smiling Buddha. The distance between King Kiepa and Feng Zii continues to shrink. He moves very fast, but it is far from reaching the speed of Sun Wukong and Klin. Bump! The two of them took action almost at the same time, and their fists collided. The audience was dumbfounded and looked at the scene on the ring in disbelief. The boss's mouth was so open that he could fit a goose egg in. The noise just now stopped suddenly. And the whole place fell into silence, which was eerily quiet. I saw King Kiepa flying backwards like a kite with its string broken. What a surprise! Player Kiepa Wang was knocked away the moment he was fighting against Feng Zii. After a few seconds of silence, the host came back to his senses and explained into the microphone in a surprised tone. Thunderous applause and screams rang out, and those who had just concluded that King Kiepa would win immediately closed their mouths and fell to Feng Zi's side. Feng Zii sighed. This result was not beyond his expectation. King Kiepa was too weak. In the past, King Kiepa might have been a difficult monster for Feng Zii to deal with, but now Feng Zii is several times stronger than King Kiepa. The gap between the young man and the old man is basically the same. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. This is impossible. King Kiepa pushed himself up with difficulty and stood up from the edge of the ring. The scene of the fight just came to mind. There were no fancy moves between him and Feng Zii, but a simple and direct straight punch. But King Kiepa felt that the moment the two fists came into contact, a surging force surged toward him like a tide, and then his body was pushed backwards uncontrollably. Feng Zii slowly approached him and said coldly, "You disappoint me so much. Ah! Why am I practicing so hard, just to defeat you?" King Kiepa's eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was like a wild beast that had lost its mind, roaring crazily. King Kiepa's momentum surged, and he shouted, "Eight-hand fist master!" The next moment, the muscles on his body continued to swell with clarity visible to the naked eye, and the swing speed of his fists reached the extreme, and the sound of air explosions was heard. Rang out one after another, and 8 arms suddenly appeared on both sides of the body, causing a visual impact immediately. The attentive audience in the stands gasped. This game had surprised them so much that their nerves had become numb. But when they saw the 8-handed fist being used, they were still shocked. The number of clicks increased by 70,000 on New Year's Day. Is this reasonable? When I denounced that book, I was very subtle about it, just to show mercy to the other party. To be honest, I have read some of that book, and it is more exciting than some crude novels, but the quality is far from the level of a good friend's book, Naruto, the strongest. Since everyone can find out which book I am talking about, it proves that I am not farting. The point-to-push ratio of 54:1 is an eye-catching result that everyone can see. There's nothing more to say. What's fake can't be true, and what's true can't be fake. Chapter 45 Winning. King Kiepa's punch speed has improved significantly compared to a year ago, but his opponent is Feng Ziyi, who has been upgraded several levels in a row. Feng Ziyi felt the vibration in the air, narrowed her eyes, and stared at King Kiepa's movements. Go to hell! King Kiepa's 8-handed fist was like an octopus with its teeth and claws. With murderous intent and anger, he rushed towards Feng Ziyi's position in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time. Although the male host was attracted by the excitement of the competition, he could not forget his responsibilities. While paying attention to the battle between the two sides, he explained, "Look. The Joipa King player actually has 8. His hands are simply appalling. He is worthy of being the martial artist who once won the title of number 1 in the world." King Kiepa's 8 arms either turned into fists or palms, constantly bombarding Feng Ziyi's location. Facing the biting wind, Feng Ziyi's originally calm face suddenly turned ferocious, her eyes suddenly opened, and she uttered 3 words clearly, 8-hand fist. The next moment, an increasingly weird scene appeared. Feng Ziyi suddenly tilted his body backward, and in a short moment, in the disbelief eyes of all the audience, 8 arms that were exactly the same as King Kiepa appeared. Bump! 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 The dull sounds spread continuously. Feng Ziyi and King Kiepa also had 8 fists. In the case of close combat, the two ignored the pain in their bodies and quickly waved their fists to maintain their strength. The state of holding 8-hand fist. It's so exciting. Player Feng Ziyi actually mastered King Kiepa's trick. Who among the two of them is better? The host said loudly into the microphone at the top of his lungs. While attacking, King Kiepa gritted his teeth and said, "Did you secretly learn my 8-hand boxing?" "Ha, you said it wrong," Feng Ziyi said with a smile. Whether it was his tone or his expression, others could not imagine that Feng Ziyi was fighting now. King Kiepa gradually couldn't control his emotions. He began to give up his defense and poured all his explosive power into his fists. He shouted angrily, "Asshole, you are making excuses." The dense fist shadows attacked with a dazzling offensive. The location where Feng Ziyi was overwhelmingly attacked. Feng Ziyi's face changed, and he said coldly, "Second level 8-hand fist." After saying that, his fists were like a hail of bullets. In an instant, countless fists were horribly transformed, and the shadow of the fists occupied King Kiepa's sight. The exposed holes in his body were sealed, and in the next second, King Kiepa was submerged in the ocean of fists amidst the exclamations of the audience and the sound of breaking the air. "Ah, ah!" Screaming like a pig, King Kiepa was like a sandbag, being hit by fists repeatedly. Feng Ziyi's punch speed has increased to the extreme, and the shadows of fists in the sky have already surpassed the concept of 8-hand fist visually. If I were to describe the current scene, it would be Luffy's move in One Piece, the machine gun. "This one named Feng Ziyi is so awesome!" Clint exclaimed in the rest area, with an expression of envy, jealousy, and even fear on his face. Sun Wukong stared at the battle, nodded attentively and replied, "Feng Ziyi, his fist is very fast, just like my afterimage fist." "Well, this young man named Feng Ziyi is very good. But he has some problems with his character." Jackie Chan frowned and said in a deep voice. The audience in the stands was in an uproar, and the whole place fell into a frenzy, because on the ring, a one-sided situation was presented. This scene was undoubtedly what they wanted to see the most. Feng Ziyi took a deep breath and looked at King Qiupa lying on the ground with a cruel smile on his face. King Qiupa's body was covered with bruises and scars, and he was lying in the center of the ring as if he was about to die. It's so surprising. Player Qiupa Wang has no power to fight back in front of player Feng Ziyi. The host wiped the sweat from his forehead, approached the competition ring, and said in a trembling voice. Led by Bulma and others, the entire audience shouted crazily, Feng Ziyi! Crazy! Feng Ziyi! Crazy! The host clenched the microphone in his hand and said excitedly, well, according to the rules of the competition, I will start counting down for 10 seconds. If contestant Qiupa Wang hasn't stood up yet, the winner will be contestant Feng Ziyi. 10, 9, 8, 1. After a few dozen seconds of countdown, to everyone's surprise, under Feng Ziyi's fierce attack, although King Qiupa was not unconscious, it was difficult to stand up again. The host pointed at the microphone and said loudly, contestant Feng Ziyi wins. The applause and cheers were deafening. The audience was immersed in the atmosphere of celebration. Unknowingly, Feng Ziyi won their trust. Feng Ziyi's face was expressionless, and he suddenly said to the host, wait a minute. Feng Ziyi walked straight to where King Qiupa was, and everyone was curious about what he was going to do. Contestant Feng Ziyi, he must want to help his opponent, King Qiupa, what a sincere friendship. Suddenly, it was difficult for the host to continue because he regretted and said say what you just said. Under the astonished gazes of all the spectators, Feng Ziyi kicked King Qiupa in the chest. Although the force of this kick was not heavy, it still caused the seriously injured King Qiupa to faint from the pain. If you don't faint, you'll be sorry for me. Feng Ziyi murmured in an apologetic tone to the position where King Qiupa fell out of. Including the host and the entire audience, they were speechless and couldn't say a word. Chapter 46 Semifinals, Confrontation. After Feng Ziyi returned to the rest area, Klin and others raised their doubts one after another. Feng Ziyi answered a few questions vaguely, looked at Sun Wukong, and then smiled, are you ready? Wukong. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded and said excitedly, I can finally fight you. As Sun Wukong said, according to the numbers drawn, he and Feng Ziyi are in the same group. In other words, in the next semi-finals, it will be a contest between Sun Wukong and Feng Ziyi. Well, although we are friends, I will never show mercy. Because no matter what type of monster it is, I will knock him out. Feng Ziyi straightened his expression and said in an unusually cold tone. Sun Wukong grinned and said, I will take revenge in the game. Don't forget, you hateful guy still owes me food for 100 people. Because the contestants in the last quarter elimination round were very weak, Feng Ziyi didn't care about who among them won and who lost, but instead talked and joked with Sun Wukong and others. In the process of getting to know each other, Klin and Feng Ziyi became more and more familiar with each other, unlike at the beginning, when they were afraid of Feng Ziyi. Half an hour later, the quarter elimination rounds officially ended, and the player who won the last game was a man named Nemo. Although Nanwu used a move called Sky Cross Fist at the last moment of the game, compared with monsters like Feng Ziyi, his strength was far behind. In the stands, Oolong covered his head in depression, as if something falling from the sky was about to hit him. Watching the game, can you please stop hitting me on the head? Wolong protested to Bulma and Longqi beside him, rubbing the bag on his head. It turns out that while watching the game just now, once the two women Bulma and Longqi got excited, they would use their own goals as a punching bag. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Bulma said impatiently, why hasn't the match between Feng Ziyi and Wukong started yet? Yes, I found out that I have fallen in love with that guy named Feng Ziyi. Lang Qi beside her, her long golden hair looked very eye-catching in the sun. After watching Feng Zi's game just now, she felt that Feng Zi's the fighting style is exactly what she prefers, so among the audience, Lang Qi cheers for Feng Zi the loudest. A loud sound of gongs and drums echoed in the venue, and the audience was shocked. They knew that the fierce semi-finals were about to begin. For a time, noisy discussions and shouts once again stirred up Papaya Island. The host held the microphone, dressed in the same attire as before, facing the stands, and loudly said, "Dear viewers, the next game is the semi-finals of the world's #1 martial arts association. Upcoming players are Feng Zi and Sun Wukong. Player: Feng Zi. Sun Wukong. Feng Zi. Sun Wukong." The audience on the stage cheered one after another. They raised their voices and almost used their maximum volume to support their favorite players. The host waved his arms and shouted, "Quiet, everyone, be quiet." The atmosphere at the scene gradually calmed down. At this time, the host took out a handkerchief from his jacket pocket, wiped the sweat on his forehead with it, and then he spoke loudly into the microphone in his hand, "Please invite contestants Feng Zi and Sun Wukong to come on stage." As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience on the stage burst into a wave of fierce applause. And there were endless shouts and screams. Feng Zi and Sun Wukong looked at each other and smiled. Because their minds were very calm, they were not nervous at all. To outsiders, they looked like calm masters. "Let's go." Feng Zi whispered to Sun Wukong beside him, and then the two of them walked towards the ring. Clin looked at the backs of the two people and asked Jackie Chan, "Grandpa, which one of them will win?" Jackie Chan's eyes were deep, and after hearing Clin's question, Yu said, "I don't know. The potential of the two of them makes me feel that the era of young people has come." Of course, Sun Wukong and Feng Zi would not be clumsy enough to climb the half-meter-high arena. The two of them jumped up like agile leopards. With a smile on his face and a microphone in his hand, the host ran up to the two of them and introduced, "Let me introduce the two contestants." Feng Zi suddenly interrupted him and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and announce the start." At this time, Feng Zi had a solemn expression on his face, his whole body was trembling, and he even felt his hair standing on end, getting excited for no reason. "Ah! Okay, then I declare that the game has officially begun." The host heard the displeasure in Feng Zi's words, and moved a few meters to the side. Without too much nonsense, he immediately kicked off the fight between dragons and tigers. Amid the shouts of the audience, Feng Zi and Sun Wukong each stepped back 5 meters, Yu reading www.yuugonShu.net assumed a vigilant posture on the spot. The atmosphere became oppressive, and the air was filled with the feeling that the two people were repelling each other. Feng Zi's eyes were condensed, and his whole body was in a state that seemed to be loose but not loose, while Sun Wukong performed the traditional Kame Senryu hand gesture, with thin qi rippling around his body. 1 minute passed, and 2 minutes passed, but the two still did not take action, disappointing the expectations of the entire audience. "What's going on? It's time to fight. Hurry up and start," the audience shouted dissatisfied. What they wanted to see was a fierce battle, not two people standing there motionless. In the rest area, Jackie Chan's steady eyes were locked on the two of them, and he murmured, "These two brats have actually mastered qi." Clin on the side scratched his head, not understanding what Jackie Chan was talking about. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the host said to Sun Wukong and Feng Zi, "Two contestants, please hurry up and start the battle." A biting cold wind blew by, and almost as quickly as everyone blinked, Feng Zi and Sun Wukong disappeared from the spot in an instant. The wind blew, and two blurry afterimages collided in the center of the ring. In an instant, Feng Zi and Sun Wukong launched a storm-like offensive. Because the speed of the two people was so fast, the audience and the host could only see an outline with their naked eyes. In Jackie Chan's sight, wherever Feng Zi and Sun Wukong punched, the air was pop-pop, their legs were dancing in the air, whoosh was loud, and there were continuous scoldings and roars, and the excitement was erupted when the two sides fought. The strong wind stirred up the dust on the ground, and the shadows of the legs flew and jumped, and the fists and palms struck each other, and the crack pap 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 was so lively. P.S. I hope friends who like it will vote, collect, and leave more messages in the discussion area. Give the blood flower more motivation and increase my update speed. Chapter 47 The Power of the Inch Fist. Sun Wukong and Feng Ziyi were serious from the beginning, because they knew the strength of the other party, and if they were a little careless, they would create a gap and give their opponents a chance to succeed. On the ring, the after-images were blurred, and the extremely hard stone slab was cracked by the heavy steps of the two men, which showed the intensity of this battle. The audience was stunned, completely forgetting the cheers and applause, and were immersed in the mystery of the battle between the two sides. Boom! A whole stone slab on the ground was completely trampled to pieces, and the two inseparable figures immediately separated. Sun Wukong and Feng Ziyi appeared at both ends of the ring, both panting to relieve the energy consumed by the previous fight. Players Sun Wukong and Feng Ziyi are so awesome. My eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of the fight just now. It was really a rare spectacle, the host said into the microphone with an extremely excited tone. The atmosphere in the audience was stirred up by the host's words, and they all applauded, even though they only saw an outline. Wukong, I didn't expect you to become so powerful. Feng Ziyi said with a smile, making calculations in his heart. It seems that the level 55 monster is indeed the real thing. Sun Wukong did not relax his vigilance. He maintained his hand posture and replied with a smile, Feng Ziyi, you are not bad either. You owe me so much food, I must teach you a lesson. After the conversation ended, the two looked serious. They are friends in private, but in this arena, they are rivals. Feng Ziyi moved her body and rushed forward like lightning, approaching Sun Wukong in an instant. Immediately after Feng Ziyi's body turned, his fist hit Sun Wukong's lower abdomen straight down. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong's movements were very flexible and not sloppy at all. He used the explosive force under his feet to move his body's balance to one side, narrowly avoiding Feng Ziyi's swift fist. Hit! Sun Wukong shouted softly, not letting go of the time difference before Feng Ziyi's old power was gone and new power was regenerated. Aiming at Feng Ziyi with his elbow, he rushed forward and knocked Feng Ziyi away. Sun Wukong's offensive seemed to have sounded a horn, and he quickly launched his attack and rushed towards Feng Ziyi's position. Feng Ziyi was greatly surprised. After stabilizing her body, her fist instinctively hit Sun Wukong's body. Bump! The two fists met, repeating the scene where Feng Ziyi and King Qiupa were fighting each other. The whole place was in an uproar as Sun Wukong's eyes protruded and he was knocked back several meters by a simple and direct blow. What a surprise! Contestant Feng Ziyi seems to have a lot of strength and strangely beat back the evenly matched contestant Sun Wukong. It's like he is possessed by King Kong. The host exaggerated after seeing the scene just now. In the rest area, Clin said in surprise, I really can't believe that Feng Ziyi, who is not strong, has such great strength. No, you only saw the surface. Jackie Chan glanced at the ignorant Clin, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Krillin knew that Jackie Chan in front of him was a martial arts master, so he asked for advice, then, why can't Wukong defeat Feng Ziyi in terms of strength? Jackie Chan groaned, staring at Feng Ziyi, and explained to Clin, I think it should be the use of qi. The young man named Feng Ziyi, in the fight just now, he cleverly injected qi into his fist, and used the vibration of qi to increase the original force on the object several times. Feng Ziyi clenched her fists and thought to herself, the power of the inch fist is indeed much more powerful than ordinary fists. Since I have used it in advance, let's end this battle quickly. That's right, Feng Ziyi just used one of his few combat skills, inch fist. Kun Chuan is an invisible form that cleverly combines the physical body and qi. Once the opponent is struck, the chi will act like a hair dryer, producing a driving force that repels matter. Kanshu www.uuganshu.net. It is this kind of power that allows Feng Ziyi, who is indistinguishable from Sun Wukong in terms of strength, to win the physical battle with certainty. Wukong, let's turn it into experience. Feng Ziyi's eyebrows showed a hint of excitement, and his body surged, and he came to Sun Wukong under the nervous eyes of the audience. The next moment, Feng Ziyi's face turned cold, and his ferocious fist made an arc in midair and hit Sun Wukong hard. Sun Wukong secretly thought, damn it. Maybe it was because his nerves were very developed that he could react in an instant. Sun Wukong barely protected his vital chest with both hands. Boom! Feng Ziyi punched Sun Wukong on the chest protected by his hands. Sun Wukong's face turned red, and the severe pain forced him to keep retreating. The power of the inch punch can be applied to the whole body. Feng Ziyi stepped forward and flicked out his right foot, and the tip of his toe shot towards Sun Wukong's lower abdomen like a cone. When Sun Wukong tightened his belly and tried to avoid it, Feng Ziyi changed his moves in the air, from a flick kick to a high sweep, which suddenly hit Sun Wukong's face. There is no reason for Feng Ziyi to be immersed in the battle without showing any mercy. A 2-hit combo, no, a 3-hit combo. Because Feng Ziyi's movement was not finished yet, the moment he retracted his right foot, his left foot kicked forward almost indiscriminately, hitting Sun Wukong's abdomen hard, knocking him almost to the ground. Sun Wukong fell on the ring. All the audience's eyes widened and their mouths opened in disbelief. The whole audience was speechless, as if the scene was frozen. Feng Ziyi looked down at Sun Wukong, and the force of his fist had hit Sun Wukong's body in no less than 5 places. If it were an ordinary person, he would suffer serious internal injuries even if he did not die. And can Sun Wukong withstand Feng Ziyi's punch? Still unknown. Chapter 48. Sun Wukong is also very perverted. The quiet breathing made Feng Ziyi frown, and Sun Wukong stood up unsteadily, with a bright smile on his face. I won't fall down so easily. Sun Wukong's martial arts uniform looked tattered, like a beggar, due to being hit directly by the fist. As Sun Wukong spoke, he tore off the cloth covering his upper body, exposing his weak body. Feng Ziyi looked at Sun Wukong with interest, and smiled slowly. I don't like fighting in which the opponent is solved at once. What I enjoy is the pleasure in the fighting process. Wukong, use all your strength. Sun Wukong nodded, and took up his stance again, still using the Gizan-style starting stance. The difference is that his eyes have been cautiously staring at Feng Ziyi's feet. It's so amazing. Sun Wukong player actually stood up. This will be a wonderful game, please wait and see. The host explained in an emotional voice, and the atmosphere in the audience reached a climax again, and the sound of received overwhelming cheers and shouts. Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong stared at each other, with strong fighting spirit and murderous intent in the air, and the momentum of the two people collided invisibly. Inch fist! Feng Ziyi shouted loudly and took the first step forward. As the saying goes, you have a head start and are magnificent. Sun Wukong was not slow to react. His eyes seemed to have never been focused on Feng Ziyi's feet. The next moment, his body turned into a gust of wind and rushed directly towards Feng Ziyi's face. The speed was so fast that the air he passed by was also affected by it. Give way to both sides. In the eyes of the audience, two blurry figures reflected each other in a short moment and fell into a close fight. Relying on the power of the inch fist, Feng Ziyi did not hesitate at all, and made a simple and direct punch with the right elbow, which was extremely fierce. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed and he quickly retreated to avoid the punch. With a cold snort, Feng Ziyi's legs followed and swept over. Mixed with the strong autumn wind blowing away the fallen leaves, it violently hit Sun Wukong's chest. Opportunity! Sun Wukong seemed to have noticed something, and his spirit was shaken. After his figure blurred for a while, 4 Sun Wukongs appeared on the ground. The host saw the scene in front of him and quickly explained, Player Sun Wukong used a unique trick to defeat player Klin. How will player Feng Ziyi use this trick to defeat him? Feng Zi's fierce and violent legs hit one of the Sun Wukong's. Immediately, the figure disappeared without a trace, as if it was invisible in the air. Scanning the afterimage in front of him, Feng Ziyi thought to himself, afterimage fist? This technique may be useful for that bald head, but for me, it has no effect at all. Feng Ziyi didn't feel any nervousness at all, and stood there with an indifferent expression. Suddenly, several Sun Wukongs attacked together, causing chaos in Feng Zi's vision. In the rest area, Jackie Chan's expression changed and he exclaimed, "No, Wukong's afterimage fist is useless against that guy." Just within 1 meter of Sun Wukong, Feng Ziyi smiled. Eight-handed fist. Feng Zi's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his fist moved in an instant. Boom! 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 Countless fist shadows intertwined together, and Feng Zi's nearly sonic fist made the air-piercing sounds ring out frequently. The strong wind of the fist blew behind him, causing the purple hair on his head to flutter wildly, and the clothes on his chest stuck to his body and flew back. The surrounding air seemed to become thicker, and with Sun Wukong as the target, his afterimage instantly disintegrated. In an instant, his true body was exposed, and the cold fist tore through the air at extremely fast speeds, hitting Sun Wukong's chest and head. The moves are simple and direct, but murderous. Ah! Sun Wukong was thrown in mid-air, leaving shocking wounds on his body. The entire audience took a breath, and the battle scene just now was lingering in everyone's mind. It's too scary. Player Feng Ziyi knocked down the powerful Sun Wukong player like he was punching a sandbag. Then, let's start the countdown now. The host did not let go of any highlight of the game and immediately jumped from surprise. After coming back to his senses, he explained in a horrified tone. Faced with this result, almost everyone present did not expect Feng Ziyi to be so strong. There was a rare moment of silence in the venue. Reading www.uukenshu.net. The audience in the auditorium then erupted into bursts of noise and cheers like a mountain roar and a tsunami, which was obviously a kind of admiration for Feng Zi's powerful power. With excitement. 10, 9, 8, 2. Just when the host was about to read one into the microphone, Sun Wukong, who was lying on the ground, climbed up with difficulty, with an unusually determined expression on his face. "I won't lose to you, Feng Ziyi." Sun Wukong spat out blood mixed with blood, clenched his fists, stared into Feng Zi's eyes, and said in an unshakable tone. All the spectators were stunned. They seemed not to have expected that Sun Wukong could still stand up under such a crazy blow. After a moment of silence, applause that was several times louder than before broke out, and all the audience generously gave their applause to Sun Wukong. On the ring, Feng Zi's eyes remained unchanged, and he whispered, "Are you sure there is nothing wrong with your injuries?" Feng Ziyi remembered that in the battle just now, his fists broke at least 3 of Sun Wukong's ribs. Being able to stand up under such circumstances was somewhat beyond his expectations. Sun Wukong suddenly bared his teeth and said, "It hurts, damn Feng Ziyi." After saying that, Sun Wukong clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes were about to burst, and his forehead had tendons protruding, and it was trembling slightly. At the same time, Sun Wukong moved his body with his hands. The crackling of the joints also rippled throughout the body, and the crackling could be heard very clearly. After a long time, Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his forehead, grinned at Feng Ziyi and said, "The bones are connected, let's continue fighting." Feng Ziyi said calmly, "Yes, after the martial arts meeting is over, I will take you to kill monsters. Thank you for your support. After reading the book review messages, I feel full of energy. This is the so-called motivation." Chapter 49 Collision of Qi. Feng Ziyi is indeed better than Wukong. Bulma said happily from the front row seat of the stands. Oolong on the side said dissatisfied, "So, you don't support Wukong?" Support Feng Ziyi first, Wukong is still young. Bulma said perfunctorily, then stood up and cheered Feng Ziyi loudly. On the vast arena, the battle between Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong was still going on. Different from the beginning of the competition, Feng Ziyi was unscathed, while Sun Wukong, his opponent, looked much more embarrassed. Not only was his martial arts uniform in tatters, but he also had countless wounds on his body. Suddenly, Sun Wukong said solemnly, "Feng Ziyi, I'm going to use my special move." "Oh? In that case, I will also use the strongest skill I have mastered so far." Feng Ziyi frowned, looked at Sun Wukong, and said in a deep voice. The host was the person closest to Feng Ziyi and Feng Ziyi in the venue. He clearly heard the conversation between the two, so he made a fuss about the microphone. Players Monkey King and Feng Ziyi are about to use their special moves. I really want to see their strength. What surprises these two super strong people will bring to everyone. The audience cast their eyes on the two people with great anticipation. The originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet. No one wanted to miss the wonderful show. Sun Wukong lowered his body, feeling confused with qi all over his body. He looked directly at Feng Ziyi, used his hands in one place, and whispered, "Turtle." In an instant, Feng Ziyi's expression changed. He had already understood what Sun Wukong said. "What is the trick?" In the rest area, Jackie Chan's face became solemn, watching Sun Wukong's movements. Wukong has mastered the turtle-style Qigong. If he uses it, it will definitely cause a large area of damage. Turtle-style Qigong? What is that? Clin on the side asked doubtfully. Jackie Chan looked at the ring intently and replied directly, "You have to watch carefully, the next battle will be a competition of another level." Feng Ziyi stared closely at Sun Wukong, a sneer appeared on his face, and thought to himself, "It seems that I have to use this trick." In the eyes of the audience, Sun Wukong's whole body was enveloped by a strange aura. His movements seemed gentle, but when he moved his hands, the air became restless. Feng Ziyi took a deep breath and fixed his sharp eyes on Sun Wukong. He slowly raised the middle finger of his right hand and aimed at Sun Wukong's position. A few seconds passed, and Sun Wukong finally shouted the second word, "Pi." Suddenly, as the voice fell, his whole body burst out with a stormy wave-like momentum. At this moment, it was as majestic as the sea, and the breath slowly rushed towards him. The hands gathered together and continued to solidify and grow. Feng Ziyi seemed not to be outdone. The qi flowing in his body circulated rapidly at an extremely high speed. An unprecedented and huge momentum burst out from him with a bang sound, like a raging wind and a flash flood. In an instant, covering the entire arena, within 5 meters of his body, the energy that overflowed from his body surged and surged. Because the host was standing on the ring, he was immediately affected by the sudden anger. He staggered and almost fell under the half-meter-high ring. "It's amazing. The two contestants seemed to be planning a very powerful move. I felt the suffocating pressure in the air." The host slowly got up from the ground, took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped the dripping water on his forehead. "Sweat," he explained in a shocked voice. "Qi." Sun Wukong moved his hands to his waist, and suddenly, where his hands met, a radiant light shone. In the incredible eyes of all the audience, the dazzling blue light was like the sun, emitting a dazzling light. A layman looks at the surface, an expert looks at the door. Seeing Sun Wukong's energy being compressed, Jackie Chan's eyes widened and he clenched his fists. A thought came to his mind, Sun Wukong and Feng Ziyi in the ring have already reached the same level as him. In the arena, Sun Wukong is not the most eye-catching. Compared with him, Feng Ziyi on the other end is obviously much more high-profile. Around Feng Ziyi's body, almost substantial qi surged in the air. Because it was overwhelmed, the whole arena was shaking violently with the violent sound of rumbling, booming. The concrete on the four sides burst out with countless cracks like spider webs, as if it was about to collapse at any time. On Feng Zi's fingers, bits and pieces of red light began to bloom, like stars in the night sky. The red light shone with an eerie ambience. Clearly visible waves rippled in the air, and red light instantly spread within Feng Zi's field of vision. What is this? I read that right. Are these two guys filming a movie? That can't be a laser, right? How is that possible? It must be an illusion. Discussions broke out in the stands. All the audience couldn't believe that the scenes in the movie had actually come to reality. After the noise, the entire scene fell into silence. Everyone was watching the battle quietly, the passion in their hearts burning and churning like fire. Qi is an invisible energy. Once it is triggered, it can even cause earth-shattering effects. Turtle Sennin's teacher, Wu Taidu once said this. Under the focus of everyone's eyes, Sun Wukong suddenly moved, pushed his hands forward, and yelled, "Gong!" A bright blue light flashed past, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net carrying the powerful power that created the world, brightened the dark sky. A thunderous roar followed, and the thick blue light at the mouth of the bowl was like a ferocious and terrifying lightning dragon. With a destructive momentum, it directly hit Feng Ziyi on the ring and turned the entire venue pale. The intense light almost blinded everyone for more than 10 seconds. Seeing the turtle school Qigong coming, Feng Zi's hands released a dazzling light, his face became ferocious, and he almost yelled, "Spiral Qigong, open!" In an instant, the speed of the turtle school Qigong suddenly slowed down. Everything is under the impact of Feng Zi's boundless power. Not only the speed of the attack has slowed down a lot, but even the strength has been weakened a lot. This sudden difference between speed and slowness makes the eyes closely follow the battlefield. Jackie Chan saw it with his own eyes. In an instant, I felt that the large space on the ring was in a still state as Luo Shen's momentum expanded. Everything on the ring, including the air waves caused by countless airflows, were also clearly revealed in Jackie Chan's eyes. There is nothing to hide from. Such a magical and fantasy scene, like a slow-motion movie stunt, makes the audience who can appreciate this scene, maybe some wearing sunglasses, stunned and in disbelief. The spiral rotating airflow, like a cutting machine, instantly complements the turtle school Qigong, and it is like the end of the world, which cannot be calmed down for a long time. With a loud bang, I felt a violent and terrifying wind blowing from the center of the ring. The hair and clothes of the people in the audience were blown back, and screams came one after another, creating a chaotic mess. Everything in the arena was lost in the collision of qi. Both Sun Wukong and Feng Ziyi used their strongest tricks. Who will win in this battle? Chapter 50 Feng Ziyi is inhuman. Boom! Qi rushed through the air, baptizing everything in sight wantonly. Needless to say, the power of turtle school Qigong, but Feng Zi's spiral aura actually suppressed the power of the former, and showed a tendency to counterattack. The battle situation in the field was all shrouded in a dazzling white light, making it impossible for people to see clearly what was going on. A few floating clouds drifted across the blue sky, the wind blew, the charming Papaya Island was exaggerated by the refreshing fragrance, but a thrilling scene was staged at the #1 martial arts club in the world. After a long time, the turbulent airflow stopped, and unprecedented tranquility returned to the stage and downstairs. In the middle of the ring, Feng Ziyi seemed as if nothing had happened. His slender and muscular figure was still standing in the middle of the ring, with his hands behind his back. However, the clothes on his body had turned into strips of cloth, looking as embarrassed as a beggar crossing the street. Opposite Feng Ziyi, Sun Wukong passed out on the ground. On his body, bloody wounds could be clearly seen, which was shocking. Moreover, he is different from Feng Ziyi. At this moment, Sun Wukong has fallen off the edge of the ring. In other words, the winner of this battle is Feng Ziyi. Feng Zi's mind kept thinking, looking at Sun Wukong who was defeated by him, a wry smile appeared on his face, and an eye-catching stream of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Although at first glance, he seemed to be fine, in fact he was also injured, and the qi in his body was. It was also completely consumed. Feng Ziyi regretfully discovered that although Sun Wukong was level 55, he did not have enough experience to upgrade. Although it has not been upgraded, it has reached the critical point between level 10 and level 11. All the spectators in the stands opened their eyes from the bright light. The first thing they saw was a scene that made them scream. The expressions on their faces suddenly fell into a state of petrification. I saw a layer of dust filling the air above the arena, and the miserable condition of the arena could only be described as a mess. I vaguely witnessed that the entire floor of the arena was shattered, and the arena a few hundred meters away was tilted. The sight of it was more shocking than the weirdness in the heart. On the empty arena, Feng's short purple hair was blowing in the cold wind, and every inch of tenderness was reflected in those cold eyes. At this moment, it seems that the world has become a stage for Feng Ziyi alone, and the whole world exists for Feng Ziyi alone. Under the sunny sky, he is like the god of war standing tall and shining, making this moment infinitely brilliant. The image remains in the minds of the audience, allowing them to remember it clearly even when they are old. The conscientious host crawled out from the dusty corner and said in a hysterical voice into the microphone in his hand, "Contestant Feng Ziyi, win." For a moment, the entire audience went crazy. Screams, shouts, excited howls, and crazy applause came and went, like waves in the sea, one after another. The audience had no restraints. Releasing the madness stored in my heart. In the stands, Bulma ignored her so-called ladylike image, yelled, and punched Oolong in the head. This time, Oolong surprisingly did not resist, because everyone was immersed in the sea of joy. Feng Ziyi was pinned down on the hospital bed by the medical staff. A nurse was wrapping a bandage on his bare chest. Feng Ziyi looked very obedient and remained silent. Bulma sat aside and looked at Feng Ziyi's appearance of letting others take advantage of her. He couldn't help but let out a chi and smiled brightly. Feng Ziyi glanced at Bulma and thought of Sun Wukong, who was several times more seriously injured than him, so she asked with concern, "Don't laugh yet, how is Wukong?" Bulma stopped laughing, thought for a moment and replied, "It's strange to say that Wukong is really a monster. He was so seriously injured, but there is no big problem." Oh, Feng Ziyi recalled the scene during the competition. If his spiral aura had not taken advantage of the characteristics in the collision between Qi and Qi, it might be impossible to say who would win. After a moment of silence, Feng Ziyi said, "What about the next game? You still have the nerve to say, you two have made the arena look like that. Of course the organizer will terminate the competition. Instead, the final will be held at noon tomorrow." Bulma replied. Feng Ziyi nodded. At this time, a doctor walked into the ward and said to the nurse beside Feng Ziyi, "Get ready to give him an injection." Injection. Feng Ziyi's expression changed, and she looked at the needle prepared by the doctor with an ugly face. Just as the doctor was about to inject it, Feng Ziyi suddenly said, "Look, what is that?" The honest-looking doctor looked towards where Feng Ziyi was pointing. At this moment, Feng Ziyi moved, picked up Bulma, who didn't react, and jumped out of the hospital window on the second floor. The doctor and the nurse who just opened the door witnessed the scene with their own eyes. They looked at the open window with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Plop! The syringe in the doctor's hand fell to the ground, and crack! The medical supplies in the nurse's hand were scattered. "Is that guy human? I hope you don't have to worry about the later levels, as a new system will be created." Chapter 51 Praise You. Suihua hopes that everyone can support this Dragon Ball fandom. After reading it, please leave a few votes. Thank you. Feng Ziyi, you are going to die. Bulma jumped down from a height of more than 10 meters with Feng Ziyi in his arms. Bulma immediately blamed him after landing. Feng Ziyi's eyes casually glanced at Bulma's chest. Perhaps because of the fright, the breasts on her chest were rising and falling violently while she was panting. Although they were not turbulent, they were full of strange charm in their tenderness. Her eyes were always fixed on Bulma's chest, and Feng Zi's mind couldn't help but think of Lan Fang, her opponent in the preliminary round. Feng Zi felt inexplicably that the woman's body seemed to be beautiful and had a strange attraction. Feng Zi thought about it and lost her mind for a moment. "Hey, Feng Zi, have you seen enough?" Bulma said angrily. Although he looked angry and annoyed, he was happy for no reason. Bulma did not expect that Feng Zi, who had always been in the impression of being wood-like, would actually have evil thoughts, and the object of the evil thoughts was herself. Feng Zi came back to her senses and asked without blushing or heart beating, "Why do women's penises grow on their chests?" Bulma looked ugly and said, "Go to hell." After saying that, his pink fists hit Feng Zi's body continuously. But Feng Zi smiled indifferently, and Bulma's fist was like scratching an itch, letting her do whatever she wanted. They were joking, and their behavior seemed very charming to passers-by, as if they were a couple in love, and other people cast envious glances. "Bulma, Feng Zi, here!" Li Ping and others waved and shouted to Feng Zi and the other two who were walking in the distance among the crowd in the market. Feng Zi and Bulma smiled at each other, quickened their pace and walked straight towards Li Ping and the others. "Why are you here?" Wolong asked after Feng Zi and the others approached. Feng Zi didn't have time to think and replied directly, "Bulma bullied me." Li Ping and others felt a chill. These words came from the mouth of the very strong and violent Feng Zi, which really had a unique flavor. Bulma's face turned rosy, and she said a little shyly, "Don't listen to this bastard's nonsense. Where are we going to play?" "Ahem, this is the first time I see you blushing. Feng Zi is indeed a master. It's still early, let's go to the entertainment street in front to have some fun." Li Ping teased first, and then told the contents of the plan. Feng Zi and his party walked forward along the lively street market, and as expected they came to a noisy and bustling entertainment area. Compared with before, the number of young people and children increased. "Bulma, I'm hungry, let's find a restaurant to eat first." Feng Zi said to Bulma beside him, and after speaking, his stomach made a muffled sound. Bulma said helplessly, "Li Ping, you go and play first, Feng Zi and I will find a place to eat." "Oh, let's go then." After the two of them finished speaking, Li Ping disappeared from their sight, but they went to have some fun. The two of them walked side by side, and that ambiguous feeling returned. Feng Zi and Bulma were silent for a long time, neither of them took the initiative to speak, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. "Feng Zi, I've always been curious, why do you like fighting?" Bulma asked proactively. Feng Zi thought for a while, her eyes were a little desolate, and she slowly replied, "I don't know, from the moment I had a mind, I felt my desire to fight. Only becoming stronger is the value of my existence." "Oh, you are just as weird as Wukong. What do you think of me, Feng Zi?" Bulma suddenly stopped and said seriously. Feng Zi smiled slightly and simply replied, "You are a troublesome woman." Before Bulma could answer, a hurried figure bumped past her. Bulma's center of gravity was unstable and she fell into Feng Zi's arms. "Thank you." Suddenly, Bulma's expression changed, her eyes glanced at her waist, and her purse disappeared unconsciously. "Feng Zi, go chase that man. My purse is missing." Bulma's expression changed and she said loudly to Feng Zi. Feng Zi nodded and moved like a whirlwind, chasing the thief among the crowd. The fast-running thief seemed to be familiar with the road, reading www.yuyuganshu.net, walking in twists and turns along the way, but Feng Zi behind him seemed to be a ghost, and the distance between him and him shortened by several meters in an instant. "Don't come over, otherwise, hum." The thief suddenly stopped on the side of the road. While breathing, he shook out a bright dagger from his sleeve and threatened. Feng Zi took a look at the thief, and her eyes only focused on his head for a second. In Feng Zi's eyes, a level 6 thief was just an insignificant garbage monster. Level 6? You are so weak, but you still have the nerve to say so much. Feng Ziyi ignored the dagger in the thief's hand and approached him impatiently. The thief didn't even have time to refute, when he saw Feng Ziyi's figure blurring on the spot, and the next moment, it appeared in front of him. Crack! With a sound, a strange scene appeared. Feng Ziyi actually flicked the metal dagger to pieces with his fingers. Ah! Brother, please let me go. Seeing Ziyi's power, the thief immediately changed his expression to one of horror, and begged for mercy with a sad face. Feng Ziyi didn't say anything, raised her fist and landed it hard on the thief's face. After the scream, Feng Ziyi was suddenly startled. There was an additional message in his mind: experience plus 10, upgrade. Dazzling golden light flashed, and then, Feng Ziyi's body was bathed in the soft golden light, and the whole person's complexion returned to its best condition. Feng Ziyi looked ecstatic, finally rising from the critical point of level 10 to level 11. Although Feng Ziyi was a little unhappy, it was a coincidence that the level 55 monster Sun Wukong was not upgraded, but the experience gained from this level 6 monster was upgraded. Feng Ziyi looked at the thief on the ground with respect. Regardless of whether the other party could hear him or not, Feng Ziyi said politely, "Praise you. Garbage monster." Chapter 52, Cutting Off Descendants. Your bag. Feng Ziyi handed the bag to Bulma and said with a smile. After Bulma said thank you, she held Feng Ziyi's hand and walked down the busy street. The two found a high-end looking restaurant. After entering the magnificent store, Bulma roughly ordered a few dishes for Feng Ziyi. After the food was served, Feng Ziyi ignored the surprised looks from the surrounding diners and began his voracious devouring plan. I think Wukong must be very envious of you. Bulma didn't move the tableware much, but looked at Feng Ziyi with interest. Feng Ziyi continued to eat without raising her head, and said vaguely, "That guy was beaten down by me, and he is still lying there in the hospital." Hey, Feng Ziyi, pay attention to your eating habits. Bulma said with an angry smile. Under the sunlight shining from the window, her beautiful face was sprinkled with a moving light. Feng Ziyi completely ignored other people's words and gazes, and quickly eliminated the food that was constantly being placed on the table. "Hi, beautiful lady, how are you?" At this time, a milky voice came into Bulma's ears. Bulma looked at the person in shock and saw a strange man sitting next to her. This man was wearing a valuable suit and leather shoes, and his whole body exuded the scent of tulip perfume. The strange man's face is considered to be the level of handsome guy sought after by girls. Under his long blonde hair, he has a fair face, and his bright black eyes cannot hide his lust. With such an appearance, the man's identity is undoubtedly that of a wealthy young man. Bulma frowned and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Feng Ziyi across from him was still eating by himself, not paying attention to the sudden strange man. "My name is Harley. This is not important. What is important is that, beautiful lady, from the first time I saw you, I found that I could not help but fall in love with you." The man named Harley said. He said affectionately, but those bright eyes were looking at Bulma's chest. "Get away from this table and go farther away. Because I hate you." Bulma said mercilessly, with a hint of boredom in his words, and a slightly disgusting look in Harley's eyes. Harley suddenly laughed and said, "Miss, if I don't leave, what can you do?" Bulma's face changed. She knew she was in trouble. She glanced at Feng Ziyi's seat, but found that Feng Ziyi was still eating, so she said angrily, "Feng Ziyi, help me get rid of this guy." "Oh? Forgive me for being rude, I didn't realize until now that there is a purple-haired foodie here." After saying something disdainfully, Harley glanced at Feng Ziyi disdainfully, and then said, "Humph, young master, not only am I rich, and he's also a black-level master of karate." All the diners watched the excitement in unison. They all seemed to know Harley, with a calm expression on their faces, and a bit of fear in their eyes. "I might as well tell you, young master, that my father is Colonel Sturm of the famous Red Forge Regiment," Harley said to Bulma arrogantly, with a proud smile on his face. Bulma covered her nose in disgust. Perhaps the perfume on Harley's body was too strong, which gave off a strange, choking smell. "I don't know," Bulma said without hesitation. Harley's original proud smile froze on his face, and his expression became ugly. "Hey, miss, your breasts look very soft. If you don't mind, let me touch them." Harley made a surprising move at this time. His right hand, which was originally resting on the chair, suddenly raised towards Bulma, touched his chest. Feng Ziyi suddenly raised his head, his eyes were as terrifying as wild beasts, and his left hand shook. Whoosh! A harsh sound broke through the air, but it was a bright fork that cut through the air. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net with astonishing force, it was nailed directly to Harley's right hand. "Ah!" Harley suddenly screamed and quickly retracted his right hand with evil intentions. All the diners watching the excitement took a breath, and saw Harley dripping with cold sweat, shaking his right hand in pain. On his right hand, blood dripped down the fork and onto his white suit. At this time, Feng Ziyi stood up from his seat, looked at Harley coldly, and said solemnly, "The chirping has affected my appetite, you are guilty." After saying that, he walked straight to Harley, and Feng Ziyi's body was filled with under the suffocating pressure. It was foreseeable that Feng Ziyi became angry. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." A shocking hole appeared on Harley's hand, and he said in a hateful voice while enduring severe pain, "Drink." Harley rushed towards Feng Ziyi, and with his left leg, he slammed into Feng Ziyi's body. Maybe he wasn't bragging, but this attack alone was enough to show that he was much stronger than ordinary people. There was a ferocious look on Feng Ziyi's face. She raised her right hand fiercely and grabbed Harley's thigh as fast as Harley kicked him. Maybe it's because Harley's legs are raised so high that the gap is too large, which just exposes the crotch area. A trace of indifference flashed in Feng Ziyi's eyes. She grabbed Harley's leg with one hand and made it into a fist with the other hand. With the strength of a fist, the next moment, a heavy bombardment hit Harley below the waist and the vital point between the legs. All the diners were horrified to see the scene of cutting off the man's lifeblood, and couldn't help but subconsciously clamp their legs to protect it. A scream that was 100 times more pitiful than before echoed in the restaurant. The moment Harley's lower body came into contact with Feng Ziyi's fist, it seemed as if something exploded. With a slight cracking sound, Harley flew upside down with a pale face. Go out. Chapter 53. You continue. Harley, who was sent flying by Feng Ziyi's punch, was like a kite with its string broken, smashing several tables before falling to the ground and fainting. All the diners looked at Feng Ziyi in horror, as if Feng Ziyi was a devil returning from hell, feeling creepy for no reason. "Feng Ziyi, you are too harsh." Bulma glanced at Harley, who was in a coma without a trace of pity, and said worriedly. Feng Ziyi suppressed her violent emotions and replied calmly, "I didn't kill him, right?" Bulma was slightly stunned. The meaning of Feng Ziyi's words couldn't be more simple. Perhaps in Feng Ziyi's philosophy, the so-called heavy hand is directly equated with death. Bulma took Feng Ziyi's arm and said, "Don't say so much now. If what Harley said is true, then the Red Ribbon Legion will definitely not give up. Let's leave here first." Oh, Feng Ziyi was forcefully dragged out of the restaurant by Bulma. After the two left, the restaurant owner came to his senses and asked the waiter to take care of Harley lying on the ground. He took out his phone and dialed a set of phone numbers. Hello, are you Colonel Sturm?" the boss said in awe, and you could even see a trace of sweat on his forehead while he was talking on the phone. "Colonel, your son, Master Harley." Just as the restaurant owner was mid-sentence, a nervous shout came from the receiver of the phone. All the diners understood. The restaurant owner was a smart man. He immediately reported the matter to Harley's father, Colonel Sturm, in order to defuse the seriousness of the matter. Otherwise, it was very likely that she would be injured. Fish. In the entertainment city office located in Zidu, Colonel Sturm dropped the cigar in his hand on the solid wood table. The original satisfaction on his face turned into anger, and his bloodshot eyes burst out with strong murderous intent. "Fuck you! Tell me who hurt my son!" Sturm yelled into the phone, his angry voice echoing in the spacious office. One bell later, dong, 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 a continuous knocking sound sounded outside the door. "Come in." After receiving the master's permission, the subordinate outside the door walked into the office respectfully. When the subordinate walked into the office, he was stunned on the spot. I saw messy documents and broken ashtrays scattered on the ground, as if it had been looted. Sitting on the chair, Sturm had a gloomy face, and his facial expression could only be described as cold as ice. He looked at the subordinate with sharp eyes and said coldly, "Harley had an accident on Papaya Island. Please arrange it for me immediately." "Yes." The subordinate knew why Sturm was so angry. In his heart, what he felt most distressed was his son, who was doing mischief all day long. Whoever provoked Harley would be tantamount to provoking the Red Ribbon Army in a different direction. "Also, help me find out the identity of the bastard who hurt Harley. After I catch him, I will cut him into pieces." Sturm's voice was almost hoarse, but the subordinate felt that the person in the office was the temperature immediately became a bit colder. "Ha, did Bulma and Feng Ziyi have fun?" After returning to their residence, Liping and others greeted with a smile. Bulma sighed, glanced at the indifferent Feng Ziyi beside him, and replied to Liping, "I think we are in big trouble." "What's the trouble?" Liping's expression changed and he asked. At this time, Feng Ziyi smiled and said, "It's okay, I like trouble. Men are never afraid of trouble, but women only create trouble." "Well, this is the first time I heard you say such reasonable words," Liping said with a hee-hee smile. Bulma's expression next to Feng Ziyi became ugly, and she shouted to Feng Ziyi like a shrew, "Feng Ziyi, you actually said I can only cause trouble? Damn it, you won't have a share of dinner tonight. Then I'll bring back dinner tomorrow morning," Feng Ziyi said with a serious face. You reading www.youcanchu.net. Amid the noise of everyone, time passed and the night passed. The next day, which was the day of the martial arts tournament finals, Feng Ziyi and others got up early in the morning. "Here, Feng Ziyi, these are the clothes I bought for you." Bulma suddenly called Feng Ziyi into the room, then took out a black sportswear and threw it to Feng Ziyi. Feng Ziyi took the clothes and said to Bulma, "Thank you." After saying that, before Bulma could react, Feng Ziyi quickly took off his shabby clothes. Within a few seconds, Feng Ziyi left her clothes and pants to Bulma, exposing her whole body in front of Bulma. "Put it on quickly." Bulma blushed. Feng Ziyi didn't seem to be good at wearing pants with a belt, so she didn't put them on even after a lot of effort. As a last resort, Feng Ziyi asked the only person in the room for help, "Bulma, come here and help me put it on." "Hey!" In order to save time, Bulma had to help Feng Ziyi get dressed. While putting it on, he smiled bitterly and said, "You graduated from kindergarten, right?" Just as Feng Ziyi was about to answer, she saw the ajar door being pushed open, and Liping and Wolong burst in, shouting, "Hurry up, the martial arts club will start soon." Liping was halfway through his words, he swallowed it into his stomach. Wolong and Liping's eyes widened. In their unbelievable gazes, Bulma was squatting at Feng Ziyi's feet and was putting on Feng Ziyi's pants. The sight in front of them could only be described as warm May. To describe. For a moment, many dirty scenes were sketched in Liping's mind. After being silent for a long time, he said with a bad smile, "You guys continue, hee hee." After that, he took Oolong and fled the scene quickly. Frustration, difficulty, don't you imagine, Dragon Ball Guilty is actually a female channel all the time, sweat. Chapter 54 Finals. Under the scorching sun, the main venue where the world's best martial arts tournament is held is packed with seats. All the audience are eagerly looking forward to the highlight of the show, which is the end of today's martial arts tournament and the finals between Feng Ziyi and Jackie Chan. Feng Ziyi, who arrived at the venue early, was surprised to find that the seriously injured Sun Wukong was talking with Jackie Chan, the contestant in the next competition, in the rest area. Feng Ziyi, you're here. Sun Wukong greeted him as if nothing was wrong. It was completely impossible to tell where he had been injured. Feng Ziyi nodded and asked, "Why are you here?" "Of course I came to see the battle between you and Grandpa." Sun Wukong grinned. At this time, Jackie Chan's thoughtful eyes were fixed on Feng Ziyi, and he said slowly, "Young man, I watched all the matches between you and Wukong. To be honest, the fact that you can beat Wukong does not mean that your speed or strength account for it's because your ability to control Qi surpasses him. But I'm different, what I'm best at is controlling Qi." "Oh? Maybe. I don't want to explain anything more. During the competition, I will speak with my fists." Feng Ziyi replied lukewarmly. In fact, he was not sure that he could defeat Jackie Chan in front of him, which can also be said to be the turtle immortal. After all, the level gap is very obvious. Feng Ziyi has just reached level 11. According to the 1:6 level conversion between humans and monsters, Feng Ziyi can barely deal with monsters around level 66, while Kame Senin is at level 70. It can be said that the odds of defeating him are very slight, and the form is very unfavorable to Feng Ziyi. After an hour. Because the season in Papaya Island is still summer, the temperature in the air has always been high, with no downward trend. The competition site was full of roars and joy, and the wisps of water vapor distorted the distant scenery. Sweating can no longer be used to describe these things. The audience was crowded together, and their hair was already wet with sweat. There was a continuous stream of sweat on their foreheads, faces, and even the backs of their hands. Their clothes were already wet and clinging to their bodies. Thus, the men showed off their strong and majestic body lines, while the ladies showed off their exquisite curves. This allowed both men and women to feast their eyes on each other and at the same time secretly praise that this trip was really profitable. Under the gaze of everyone, the host responsible for the commentary calmly walked onto the stage. Facing the huge crowds and the noisy scene, there was no trace of nervousness on his face. It was obvious that he had received professional training. Dear viewers, the upcoming match can be said to be the biggest highlight of the world's #1 Budokai. It will pit the powerful Feng Ziyi against the ever-strong Jackie Chan. The host spoke into the microphone in his hand as he prepared in advance. Speaking, he said with a slightly excited tone. Unexpectedly, when he said this, there was a roar of boos, and the audience was obviously impatient with the wait. This capable male supporter did not show the slightest panic on his face, but loudly said, "Everyone! Everyone! Be quiet, everyone, be quiet for a moment. I know that everyone is looking forward to this game very much. So, please give me a call today." The protagonists are contestants Feng Ziyi and Jackie Chan. Wow! At this moment, tens of thousands of spectators could not sit still, shouting excitedly and loudly, converging into waves of sounds like mountains and tsunamis in this vast and boundless venue. The first person to come out of the field was Jackie Chan. His hair was dark blue and his beard on his chin was all white, showing his age. However, Jackie Chan's body is still strong, his face is red, and he looks like a fairy, exuding the aura of a strong man. "Come on, Jackie Chan! Come on, Grandpa! Look! This is the style of a master." After Jackie Chan's figure appeared in the audience's sight, the venue suddenly became boiling, with comments and cheers coming and going. In the eyes of some viewers, Zhang is still old and hot, and the winner of this competition is most likely to be the experienced Jackie Chan. After a few seconds of pause, another player, Feng Ziyi, slowly walked out. His short purple hair was windless. His expression was serious and his eyes were cold. There was no cold aura in his body, but he was a bit colder. If someone stood in front of him, they would definitely feel a winter chill. Ah! It's Feng Ziyi. Madman! Feng Ziyi, come on! I support you! In vain, one wave after another rose up. After Feng Ziyi entered the scene, excitement, ecstasy, and excitement broke out. The sound of adoration suddenly filled the entire scene. Unlike Jackie Chan, according to statistics from Busybodies after the game, almost 90% of women of all ages admire the young, handsome, and super powerful Feng Ziyi. After an earth-shattering scream that could pierce people's eardrums, the audience in the auditorium took out their cameras and other tools that had been prepared. Dazzling flashes of light, both on and off the court, were like waves on the sea, with turbulent mad flashes undulating, as if they wanted to turn the entire venue into a white space before they would stop. In the stands, holy crap, isn't it? There are still people who like this violent maniac Feng Ziyi. Bulma asked in surprise with his mouth hanging open when he saw that Feng Ziyi was so popular. You reading www.ukasha.net. The blonde Lang Chi next to her rolled her eyes at Bulma and replied, "You don't understand, I just appreciate Feng Ziyi's wildness." After saying that, he joined in the shouts of the crowd. "The world has changed," Bulma said with a helpless smile, but Leaping interrupted, "If you care about these things, you might as well worry about whether Feng Ziyi will lose to that old man." "You said Feng Ziyi would lose to that bad old man?" Bulma asked doubtfully. Leaping frowned and said in a deep voice, "Well, that old man is not an ordinary person, I was eliminated by him." "Don't be kidding me. I'm not sure about anything else, but that guy Feng Ziyi is a pervert with bottomless strength. He can even defeat the great ape transformed by Wukong. How could he lose to such a weak old guy?" Leaping's eyes were fixed on Jackie Chan's figure and he said solemnly, "I have been thinking that this Jackie Chan may be Wukong's teacher, the turtle immortal who is known as the god of martial arts." On the rebuilt arena, Feng Ziyi and Jackie Chan stood at both ends of the arena, both ready for the battle. Contestants Jackie Chan and Feng Ziyi are both rare masters, but there is only one number one in the world. It can be said that the upcoming finals will definitely be a battle between dragons and tigers, a visual feast. I declare. The competition begins. In the host's passionate speech, and with the bells echoing in the stadium, the martial arts competition finally began. The applause was like thousands of horses galloping, creating an atmosphere that was hotter and brighter than the sun. Everything in the world was immersed in the hysterical shouts of the audience. After the flood of applause, all the audience's eyes immediately focused on the ring. They were all curious, Feng Ziyi, Jackie Chan, who is stronger or weaker? See you soon. Chapter 55 The Competition Between the Strong. Feng Ziyi's eyes never left Jackie Chan. In a master's duel, every move could determine the outcome. This was the first time that Feng Ziyi was so cautious. Jackie Chan looked at Feng Ziyi calmly. He did not show the starting position of Gaixian style, but put his hands behind his back, as if he was a master. Sudden. Feng Ziyi didn't think much about it. The explosive power under his feet was concentrated on one point, and his body turned into an invisible arrow. Under the surprised eyes of the audience, he launched a rapid offensive. Feng Ziyi's traces were reflected in Jackie Chan's eyes, and in an instant, their fists and feet collided. The ground stirred up with dust, and on the wide arena, two blurry figures writhed together, each performing dazzling attacks. The excitement of the battle far exceeded everyone's imagination. Every time Feng Ziyi waved his fist, a harsh wind would blow up, and the sound of crackling the air would sound like firecrackers. The brilliant shadow of his fist would suffocate Jackie Chan. Compared with Feng Ziyi, Jackie Chan adopts a passive defense. His figure is like a swimming dragon, and the steps under his feet stay in the same place for no more than 1 second. This is super speed. Using speed to dodge Feng Ziyi seems futile. Attack! Contestant Jackie Chan and contestant Feng Ziyi let everyone enjoy this wonderful scene from the beginning. They are worthy of being the strong ones who have entered the finals. The host was on the edge of the ring, his eyes fixed on the two sides of the battle, and he said with excitement, he explained in a conscientious tone. In the stands, all the spectators were immersed in this exciting battle. After being mentioned by the host, the venue immediately erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause, like a frying pan, and the chaotic sound echoed in everyone's ears. Bang! The sudden burst of energy caused strong vibrations in the air within a dozen meters. A clearly visible shock wave spread out in all directions at the next moment, stirring up a thin layer of fine and weak sand on the solid concrete ring. Both Feng Ziyi and Jackie Chan were shaken back. There was a hint of excitement in Feng Ziyi's eyes, and there was a hint of horror in Jackie Chan's eyes. In the fight just now, the two of them didn't even use half of their strength, but just a simple test. Young man, you really surprised me. With your strength, you can defeat Wukong. It seems that there is no luck at all. Jackie Chan's eyes were deep and he spoke in a deep voice. Feng Ziyi smiled slightly and said, in order to save time, let's use all our strength. No matter what, you will fall, because I will become stronger when I encounter strength. Okay. Jackie Chan exclaimed in praise, his brows narrowed, and he actually took off his mantle, revealing his muscles that were not very strong. Feng Ziyi tore off a piece of rag from the sleeve of her clothes and wrapped it around her head. This was a small way to prevent her hair from affecting her vision during the fight, or to prevent sweat from flowing down. I didn't hear clearly the conversation between the two contestants just now, but judging from their expressions, both of them were trying their best, the host said with great energy into the microphone in his hand. Feng Ziyi's eyes flashed with a cold light without any emotion, and her face was solemn as never before. Opposite him, Jackie Chan exposed his frail upper body, exuding a vague aura. Use all your strength. As soon as Feng Ziyi finished speaking, he kicked the ground hard with his left foot. The concrete arena suddenly sank into a shallow pit. There were cracked spider web marks around the shallow pit. It can be imagined that, how powerful is his foot. Relying on the rebound of this kick, Feng Ziyi turned into a sharp strong wind and approached Jackie Chan again at a speed more than twice as fast as before. The next moment, Duda's fist brought strong wind pressure and thundered. Feng Ziyi believed that if the punch hit Jackie Chan hard, it would be enough to break an iron pillar as thick as an adult's arm into two pieces. Jackie Chan's eyes changed, and the power hidden in his body burst out in an instant. Speed. Terrible speed. A speed that no one could see. Jackie Chan's faint figure was like a wisp of smoke. He almost overtook Feng Ziyi, who attacked first. Then he tapped his toes on the ground and made an extremely flexible turn. Feng Ziyi's momentum was the inevitable inch-punch attack passed by Jackie Chan's blurry image. The next moment, in the confused eyes of all the audience, Jackie Chan strangely turned behind Feng Ziyi, put his left foot on the ground, and whirled his right foot in the air. His whip legs pierced the air with afterimages, and the wind moved toward Feng Ziyi's body like lightning. Attacking the back and the back of the head, reading www.yuyuganshu.net. The scream almost pierced the eardrums. Feng Ziyi was actually smiling at this time, an excited sneer. With the strength of the wind coming before his legs, Feng Ziyi did not dodge, and directly resisted Jackie Chan's fierce attacks. His figure suddenly blurred on the spot. When he returned to the ground again, he was already face to face with Jackie Chan. Their eyes intertwined. If there is a slow-motion playback, it may be possible to capture that in less than a second. Feng Ziyi completed a series of movements that quickly twisted his body. This speed reached an appalling level. As the saying goes, when we meet on a narrow road, the brave will win. Bang! Two muffled sounds sounded almost at the same time in no particular order. Jackie Chan stumbled and retreated a few meters in embarrassment before stabilizing his body. Feng Ziyi, on the other hand, stood motionless on the spot because it was easier to control the center of gravity with her fists than with her legs, as if she was as unaffected as Mount Tai. Ahem, is this your inch punch? Jackie Chan coughed, and he could clearly feel that his heels were numb. According to common practice, when fists and feet collide, the feet should be superior, but Feng Ziyi subverted this common sense with her absolute power. Feng Ziyi nodded, his arms were shaking, and even he couldn't believe that Jackie Chan in front of him could restrain an inch punch with unilateral strength, causing his right hand to temporarily lose consciousness. Did you see it? I didn't see it clearly. It's too exaggerated. I couldn't even see the process of their fighting. It's amazing, these two people are so strong. Because during the battle between the two, due to their speed, no one could see clearly what was going on. For a time, the audience's comments in the stands were like the waves of the sea, one after another. Chapter 56 Crisis. Jackie Chan in full strength. I can't believe my eyes, the speed of the two players is so fast. The host was the person closest to Feng Ziyi and Jackie Chan. Even he didn't see the battle clearly, let alone those who were sitting there. The audience looked at each other from a distance in the stands. The battle between Feng Ziyi and Jackie Chan sounded the horn again, but in vain, the two figures disappeared from the audience's sight. The sound of the wind continued, and under the extremely fast movement, Feng Ziyi's fist carried a stream of cold wind, attacking Jackie Chan's vital parts treacherously. Although there was no method, it fully implemented the word weird. Broke in. Jackie Chan shouted softly, and waves rippled in the air. The next moment, Jackie Chan's hands actually grasped Feng Ziyi's swinging fist, instantly fixing Feng Ziyi's figure in place. Feng Ziyi's eyes shone coldly, and there was no extra time for the stalemate to continue. He kicked off his feet, and his body exploded with huge power, and Jackie Chan jumped into the air together. Damn it! Feng Ziyi kept hitting Jackie Chan's forehead with his forehead. Jackie Chan's expression remained unchanged and he suddenly threw Feng Ziyi's body to the ground. Generally speaking, the force of falling plus the power in Jackie Chan's hands would definitely make Feng Ziyi fall to the ground, but reality overturned that idea. The wind roared in his ears. Feng Ziyi reflected it and made a flip in mid-air. When he touched the ring, his feet shook. His body leaned forward at a 45-degree angle with the ground, but he used his abdomen. Strength stabilizes the center of gravity. In Feng Ziyi's sight, Jackie Chan's figure stood a few meters in front of him. Feng Ziyi controlled the balance of her body and rushed towards Jackie Chan's position quickly. The advancing legs swing alternately, moving like the wind, so fast that one cannot see his legs clearly. The resistance of the air becomes a wild swing in front of the fast-moving body. Her purple hair was lifted high by the wind and danced wildly backwards to both sides. Her clothes were swung back close to her body and made a huffing sound in the oncoming strong wind. The distance between them was more than 30 meters, and in the blink of an eye, Feng Ziyi had already crossed a few meters. After images are flying around, blurry and confusing. Bang! Bang! Jackie Chan blocked Feng Ziyi's attack in an orderly manner. His defense was in place, like an unbreakable wall. No matter how fast Feng Ziyi's leg attack was, he could withstand it. Feng Ziyi's face was grim, and his eyes burst out with a real fighting desire. I saw that Feng Ziyi quickly moved his whole body, his left toe rested on the ground, and his body turned like a spiral. His right foot had already condensed powerful infuriating energy, and he swept out with a move of the divine dragon swinging its tail, carrying powerful energy. Lightning went straight to Jackie Chan's chest. Boom! It was obvious that the air was slightly distorted, and at the same time, a low and shocking sound of wind and thunder roared in the ears of the audience. In the center of the ring, the fierce battle finally subsided, and Jackie Chan was seen clutching his chest, his face pale, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. All the audience gasped and stared at Feng Ziyi on the stage in shock. Their eyes were not only surprised but also horrified. I admit, I have underestimated you, young man. Jackie Chan felt his blood boiling, and there was a fishy sweetness in his throat, and he looked directly at Feng Ziyi and said slowly. Feng Ziyi interrupted him and said, the power of the inch punch may only be exerted on the fist when it is 10,000 kilograms of weight, but when concentrated on the feet, it can exert several times the power. Jackie Chan smiled and said, since your strength has reached this level, it seems that I can't show weakness. After speaking, Jackie Chan sighed and continued, every mountain is better than the next, young man, watch carefully. In vain, Jackie Chan's originally thin body underwent abnormal changes. Creak. Creak, crack. Crack. The sounds of muscles being stretched and the sounds of bones opening and closing together, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net formed a strange sound. The muscles on the surface of Jackie Chan's body bulged regularly, and his body began to become strong and tall. The muscles quickly expanded when visible to the naked eye, showing an upper body with knotted muscles. Seeing this scene in front of him, Feng Ziyi was startled, and suddenly thought that when Jianwo Mountain helped the Bull Demon King put out the fire, the turtle immortal used this appearance to perform the terrifying turtle-style qigong. It's so surprising that the elderly Jackie Chan actually has a body as strong as a young strong man, the host explained in surprise. Jackie Chan, who looked like a muscular man, glanced at Feng Ziyi, and without hesitation, he shot out a majestic aura that was unparalleled in the world, spreading around like a rolling wave, driving away the sand and gravel on the stage. So strong! A thought came to Feng Ziyi's mind, but before he could react, Jackie Chan had already disappeared. The space around Feng Ziyi experienced subtle distortions in an instant, and Jackie Chan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Feng Ziyi. An extremely strong turbulence of air spread out, and Jackie Chan's fist slammed into Feng Ziyi's chest. Boom! Feng Ziyi's top made a seedling. Starting from the middle of his chest, it was torn into countless rags by the strong wind. They flew and danced in all directions. After a slight pause, his body spat out. Shooting out an exaggerated blood arrow, the body accelerated instantly, like a discharged cannonball, drawing a straight-line shadow in the air with almost no bending arc, accompanied by the dull thunder of the fist tearing the air. Howling, the whole person fell into the damaged ring. The audience was discussing in low voices and asking people around them. There was a buzz, and no one knew what the current situation was. The more votes you cast, my update speed will increase. Chapter 57 Victory or Loss, Part 1. Screams rang out, and the whole place was in an uproar. No one could accept the reality in front of them. Jackie Chan, who was at a disadvantage just now, actually knocked out Feng Ziyi with one punch, and no one could see his movements clearly. Compared with the previous games, this fight between dragons and tigers that all the audience was looking forward to was invisible to them. As it progressed, all they could capture were the sounds coming from the ring and the moment one party was knocked down. Feng Ziyi climbed up from the ring, supporting his body with difficulty. Although the blow just now did not cause him to faint, it directly caused heavy damage to his body. Don't force it, it's just a game. Jackie Chan looked at the swaying Feng Ziyi with serious eyes and said slowly. Feng Ziyi wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth with her hand. After hearing what Jackie Chan said, she smiled slightly and replied coldly, "Are you pitying me, or are you humiliating me? In a man's battle, there is only winning and losing, there is no giving up." Alas! Jackie Chan sighed and said softly, "In that case, let's decide the winner, young man." After saying that, his eyes widened and his whole person turned into a shadow, just like gliding through the night. Dove. At the moment of breathing, he came to Feng Ziyi. Bump. Feng Ziyi and Jackie Chan's fists collided directly. The cold light in Feng Ziyi's eyes kept flashing, and she shouted violently. She clenched her other hand into a fist and dragged the airflow more than a foot long towards Jackie Chan. His face was smashed. This was already the ultimate limit of the inch punch. Jackie Chan's eyes revealed a calm vicissitude, and with a low drink, he raised his wrinkled hands, creating layers of blurred afterimages, and faced Feng Zi's attack. Crack, crackle, 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 crackle. In Feng Zi's stunned eyes, his hands passed through his tight defense line, touch, touch, touch. He hit Feng Zi's chest several times, and finally pulled his right hand slightly behind his shoulder, in a process that seemed to be slow but fast. After accumulating enough strength, he suddenly turned his palm and pushed it out, and the solid and terrifying power burst out like lightning. Boom! In the astonished gazes of all the audience, Feng Zi was like a kite with a broken string, being shot away by Jackie Chan. Moreover, the position where he fell was just outside the boundary of the ring. If he fell, it would be announced that Feng Zi had lost the game. Can't lose. Feng Zi's eyes suddenly burst into blood-colored light, and in an instant, his expression turned cold. In mid-air, Feng Zi controlled his balance to the best state. His tumbling body was twisted by him in mid-air, and landed on the edge of the ring with a snap. He almost fell. Went to the ring. It's so wonderful. Contestant Feng Zi used her tenacious perseverance to stay in the ring, the host explained excitedly, and thunderous applause erupted from the stands. Feng Zi clenched her fists and stood up, looking straight at Jackie Chan with cold eyes, a strong fighting spirit on her face. Come on, Feng Zi. Crazy man, deal with that old man. Come on, Feng Zi, we must win. The audience in the stands seemed to remember something, and suddenly, cheers dedicated to Feng Zi resounded throughout the venue. Feng Zi recalled the battle that just happened. Why did Jackie Chan suddenly become so strong? Could this be the hidden strength of level 70 monsters? Feng Zi's eyes lit up when she thought of this. It seems that before the game, when talking in the rest area, Jackie Chan once said that what he is best at is controlling qi. Could it be that? Let's continue. Feng Zi said calmly, ignoring the pain on his body and assuming a fighting posture. Jackie Chan nodded, his eyes flashed, and he used his absolute superior speed to instantly arrive at Feng Zi's location. There was no surprise on Feng Zi's face, and she had already been guarding her place vigilantly. Drink! Jackie Chan raised his huge fist and swung an extremely fierce straight punch in an instant. Feng Zi narrowed her eyes and fixed her eyes tightly on Jackie Chan's fist. Of course, he had prepared a defense in advance. Feng Zi put his hands on his chest, lowered his head at the same time, and gathered all his strength in front of him. Before Jackie Chan's fist hit Feng Zi, the entire air in front of Feng Zi shook violently. A shock wave visible to the naked eye exploded towards Feng Zi. The dull explosion was so thrilling. Seeing this scene, Feng Zi shouted excitedly, "That's it!" After saying that, he felt as if he had been hit fiercely by an oversized hammer and fell to the ring again. The host saw that Feng Zi, who was lying on the ground, did not get up immediately, so he ran over and said into the microphone, "Because Feng Zi fell to the ground. According to the rules of the competition, I have to start counting down to tens. If 10 within the number, Feng Zi's player did not." Suddenly, the host's explanation stopped, and Feng Zi climbed up again. His body was already scarred, but the war in his eyes was the interest did not subside. Are you angry? When you attacked, you used a small turtle-style qigong similar to the inch fist. Feng Ziyi suddenly said to Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan's expression changed and he became a little surprised. Yes, qi is a mysterious power. Jackie Chan once said that Feng Ziyi's victory over Sun Wukong was entirely due to the application of qi, and Jackie Chan has completely mastered qi. If Feng Ziyi wants to defeat him, she must understand and fight with qi. Chapter 58 Victory or Loss, Part 2. The entire scene was silent, and everyone was watching the battle quietly, with the passion in their hearts burning and churning like fire. The figures of Feng Ziyi and Jackie Chan kept changing on the ring, and the dense sound of breaking through the air like rain sounded one after another. None of the viewers saw the entire battle clearly, and the only thing they longed for was the result. Gas. Both people are using qi, and every time they punch, they will use qi. Feng Ziyi always restrains his emotional fluctuations. Only with a calm mind can he show his true strength in fierce battles. Feng Ziyi's fists intertwined with dazzling moves in unpredictable ways in the air. The speed of the eight-hand fist immediately blocked Jackie Chan's counterattack route. Jackie Chan is also known as Turtle Immortal. He has lived for 300 years. He has rich fighting experience in his life. He is not afraid of Feng Ziyi's attack. He violently recovers and condenses his energy while spreading his hands, spreading dense fist shadows in front of and behind him. The palm prints were either clearly visible or dimly displayed around him, blocking all Feng Ziyi's attacks. Jackie Chan's side is calm and as solid as a chime stone, while Feng Ziyi's side is like asterisk, like thunder and lightning. The two people's anger roared on the ring, and the unparalleled power was like a wild beast, raging crazily throughout the ring. The solid ring was made of concrete mixed with steel bars, and was bombarded by the fierce and violent force. Stone fragments flew around, and occasionally some fragments of stone flew out of the ring, shooting into the nearby audience seats, hitting the faces of the spectators who were close, and feeling a faint pain on their bodies. After more than an hour of hard attack, the two men almost reduced the entire solid ring to 2/3 of its level. Jackie Chan and Feng Ziyi stopped at the same time. Their energy had been exhausted, and their physical strength was also declining. Contestant Feng Ziyi and Jackie Chan are so amazing. They are evenly matched. It's really exciting. The host took advantage of the break between the two to explain loudly, which immediately attracted the support of the audience, although they did not see clearly. What's going on? In the seats in the stands, I didn't expect this bad old man to be so powerful. Bulma said in surprise. Leaping, who was next to Bulma, replied, I have already said that this Jackie Chan must be the guy from Turtle Immortal who sneaked in disguise to participate in the competition. No matter who the opponent is, I believe that Feng Ziyi's guy will win. Bulma affirmed, looking at Feng Ziyi's back. On the ring, Jackie Chan looked at Feng Ziyi calmly and said, Young man, you actually understood the application of qi so quickly. It really surprises me, an old man. Oh, then, I will let you see, besides turtle-style qigong, another unique move. 10,000 Nations Shocking Palm. Feng Ziyi raised her brows. Although she still didn't know what kind of move Jackie Chan mentioned about the 10,000 Kingdoms Shocking Palm, she was vigilant and in a defensive position. I saw Jackie Chan's eyes flashing with a deep and restrained majesty. He bowed his body with a stern look on his face. The energy in his whole body was floating uneasily, and even the air became restless. In an instant, the airflow turned violently across the country. And the biting wind blew Jackie Chan's hair. The muscles on his face visibly trembled, and he shouted, the shocking palm of all nations. At this moment, a flash of lightning appeared between Jackie Chan's hands, crack, crack. Feng Ziyi's rigorous mind was shaken for no reason, revealing a flaw. The next moment, click. Boom. Countless lightning chains of different lengths bound Feng Ziyi's body instantly. Ah! Feng Ziyi groaned in pain, his brows knitted together, and the pain that was worse than death came from his body, torturing him heartbreakingly. What does it feel like when lightning strikes the human body? Nerve paralysis, the feeling that the bones are about to be torn apart, every cell in the body is afraid and trembling. Young man, you should admit defeat quickly. The ability of the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm is to convert energy into thunder and lightning. If you continue like this, you may die. Jackie Chan advised. In the stands, Bulma covered her mouth in surprise. This was the first time she saw Feng Ziyi so powerless and in such pain. Bulma, let Feng Ziyi give up this game quickly. That old man is too strong, Feng Ziyi is no match for him. Li Ping said worriedly at the side. Bulma went out of his way and retorted, if you don't want to be chased and chopped by Feng Ziyi with a kitchen knife, then go ahead and persuade him to admit defeat. Li Ping was speechless for a while. Just as Bulma said, if the competition between Feng Ziyi and Jackie Chan was terminated, the consequences would be serious. The rest area, unlike the stands, is relatively close to the ring, so it is a good place to watch the game. Wukong, that guy with purple hair is about to lose. Krillin said to Sun Wukong, who was watching the game attentively. Sun Wukong replied without looking back, that guy won't lose. Because he is Feng Ziyi. Klin asked curiously, Wukong, why do you believe him so much? Because he can eat better than me. Sun Wukong replied casually, and Klin beside him fell speechless. Summoning recommendation votes after midnight PM, I hope to help Blood Blossom reach the rankings. Chapter 59 Victory or Loss, Part 2. Feng Ziyi fell into an extremely passive and dangerous situation. His whole body was filled with wanton electric current, and the clothes on his body were constantly burning. Young man, don't show off your talents for a moment, give up this game. Jackie Chan said slowly, his hands continued to release qi, and the qi continued to transform into electric current, stimulating Feng Ziyi's body. Old guy, shut up. Feng Ziyi replied angrily, and Jackie Chan's expression suddenly became a little ugly. Unimaginable pain hit her brain. Feng Ziyi felt that the nerves in her whole head were about to explode. Her whole body and mind seemed to have many knives cutting and pulling them bit by bit. This unimaginable pain made Feng Ziyi unbearable and made her want to commit suicide. Her short purple hair exploded, and Feng Ziyi's face was almost distorted. Her complexion changed rapidly, first red, then white, then livid, then purple, and finally purple-black. Feng Ziyi screamed from the bottom of his heart, and the shrill roar echoed throughout the venue. He could only vent his heart-breaking pain in this way. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes passed. Jackie Chan's eyes revealed unbelievable surprise. The current in the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm had reached 50,000 volts. If applied to a normal person, it would never survive for a second. Even Jackie Chan himself was not sure whether he could last for 1 minute, but Feng Ziyi in front of him actually persisted for 5 minutes. This was undoubtedly a miracle for Jackie Chan. The audience in the stands gasped, and everyone was anxious. Even if they couldn't understand what the effect of this move would be, they could read the terrifying power of this 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm from Feng Ziyi's painful face. Place. Feng Ziyi gritted his teeth, his face was tense, his eyes were bulging, filled with terrible bloodshot eyes, his face was so ferocious, he was trying to stay awake, and now he looked like a demon returning from hell. The electric current pulled at all the organs in Feng Ziyi's body wantonly, forcing it into the bones, churning the bone marrow crazily, penetrating into every cell in the body, viciously trying to paralyze and tear the whole person, and cut off all vitality in the body. Damn it! Feng Ziyi's fingernails dug into the flesh of his palms, and his vision gradually became hazy. Now Feng Ziyi could only hold on with his mind, trying hard not to let himself pass out. Experience +5. Experience +5. Experience +5. Very abrupt, continuous prompts echoed in Feng Ziyi's mind. The next moment, Feng Ziyi felt her body, his functions are gradually recovering, and the current that was ravaging his body has turned from the previous pain into a hint of warmth. When it flows through his body, he feels a bit comfortable, as if he is taking a bath in a hot spring. Feng Ziyi's power constantly neutralizes the raging current, incorporates it into the body, improves his physique, and constantly surpasses the limits of his physical ability, constantly surpassing, and surpassing. What should I do? Feng Ziyi seems to be in pain now. Li Ping asked anxiously while sitting in the audience. Bulma's face was very pale, and he looked at Feng Ziyi struggling in pain on the ring, and replied, if Feng Ziyi can't get rid of this trick in another minute, we can only give up the game for him. Look! That guy Feng Ziyi seems to be laughing. Oolong suddenly exclaimed. Bulma and Li Ping looked at Feng Ziyi in confusion. Sure enough, as Wolong said, Feng Ziyi was actually laughing. Almost the entire audience discovered this strange thing. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Feng Ziyi's expression changed from the unbearable pain just now to a bright smile. This guy! Jackie Chan's expression changed several times. This was the first time in 300 years that he had encountered such an opponent. He was able to survive for 5 minutes under the current of 10,000 kingdoms' shocking palm, and what Jackie Chan couldn't accept the most was that Feng Ziyi's smile was a bit sarcastic. In vain, the golden light burst out, and Feng Ziyi's entire body was enveloped in a layer of bright golden light. The dazzling brilliance not only surprised Jackie Chan, but also the entire audience felt incredible and couldn't figure out what this sudden golden light meant. Feng Ziyi groaned, and there was a system prompt in his mind that made him extremely excited: upgrade. The next moment, the wounds on his body continued to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the exhausted physical strength and energy reached their maximum. In the best condition, and compared with before, Feng Ziyi felt a surge of power. This power even made him feel terrible. Boom! Feng Ziyi just shook his body and was freed from the shackles of the 10,000 kingdoms' shocking fist. Jackie Chan's expression changed, his body kept retreating, and he used the 10,000 kingdoms' shocking fist, which had reduced his energy and physical strength to zero. What a surprise! Player Feng Ziyi actually got rid of the trick that Jackie Chan was bound to win. When the host saw the wonderful thing, Kangshu www.uukangshu.net quickly explained excitedly, causing the whole audience to burst into excitement. Feng Ziyi stood on the ring, and when he thought about the feeling of life being worse than death, he couldn't help but feel chills in his heart. This was the first time that he was so painful that he wanted to seek death. Level 11? No, it's level 12. Feng Ziyi clenched his fists, excitement and joy flashed between his eyebrows. There was only one reason: he had gained power beyond Jackie Chan. What Feng Ziyi hates the most is the feeling of being a weakling, because it is a shame. At this time, Jackie Chan suddenly said, "The era of young people has come. I have decided to admit defeat." The whole audience was in an uproar. No one expected that Jackie Chan, who had the upper hand just now, would actually admit defeat. A bit of murderous intent was added to the air in vain. A pair of cold eyes were fixed on Jackie Chan's figure. Feng Ziyi said in a gloomy tone, "No matter who my opponent is, in my eyes, he is just a loser. Experience is strange. And there is only one strange ending, and that is to fall down." After saying that, in Jackie Chan's horrified eyes, Feng Ziyi's figure turned into nothingness in an instant, with such a speed that even Jackie Chan at his peak could not do it. Less than. Before all the audience could react, Feng Ziyi flashed beside Jackie Chan like a ghost and said in a soft and harmless tone, "So, I don't need you to admit defeat." Jackie Chan tried to dodge, but Feng Ziyi's the right hand broke through the air, and the scream was like the roar of the wild wind, and it quickly fell on Jackie Chan's chest. Ahem! Jackie Chan felt a piercing pain in his chest, as if he had been hit by a train, and his whole body flew out unconsciously. The moment he landed, the dust on the ground was thrown up into the air. Jackie Chan's body fell in the center of the ring, expressionless, and he fainted without any warning. Today I am on the list. I hope you will trouble me to collect and vote as much as possible to give me the motivation to write. Chapter 60 The Budokai ends, the Red Ribbon's Revenge. If this #1 martial arts club in the world is a place for other players to learn martial arts or receive bonuses, then for Feng Ziyi, it is a treasured place for leveling up. No, Feng Ziyi has leveled up again. The time difference from the previous upgrade was less than a few minutes. After defeating the level 70 boss Kame Sennin, I gained a lot of experience points. Let Feng Ziyi upgrade from level 12 to level 13, to be precise, level 13.5, because after the upgrade, more than half of the experience is left. And by the way, Kame Sennin's skill, 10,000 Kingdoms Shocking Palm was learned by Feng Ziyi. In the stands, all the spectators looked at Jackie Chan, who fell to the ground, their eyes full of panic and disbelief, their mouths wide enough to swallow 2 eggs. On the ring, the male host closest to Feng Ziyi and Jackie Chan seemed to be petrified after seeing the scene in front of him through his sunglasses, and stood there motionless. 1. Bulma looked at Feng Ziyi on the ring in astonishment, and leaping beside him nodded indifferently. When Bulma and others came back to their senses, they looked at each other with joy on their faces, and then burst into piercing cheers. After all, the host's psychological quality is beyond ordinary people. He immediately reacted from his surprise, glanced at Jackie Chan, who was unconscious on the ground, and said loudly into the microphone in an exciting tone, "Dear viewers, the champion of the world's best martial arts club is Feng Ziyi contestant. Feng Ziyi. Madman. Feng Ziyi. Madman. Feng Ziyi." Fierce applause and shouts sprung up like bamboo shoots after rain. After a moment of silence, they resounded throughout the entire city. Field. Suddenly, the entire venue was immersed in a sea of joy, and Feng Ziyi on the stage was like a towering statue, enjoying the worship of tens of thousands of people. At the same time, Feng Ziyi got another reminder in her mind: winning the title of the #1 Budokai champion in the world, the reward skill is soul perception. In the midst of joy, the triennial #1 martial arts tournament in the world came to an end. Everyone remembered a name, and that was Feng Ziyi, a very strong and violent purple-haired young man. In the restaurant, there is a very rhythmic sound of cracking. If you don't observe carefully, people passing by may think that this is the sound of percussion. Another bowl. I want it too. Sun Wukong and Feng Ziyi said without raising their heads. The two of them were fighting for the food on the table, and they kept disappearing from the eyes of Bulma and others. Leaping glanced at the bandaged Turtle Immortal and asked in a deep voice, "That Jackie Chan must be you in disguise, right?" Turtle Immortal laughed haha and replied vaguely, "I was injured because I accidentally slipped and fell in the toilet. As for the Jackie Chan you are talking about, I don't know him at all." "Then where were you during the game?" Bulma asked. "Of course I'm going on a date with a young and beautiful girl." Turtle Immortal deliberately pretended to be lustful and answered randomly, looking for a reason. Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong continued to destroy the food on the table. Bulma glanced at the two of them and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Feng Ziyi, with the way you eat, the bonus you just got will be eaten up soon." "That kind of thing, it doesn't matter. As long as it fills the stomach," Feng Ziyi said while holding a chicken thigh and chewing it. At this time, Leaping smiled and interjected, "Wukong, the martial arts meeting is over, do you still plan to go to the Turtle Immortal house to practice?" "No, I'm going to the outside world to continue practicing and make myself stronger." Looking up at Leaping, Sun Wukong simply replied, "Oh, what a pity. If you accompany us back to Zidu, I will treat you to more delicious food." Bulma tempted Sun Wukong. Without waiting for Sun Wukong to reply, Feng Ziyi said seriously, "Bulma, I won't accompany you back to Zidu either." "Why?" Bulma felt that she was feeling frustrated for no reason, so she asked. Putting down his job, Feng Ziyi smiled and said, "Well, there are too few monsters in Zidu. I have to go to other maps to find monsters to level up." Bulma and others were speechless for a while. They could never understand Feng Ziyi's monsters. "What are you thinking about in your inner world?" Zidu, in the office of Entertainment City. "Colonel Sturm, I have investigated clearly. The guy who hurt Master Harley is named Feng Ziyi. This is his relevant information." After the subordinate finished speaking respectfully, he handed over a piece of information with Feng Ziyi's photo printed on it. Passed it over. Stum's face was gloomy, and he let out a soft sigh. Feng Ziyi. When he heard the name on the first day of junior high school, reading www.ukanchu.net, he feels some impression, as if I have heard of it somewhere. It's that bastard. After taking the information, Sturm just glanced at it and immediately knew why Feng Ziyi sounded so ignorant. A year ago, it was Feng Ziyi who continuously defeated his opponents in the entertainment city he ran, destroying the balance of the gambling game and causing him to lose a large amount of wealth. Afterwards, Sturm certainly would not give up. He found a few capable men and arranged several weapons with heavy firepower for them. The purpose was to kill Feng Ziyi, but the result was beyond his expectation. Feng Ziyi is not dead. Sturm was so angry that he slammed the table and cursed, "Damn bastard, you actually hurt my precious son. I will never let you go this time." "Colonel Sturm, The subordinate glanced at the angry Sturm and said. Sturm glanced at the subordinate coldly and said, "If you have anything to say, just say it directly, don't hesitate." The subordinate nodded, and then explained, "Colonel Sturm, according to the investigation of the subordinates, this Feng Ziyi has just won the championship of the world's best martial arts association. It is said that he is a very powerful master." "Well? What you said makes sense." Sturm calmed down his anger. After hearing the subordinate's report, he frowned and fell into thinking. Suddenly, Sturm's eyes lit up, as if he thought of something. Picking up the phone on the desk, dialing a series of phone numbers, and waiting for a few seconds, Sturm said, "Headquarters? I'm Sturm. I'm in trouble here. Please contact Tao Bibai for me." "Gentlemen, everyone go to the discussion area and leave a message, I will add the essence for you. Blood Flower collects Feng Ziyi's skills, I hope you can provide some." Chapter 61 Khan, Gentle Country? On the second day after the martial arts meeting, Feng Ziyi and others were about to part ways. Leaping planned to practice under Kame Senin, while Wulong returned to the western capital with Bulma and new member Klin as usual. As for Sun Wukong and Feng Ziyi, they planned to go to the outside world together and improve their own strength. "Goodbye, everyone." Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong stood in front of Bulma and others, with reluctance and attachment written on everyone's faces, just like a scene of parting. Bulma walked to Feng Ziyi and said in a soft tone, "Feng Ziyi, take care of yourself." There was a hazy brilliance in his eyes, and his eyes were full of emotion. Feng Ziyi nodded and replied with a smile, "As long as you don't cause trouble around me, I will definitely live a good life." "Go to hell." Bulma laughed through tears and beat Feng Ziyi with her pink fists. Similarly, Sun Wukong is also on the other side, saying goodbye to Turtle Immortal and others. "Okay, that's it, Wukong and I teamed up to kill monsters." Feng Ziyi's eyes swept across everyone present, only lingering on Bulma for a few seconds, and then said slowly. Feng Ziyi turned her head to the side and asked Sun Wukong, "Are we going to find a new map by walking?" "Ah? Although I don't understand what you are talking about, Feng Ziyi, but I have a somersault cloud given to me by Grandpa Turtle Immortal." Sun Wukong grinned. After finishing speaking, ignoring the astonished Feng Ziyi, Sun Wukong faced the sky and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Jindo Yun!" I saw a yellow cloud shadow in the sky suddenly appeared in the sky, and everyone was immediately his eyes were attracted by the sudden clouds in the sky. Turtle Immortal laughed hee hee and said, "Although this somersault cloud is very convenient, it is really hard to find someone who can do it well. After the Sun Wukong summoned the somersault cloud, he said to Feng Ziyi, let's go up. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot, only kind-hearted people can sit on the somersault cloud. After the explanation, Sun Wukong jumped on the somersault cloud first. Feng Ziyi said oh, jumped up, and landed on the yellow clouds easily. A few seconds passed. Kame Senen's eyes widened and he looked at Feng Ziyi on the somersault cloud in disbelief. Bulma on the side said jokingly, isn't this somersault cloud mistaken for the wrong person? Even an extremely violent guy like Feng Ziyi can sit on it. Perhaps Feng Ziyi is a simple and cute guy. Leaping said casually, attracting everyone's contemptuous eyes. No matter how you look at it, Feng Ziyi cannot be associated with cuteness. After Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong said goodbye to Bulma and others again, the somersault cloud flashed across the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. I hope these two freaks don't get into any big trouble. Oolong muttered, looking up at the sky. Bulma glanced at Oolong and chuckled, based on the abilities of the two of them, I can't think of anyone else who can defeat them. Perhaps Feng Ziyi also hopes that there will be someone stronger than him in this world. In his words, strong people other than friends, are all monsters. In the cloudless sky, a pale yellow cloud suddenly appeared. Hey, Wukong, where should we go to kill monsters? Feng Ziyi asked boredly while sitting on the soft somersault cloud. Sun Wukong glanced at Feng Ziyi and replied. I plan to collect the 4-star Dragon Balls that my grandfather left for me first. Look, this is the Dragon Ball radar I borrowed from Bulma. After that, he took it from the pocket on his waist. He took out the radar, held it in his hand and waved it up. Oh, Wukong, I'm hungry. After a long silence, Feng Ziyi said. Sun Wukong looked weak and said, I'm hungry too. After saying that, you reading www.ukansha.net. The stomachs of the two of them made a gurgling sound in unison. Feng Ziyi thought for a while and said to Sun Wukong, let's find a place first to fill our stomachs. Sun Wukong nodded and gave an order to the somersault cloud under him. The somersault cloud swayed violently, blowing a gust of biting cold wind, which quickly flew towards the ground. Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong jumped off the somersault cloud and landed on the flat ground. Feng Ziyi's eyes took a rough look at the surroundings, a house lined up on both sides of the road, and passers-by who cast curious glances at them. Feng Ziyi quickly came to the conclusion that they should have arrived at a remote town. Let's go, let's find a restaurant to eat first. Feng Ziyi informed Sun Wukong. The two people walked around, looking for a place to eat. Soon, Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong found a store that looked good along the road. There were several women and a table of food painted on the storefront, which was why they stopped. Ahem. Wukong, tell me, what is written on this? Feng Ziyi awkwardly pointed at the plaque on the storefront. Sun Wukong scratched his head and simply replied, I don't know the characters. It doesn't matter where it is, there are pictures of food anyway, let's go in first. After Feng Ziyi finished speaking, he pulled Sun Wukong in. That's right, both Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong were completely illiterate. They thought it was a place to eat, so they walked in confusedly. What they didn't know was that the words written on the sign were, Gentle Township. Today, because there was a power outage at home, I went to the internet cafe to code. I was a smoker next to me and almost smoked me to death. In such a harsh environment, it took me 3 times the time to code this chapter. Chapter 62 Amorous Encounter. As soon as Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong stepped into this store, a scent hit their nostrils. This scent was not the scent of food, but the scent of perfume that Feng Ziyi had smelled many times on Bulma. 2 young bosses, come inside. A middle-aged woman wearing scantily clad clothes came over with a look of coquettishness in her eyes and her words were seductive. Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong followed the woman in front of them without saying a word. This woman walked in front of Feng Ziyi in a gorgeous manner, and soon led the two of them to a living room inside. As soon as you walk in, you can feel that the decoration here is very particular, and the blue lighting gives people a dreamy feeling. Sit down. The woman pointed to the seats and said to Feng Ziyi and the others. It was a row of high-backed sofas. The soft velvet, the cold metal feel, and the fluorescent light on the floor made it a bit hazy. Importantly, the sofa is semicircular in shape. Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong didn't care and sat down carelessly. The lights in the entire hall are very dim, which gives people an exciting night feeling. When Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong sat down, the woman immediately asked softly, "Excuse me, how many of these two handsome guys do you need to accompany you? We want to eat." Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong said loudly, leaning on the sofa in an inconspicuous manner. "Hey!" The woman obviously didn't expect that the main purpose of people coming to such a place for entertainment was to eat. The woman thought carefully, maybe the two young men in front of her wanted to eat and play at the same time, so she smiled a few times and walked backstage to explain. 5 minutes later, when Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong saw the food on the table, their eyes lit up, and they pounced on it like hungry wolves. The woman standing nearby couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw the scene in front of her. This was the first time she had met such a delicious customer. While Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong were eating, a row of about 3 girls stood neatly about 2 meters in front of them. Almost all the girls were very beautiful. Hot figures, coupled with pure red evening clothes, and they are all very revealing styles, half-chested, each of them has a very proud figure. Seeing this kind of scene, you will immediately become horny. Get up, because the girls here are all tall, plump, and full of temptation. Waves of perfume smell hit her. Feng Ziyi frowned, looked up at the girls, and continued to eat the food on the table, while Sun Wukong devoured it without raising his head. "Enter your 2 guests." The woman who was the first to receive Feng Ziyi and the others ordered the 3 young ladies and left. A young lady approached Feng Ziyi who was eating, and said in a soft and sweet voice, "Little boss, don't eat, let's play together." Feng Ziyi continued to eat, glanced at the woman, and said impatiently, "No time." The woman looked embarrassed for a second, then called out to the other sisters, who gathered around Sun Wukong and Feng Ziyi. One of the women stood up deliberately, then slowly turned around. I don't know what she did, but the button on the back of her bra opened automatically. "Am I beautiful?" the woman with her upper body exposed said softly. While Sun Wukong was still eating, Feng Ziyi glanced at the naked woman and said casually, "2 lumps of flesh, it's so ugly." The woman's face became ugly. But she still wore a professional smile. Sitting on the sofa, this young lady still didn't give up. She approached Feng Ziyi who was eating and raised her fingers. This action alone was very tempting to a normal man. But the other hand kept drawing back and forth on the 2 breasts, making the contours of the breasts vaguely visible. Finally, she brought her breasts towards Feng Ziyi, revealing 2 points on her chest. "Don't interfere with my eating." The easygoing look on Feng Ziyi's face instantly faded away, replaced by a hint of coldness. It seems that these ladies didn't give up, thinking that Feng Ziyi didn't like this plump type, so another lady with exquisite appearance took the place of the lady just now. The young lady came to Feng Ziyi, then with a charming movement, she gently spread her legs and sat astride Feng Ziyi's legs, but in fact her waist was lifted. Reading www.uuganshu.net. She started to hold Feng Ziyi's shoulders, twist her hips, and make some bed movements. "Get out!" Feng Ziyi yelled, ignoring everyone's surprised gazes, and punched the young lady in the face. Suddenly, the young lady who had been so charming just now fainted and fell to the ground. "Ah!" A scream rang out, and the remaining 2 ladies left the sofa in surprise, looking at Feng Ziyi in shock. Feng Ziyi stood up, stared at the heads of the remaining 2 ladies, and said depressedly, "Such a rubbish monster is always dangling in front of my eyes, damn it! It turned out that when these three ladies entered the room, it started. Feng Ziyi saw the blood-red names on the heads of the three people. Prostitute, Level 1. Level 1 monsters are simply dispensable to Feng Ziyi. Even if they are defeated, they only have a little bit of experience, so Feng Ziyi endures and does not take action. But these ladies didn't know how to move forward or retreat, and they refused to leave, and they also disturbed Feng Ziyi's meal, so wow, the volcano erupted. Half an hour later, Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong walked out of the room, found the woman who received them, paid the bill, and left the restaurant called Wenwen Township. The woman in charge of reception opened the door to the room where Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong stayed. What she couldn't believe was that all three ladies fainted and fell to the ground. Can't you tell, these two little guys are so strong in that respect? The woman looked shocked and murmured in a suspicious tone. By the way, after receiving the customer this time, the three ladies gave up their evil ways and turned to good deeds, and never did business in this area again. And the passerby who affected their lives was a purple-haired guy. Haha, I hope everyone will vote. The blood flower is in good condition and will continue to be updated today. Chapter 63 Abuse of Tao Bibai, Part 1. The moment Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong walked out of the store, Feng Ziyi's face changed. Because he had acquired the skill of soul perception, he could automatically sense monsters within 1,000 meters. Moreover, this monster gave Feng Ziyi a very strong hint, proving that his level must be very high. Wukong, the enemy is coming. Feng Ziyi said in a deep voice to Sun Wukong beside him. Sun Wukong knew that Feng Ziyi was not the kind of person who liked to joke, so after hearing this, he immediately became vigilant. The two people's eyes quickly focused on the person coming. In mid-air, they could vaguely see a man standing on a huge stone pillar and driving quickly towards Feng Ziyi and the other two people. The moment Dianthus approached, the biting cold wind blew Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong's hair away, making it difficult to open their eyes. Boom! Sounded, dust filled the air, and the ground trembled for no reason, like an earthquake. A cold figure emerged from the dust in the sky. The hem of the bright pink mandarin jacket was slowly fluttering. The powerful aura on the slender and straight body was slowly fading, replaced by a murderous aura so strong that it was suffocating. Her braid, which is nearly half a meter long, is draped casually behind her shoulders. The dress has a ferocious and eye-catching word "kill" written on it, which adds a bit of murderous intent. The face covered with vicissitudes of life has a pair of dazzling and domineering eyes, but the depths of the eyes are shining with cold murderous intent. Feng Ziyi stared at this sudden enemy. His name was terrifyingly scarlet, and it was Tao Bibai, level 68. Level 68. That's right, this man with murderous intent is almost on the same level as Kame Senin. And level and strength are directly proportional, that is to say, he is a rare strong man. First tell me your name. I am the number 1 killer in the world, Tao Bibai. Tao Bibai said in a proud tone, with Feng Ziyi's figure locked between his brows. At this time, Feng Ziyi actually smiled, with a hint of excitement in his eyes, and said, "Your name doesn't matter, the important thing is your level. I am very satisfied." After hearing this, Tao Bibai's expression froze, and his eyesight there was a trace of surprise in his eyes, but he covered it up in time. "Your name is Feng Ziyi, right? I was entrusted to kill you. Therefore, you must die in my hands today." Tao Bibai said indifferently, with the strong murderous aura bursting out of his body, the kind of murderous aura that can only be filled with only a butcher with bloody hands can get it. There was a deathly silence on Feng Ziyi's face. He frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "It seems that every monster is as wordy as you, but in the end, I can only defeat it. Wukong, you are no match for this monster, let me deal with him." Feng Ziyi ignored Sun Wukong's reaction and walked straight to Tao Bibai's position. The distance between Tao Bibai and Tao Bibai shortened to a few meters. Feng Ziyi's expression remained calm, and a confident smile appeared at the corner of her mouth unconsciously. Tao Bibai continued to increase his murderous intent, but the young man in front of him kept approaching and was not affected at all. When he thought about the information given to him by Sturm, it showed that this Feng Ziyi was the champion of the best martial arts club in the world. This Tao Bibai had to be cautious. Suddenly, Feng Ziyi's originally dull eyes became intense, and his expression became excited and passionate. The energy and blood in his body rushed and surged, as if he was roaring fight. Fight! Fight! He stamped his feet hard, and the ground instantly exploded into countless pieces of different sizes. A piece of dirt and gravel flew into the air. Then Feng Ziyi's legs blurred into a grey shadow covering half of the area in front of him. As a result, the large and small gravels that flew into the air screamed out like bullets under the powerful force. Feng Ziyi followed closely, her fists filled with the power to crack open monuments and crack stones. Tao Bibai's complexion changed, and she said in her heart, "Not good." He knew that he had met a real master, the so-called tough opponent. The shot like gravel fragments obviously did not have much impact on Tao Bibai. His hands quickly blocked the air, and the sound of breaking through the air continued to rise and fall, violently colliding with Feng Ziyi who followed closely behind. Feng Ziyi's fists struck like thunder, his legs shot like thunder, and the use of his hands and feet couldn't be described as a simple violent storm. And Tao Bibai was not left behind. His figure was extremely fast, flexible and ever-changing, dodging like the wind, moving left and right, erratic, unpredictable and full of weirdness. Perhaps, for an experienced killer, speed is obviously more important than strength. Killing invisible means pursuing speed. The offense and defense between Feng Ziyi and Tao Bibai are intertwined. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.net's attacks were frequent, dizzying and dizzying. The speed of the two of them was so fast that their eyes had long been of no use. They punched, dodged, and blocked entirely based on their feelings. Sun Wukong on the side watched with ecstasy, fascinated by this scene. The excitement of the battle attracted me. The figure kept moving backwards. After stabilizing his center of gravity, Feng Ziyi immediately took a deep breath of air. With his movements, it seemed that the air around him became turbulent. Tao Bibai could clearly feel his right fist. There is an astonishing, unstoppable force that is constantly gathering and accumulating, and the next moment it explodes will definitely be an earth-shattering punch. Feng Ziyi Shen shouted, the light in his eyes soared, twisted his waist, and punched without hesitation. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose from the ground with his punch. Tao Bibai had no time to dodge, so he had to use the simplest method, head-on. The moment the fists of the two people came into contact, Feng Ziyi shouted, "Shocking fist!" The next moment, blue lightning exploded from Feng Ziyi's fierce fist, and suddenly a majestic energy surged within a few meters in front, and Pmo the strong wind that could be controlled roared and stirred like breaking waves, and instantly collided with Tao Bibai's fist. Under the influence of Feng Ziyi's inhuman strength, Tao Bibai first felt that the nerves in his entire arm had lost consciousness, and then the blood in his body accelerated, the blood in his chest boiled, and his whole body flew out like a kite with its string broken. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground stirred up the dust in the sky. Amidst the smoke and dust, Tao Bibai's face was as pale as paper, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, lying on the ground in a mess. That's right. The inch fist used by Feng Ziyi just now was not an inch fist in the fundamental sense, but a powerful killing move that was combined with another skill, 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm. Not only is the strength increased exponentially, but it also carries a special property change that paralyzes the human body's nerves. Chapter 64 Torturing Tao Bibai, Part 2. Tao Bibai climbed up from the ground with difficulty, wiped the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth, coughed a few times, and said coldly, "I was just careless for a moment, boy. Tao Bibai, am not that easy to defeat." After saying that, his expression turned gloomy, and he was immersed in the duel with all his heart, not caring about the pain on his body. Go to hell! Tao Bibai shouted violently, and his figure turned into a gust of wind, passing over the ground and appearing behind Feng Ziyi in an instant. An iron fist surrounded by violent wind appeared above Feng Zi's head, and then struck down with thunderous force. The strong wind howled and the power was astonishing. Feng Zi's eyes flashed with enthusiasm and excitement, and he stepped forward without fear. In an instant, energy was exchanged, and the sound of fists colliding with each other sounded like firecrackers, and the two agile figures turned into two black gusts of wind, flashed, jumped, moved on the street, chasing, fighting, and intersecting with each other. The speed was extremely fast and violent. The power of the fist wind surging everywhere spread wildly, and the screams were loud and captivating. Hey! Hello, is this the police station? There are two very powerful guys fighting on 6th Street in Block B. At this time, the streets and alleys were gradually crowded with people, and almost all passers-by kept a certain distance. Watch the exciting fight between Feng Ziyi and Tao Bibai. It's so powerful. What are the backgrounds of these two people? Oh my god! Is it because I'm dazzled? Why do I appear there and here now? They are so powerful. The purple-haired one actually punched me. The iron railing was bent. Discussions continued one after another, and passers-by on both sides of the road who stopped to watch pointed at Feng Ziyi and Tao Bibai who were fighting, expressing their surprise and shock. Now the only one who could barely see the two punching and shaking their legs was Sun Wukong, and the passers-by could only vaguely hear the two extremely fast whirlwinds scurrying around on the ground, and their ears were filled with screams. Even so, they were still looking at the violent sound of fists and feet colliding with each other with excitement. Feng Ziyi and Tao Bibai suddenly jumped up, and kept fighting each other in mid-air. Boom! They fell to the ground at the same time. The cracks in the floor under their feet stretched like a spider web and shattered, but they were fierce and fierce. The strong wind seemed to have suddenly grown wings, and they rose up from the ground and joined the turbulent flow of gravel dancing in the wind. This made the strong wind within a few meters around the two people full of unimaginable lethality. The two swift shadows in the field dodged and dodged, intersecting head to tail, touching each other, and then touching each other. The invisible strong wind of the swift wind and rocks had invisible form, and the rocks penetrated the air, surging and wandering everywhere. Occasionally, the gravel that escaped the range of the strong wind screamed and hit the building a few meters away. Amidst the clear and loud impact, the walls of the building were hit with shallow pits and shattered into pieces. The stone exploded into powder and fell into a thick layer of white ash on the ground. The scene was so fiery and tragic that no one present had ever seen it before. His fists are like meteors from the sky, and he can tear open monuments and crack rocks with great force. His legs are like thunderbolts, and his moves can open up heaven and earth and sweep across all wastes in a thrilling way. The battle between the two masters was brutal and shocking. The power of every punch and kick would cause the air to stir up turbulence. The ground would break into pieces and then turn into powder. The originally flat road would dent amidst the loud noise. When it sank further, it was so miserable that it was ravaged by the terrifying power of the two people, leaving passers-by stunned and trembling in their hearts. Tao Bibai looked red-faced because of her anger. With a sweep of his arms, Feng Ziyi lowered his body to avoid it, and at the same time, he hit Tao Bibai's lower abdomen with a punch that could turn steel into powder. Ahem! Tao Bibai groaned and flew backwards. Feng Ziyi kicked the ground hard, and followed Tao Bibai's figure as he flew backwards. When Tao Bibai's back hit a collapsed house, he bounced back to the ground. At that moment, Feng Ziyi had already jumped high, turned his body sideways, raised one leg straight up, bent his knees and arrogantly hit Tao Bibai's head from the mid-air flames. Once he was hit, I'm afraid that even with Tao Bibai's tyrannical strength, he would end up with a broken skull and die. At the moment when the knee was about to fall straight down from the sky, Tao Bibai rolled outward at a speed close to the ground. Feng Zi's knee hit the ground with such force that the floor fell apart and gravel flew. After Tao Bibai rolled outward, he then pushed hard in the opposite direction on the floor. He endured the stinging pain from the flying rocks splashing onto his face and body. He turned around, his legs flickered, and a strong and fierce kick hit Feng Zi's half-kneeling body. Of the right shoulder. Wang Long! Wang Long! Wang Long! There were blasts of whistles in the distance, but it was the police force that had heard the news and was heading towards Feng Zi's position. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. Feng Zi's figure appeared on the ground a few meters away, with one foot carrying a strong wind and crashing towards his face. It was as fast as lightning and as fast as thunder. If he was hit, his face would probably be disfigured. Feng Zi's legs kicked off the ground, exerting force suddenly, and her upper body also hurriedly rotated outwards. Her head missed Tao Bibai's kick by a hair's breadth, and the strong wind carried by the foot that passed by her ear rubbed her. It passed by his cheek. Although it looked very dangerous, it did not cause any real damage. At this time, Feng Zhi used his right foot as the fulcrum, and used the strength of the kick he just kicked on the ground to turn his body upside down on the ground. He kicked Tao Bibai's calf on the ground with a kick like wind and shadow. Tao Bibai's body was unbalanced. He pushed the mountain of gold and the pillar of silver and threw himself towards Feng Zhi, who was on the ground. However, Feng Zhi, whose legs were quickly recovered in front of his chest, bent his knees and bounced to the chest. Tao Bibai's strong body was thrown 366 times in mid-air. After turning backwards for more than 10 times like a wheel, Tao Bibai was about to fall to the ground. At this time, Tao Bibai fully demonstrated his practical experience as a killer. He straightened his back and steadied his body in the air. Finally, he landed feet first, but his steps were still a bit unsteady. Feng Zhi also jumped up from the ground as quickly as a cheetah, and the two men resumed their confrontation. This fierce fight made the surrounding passers-by tremble with fear. They couldn't help themselves. They were already shocked and speechless in their hearts. Damn, this is the first time I've met such a troublesome guy. Damn it, it looks like I'm going to use that trick. Tao Bibai cursed in his heart while throwing punches and kicks. A police car driving in the distance appeared in the sight of passers-by. In addition, a reporter, who was described as being more sensitive than a dog's nose, also rushed over after smelling the fishy smell. What exactly happens next? The next chapter is worth looking forward to. Chapter 65 Abuse of Tao Bibai, Part 2. Tao Bibai stepped back a few meters and gradually distanced himself from Feng Zhi. Feng Zhi couldn't help but frowned. As we all know, the outcome can only be decided in close combat. However, Tao Bibai's abnormal behavior made Feng Zhi unable to analyze the reason. Tao Bibai's face showed unfounded confidence. He slowly raised his right hand. After the 5 fingers were separated, only the middle finger was left, which pointed exactly at the position of Feng Zhi. The whole movement looked very gentle, but in fact it contained murderous intent. Feng Zhi's expression changed, and he could feel that qi was constantly gathering between Tao Bibai's fingers, and this qi was condensing. The next moment, Tao Bibai sneered. At the tip of his finger, a light visible to the naked eye flashed, and a dazzling golden gas spurted out in an instant. Poof! A ray of light that seemed to be substantial cut through the air, just like the speed of sound, and shot straight towards Feng Zhi. Of course, the process was so fast that it didn't even take a second. Feng Zhi was stunned for a moment, reacted in an instant, and dodged aside. The airflow with astonishing destructive power blew past Feng Zhi's cheek with a slight difference, and the vigorous force surged and exploded in mid-air. Suddenly, the burning pain stimulated the nerves, leaving a 2-inch-long wound on the side of Feng Zhi's face. Dong Dongbo. Tao Bibai's face showed a trace of sinisterness, and she uttered these 3 words in a cold voice. After saying that, he shook his fingers continuously at Feng Zhi, and brilliant light burst out. A stream of light penetrated the air, flashing dozens of faint ripples in the air, whistling, and shooting towards the place where Feng Zhi was. The harsh sound of breaking through the air became one in Feng Zi's ears, and the cold air flow passed quickly. Feng Zi's figure was like a lone boat, quickly dodging in the wind and rain. Soon, dust and smoke were everywhere on the ground, and every ray of light that shot down would leave a few small holes with a depth of tens of centimeters at Feng Zi's feet. "Oh my god! Did you see that man with pigtails using a laser gun? This must be an illusion. It's terrible, these two guys are incredible." Passers-by hiding on both sides of the road, all they looked in disbelief. The scene in front of them had subverted common sense and was a fight that went against their knowledge. In the eyes of these passers-by, Tao Bibai's Dong Dongbo followed him like a shadow, completely occupying the active advantage, while Feng Zhi, who had no time to clone himself, could only dodge. "Damn it! Stop pushing too far," Feng Zhisan said coldly while moving quickly. The original friendly expression was instantly replaced by indifference, and there was a hint of cruelty between his eyebrows. "The air current is raging, attacking like a storm." Ignoring Feng Zi's warning, Tao Bibai's hands were like a machine gun, each finger was spraying golden air, and a proud laugh came from his mouth. Countless bright rays of light reflected each other, and there were buzzing sounds in the air. This time, Tao Bibai used the whole wave to block almost all of Feng Zi's dodge routes. Feng Zi narrowed his eyes and stood there as if nothing was wrong, just when all the airflow hit him. Feng Zi stomped the ground hard with his right foot, causing the ground to shake. And instantly disappeared from everyone's eyes. "What? How is that possible?" Tao Bibai looked at Feng Zi who had disappeared from sight in astonishment. His face could not contain anything other than surprise. Suddenly, Feng Zi stood in front of Tao Bibai and said solemnly, "Is it fun?" It was too fast. Feng Zi's speed could only be described as elusive. Tao Bibai could hardly believe his eyes. Someone could be so fast. So fast that his reflexes could not keep up with the speed of the purple-haired young man in front of him. If the opponent's speed reaches the point where he can't keep up, then Dong Dongbo can only be a waste of time and no results. Die! Tao Bibai's fist hit Feng Zi's head at such a close range. Under the influence of the airflow, Feng Zi's purple hair was blown up. A sneer hung from the corner of Feng Zi's mouth, and his eyes were filled with a playful and fierce light. His fist almost came first and intercepted Tao Bibai's fist. The two fists collided, and his energy burst out. Tao Bibai's face was slightly cold, and the second punch crossed the boundary of space and distance and hit the opponent without thinking, but was collided by Feng Zi's other fist that also came unexpectedly. The number of punches between the third, fourth, and fifth punches continued to increase, and the frequency of punches also gradually increased. The force of the collision of the two fists became stronger and stronger, and the air burst out. The fields were superimposed layer by layer, centering on the point where the fists collided between the two people, and they continued to spread outwards. It was so intense. As the frequency of punches increased, the forearms of the two people flew in the air and collided. Then the forearms turned into 8, and the 8 turned into 16. In the end, only the black shadows of the arms between the two could be seen. Transformed into black shadows all over the sky, like two barriers, or like the rotating gears of two fan-shaped bodies constantly rubbing against each other, and the sound of puff, 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 made by fists against each other was louder than the sound of 2 fans per second. The sound of the machine gun firing 10 bullets was even more intense. This effect, which can almost be achieved with movie stunts, appears in reality. Those passers-by can really open their mouths to swallow an egg, just open, drooling my saliva. I didn't even know I was feeling sore and sleepy. I guess I was already numb. The clothes of the two people in the strong wind meeting were flying, and the hunting sound was heard. Tao Bibai finally changed a little. He was a little panicked to find that Feng Zi's punch speed was still increasing even when he had reached the limit, and his strength was still increasing. It was also increasing, and the pressure he was under was getting bigger and bigger. Such changes had already exceeded his expectations, making his originally stable and calm heart become a little uneasy. Could it be that this purple-haired guy still retains his strength? Is he playing with me? Tao Bibai couldn't help cursing secretly. What on earth is going on? How could there be someone more powerful than himself? Then wouldn't he be more powerful than his brother and Wu Tian of Gizanryu? How is this possible? Is there really someone better than me in this world? Tao Bibai's punching frequency has gradually become unable to keep up with Feng Zi's. Feng Zi's fists shrouded him like a phantom, which made him very strenuous. It seemed like a mountain was constantly pressing towards him. Feng Zi, the terrifying momentum is slowly wearing away his calm killer mentality that has been calm for many years. Tao Bibai saw the cold and emotionless killing intent in Feng Zi's icy eyes, as if the cold air released by thousands of years of ice actually made his heart tremble. Trembling. What is trembling? Trembling, although he was extremely unwilling to admit it, as a killer, he knew that he was afraid. His heart, which had been cold and ruthless for many years, was actually afraid in front of this young man who didn't even have hair on his mouth. It was something that was so difficult for him to accept. It was even more difficult to accept than his parents being resurrected. Tao Bibai's heart was constantly tightening, and the sweat was dripping from his forehead, and a few drops actually seeped into his eyes. Fortunately, fighting no longer relies on eyes. Otherwise, he might have lost his temper. He will face defeat immediately, but the current situation is not much better. Once there is fear in his heart, once he is afraid of something, then when he faces this person, no matter how strong he is, he will be afraid because of fear. Tao Bibai's subtle psychology was greatly compromised. Now Tao Bibai has become afraid of Feng Zi, so the outcome is obvious. Feng Zi looked at the other party's eyes, cracked the corners of her mouth, and revealed a cold smile. This sneer looked so eerie to everyone, as if it was the cunning and malicious smile of a bad wolf, which made Tao Bibai shuddered because of the fear in his heart, and secretly looked at the other party with vigilance. Although the force on his hands was very huge, he could barely cope with it. Now he was afraid that he would use some evil tricks again. Kansha www.yuganshu.net because he has no power to guard against him now. Feng Zi's ears twitched, the ferocious light in his eyes surged, and he said a low voice that only Tao Bibai, who was only a few feet away, could hear, "Fall down." Then all the strength in Feng Zi's body followed him. A roar suddenly erupted, and the speed and power of the fists exploded with unparalleled power in an instant. This was a fist that combined the inch fist, the 10,000 kingdoms shocking palm, and the spiral aura into one. Boom! Tao Bibai's body kept flying backwards in mid-air. The murderous intention and fear in his chest turned into an indescribable line as the scenery continued to retreat rapidly at this moment. The sounds that kept echoing in his mind, it was Feng Zi's low and mocking words, "As a monster, you met me who needs to level up, so you must fall." Feng Zi is really cruel. When Tao Bibai was so heartbroken, he added such a sentence, which completely made Tao Bibai fall into despair. As a result, Tao Bibai met Feng Zi and ran faster than a rabbit. Of course, this is a story later. There was a bang and a dull sound of his back hitting the ground. Tao Bibai's body hit the ground, bounced up and then hit the ground again. The body lying there was motionless, and all his ribs were attacked by Feng Zi's punch. It fell down, broken wherever it should be, broken into pieces when it should be broken, and there was no room to stand up again. Upgrade. A pleasant reminder sounded in his mind, and Feng Zi smiled. Under the golden light, his smile was so terrifying, ferocious. This chapter was very coded, so I wrote so many extra words. According to the standard of about 2,000 words per chapter of Blood Flower, it was not easy. Please vote, thank you. Chapter 66 Attacking the Police. Acquire the skill Dong Dong Wave. Another reminder appeared in Feng Zi's mind. Only then did Feng Ziyi realize that the original condition for obtaining the skill was that he had to upgrade before he could obtain the opponent's skill. As for moves, if the opponent's moves are very messy, the system will only randomly select one of them. Buzz! 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 The sound of police sirens was very close at hand. All passers-by woke up from their shock and looked at the police cars approaching the intersection. Almost everyone was cursing secretly that the efficiency of these policemen was so low that they only showed up after they had finished beating people. Feng Ziyi, you are so amazing. Sun Wukong approached Feng Ziyi, ignored the surprised looks of passers-by, patted Feng Ziyi on the shoulder, and said excitedly. Feng Ziyi smiled and nodded, glanced at Tao Bibai lying on the ground, and said slowly, if his level was higher, I would still admire him quite a lot. Hey! You two, stand still and don't move. A warning voice came into his ears, and Feng Zi's brows wrinkled slightly. He didn't like this tone. In broad daylight, you dare to commit murder and robbery on the street, causing serious injuries. It is simply lawless. You are a scum of society, a scum and a villain. A female police officer stood next to the police car, very angry, and sternly condemned. The passers-by around could not help wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. No one knew better than them. The Feng Ziyi in front of them was definitely a monster. If these police provoked him, it would be difficult to end it. Feng Ziyi didn't understand what the female police officer meant specifically, but he judged something from the female police officer's tone and expression. For no reason, Feng Ziyi was very fond of these guys in police uniforms, and even hated them. He hated others insulting him, and the other party was just a level 11 monster. Feng Ziyi learned from Bulma that people wearing police uniforms are the law enforcers in this world who maintain social order and stability. They are somewhat similar to the government city guards in the previous game world, but they are obviously much more annoying than the city guards, at least. In the previous game world, Feng Ziyi had not provoked the city guards for no reason due to leveling up from monsters. Not to mention that in the city, there was no interference from the city guard because of a legitimate counterattack. You'd better not mess with me. It's my freedom to fight monsters. Feng Ziyi said with cold eyes and an aggressive tone. A male policeman next to the female policeman said rudely to Feng Ziyi, stop talking nonsense, you have violated the city's rules and regulations, so according to the law, you must come with us. Handcuff him and the kid with the long tail next to him, and then take him to the station for interrogation. After saying that, the male policeman told the subordinate on the side, and the subordinate walked towards the wind with a straight face. Purple. The policeman took off the handcuffs from his waist, glanced at Feng Ziyi contemptuously, and then said, boy, come with us. Feng Ziyi smiled, her face darkened in vain, and her eyes shone with a strange light. For a moment, a traceless murderous aura filled the air, permeating like morning mist, but underneath the seemingly calm coat was an extremely turbulent danger. The policeman felt that the temperature seemed to be a bit colder, but he did not pay much attention to this depressing feeling. One hand grabbed Feng Zi's wrist, and the other hand shook the handcuffs in his hand, ready to fasten Feng Ziyi. Feng Zi's face suddenly showed ferociousness, and her eyes were full of violence. She moved slightly, and the policeman's hand fell away. Then, a pair of strong hands grabbed the male policeman's right hand holding the handcuffs. There was a click, amidst the sound of broken bones, and before the policeman's painful howl came out of his mouth, a strong force came from his chest, and his whole body suddenly became light, like a cloud, and Feng Ziyi threw him over his shoulder. It fell and flew out. The policeman was thrown into the air. Only then did the painful screams burst out of his mouth. The other police officers couldn't believe that someone dared to attack the police. They were simply terrorists. Warning! Stand there and don't move, otherwise we will shoot. An older policeman raised his loudspeaker and shouted. Almost at the same time, a pair of shiny metal pistols were pointed at the location of Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong. Feng Ziyi, what should we do now? Sun Wukong asked confusedly. Feng Ziyi glanced at the murderous policeman in front of her. The difference from before was that these policemen no longer had white names, but were monsters with red names, and the level of each monster had reached level 10 or above, which was unusual. Humans can compare. Wukong, there are so many monsters, let's fight them together. Feng Ziyi whispered to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong asked doubtfully, do we want to fight them? Bang! Feng Ziyi gave Sun Wukong a violent shock very suddenly, and Sun Wukong shouted angrily, Feng Ziyi! What are you doing? Because he is guilty, he is a blame. Feng Ziyi said, taking a look at the firearms in the hands of these policemen, and had to be cautious. Although he was not afraid of guns, it did not mean that bullets hitting him would not hurt. Sun Wukong said, oh, you reading www.uukuenshu.net. The two of them slowly lowered their weapons from behind. Feng Ziyi held the sickle in his hand, and Sun Wukong held the wishful stick in his hand. The atmosphere became very strange. Second warning, if you don't put down your weapons and surrender, we will shoot. The police loudly persuaded through the loudspeaker, but to Feng Ziyi's ears, this was naked. Threaten. At this time, Feng Ziyi accidentally touched Sun Wukong with his hand, and suddenly, the two figures disappeared from everyone's sight. Soon, Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong appeared like ghosts at a place where a police car was parked. The policeman who used the police car as a cover was startled. Before he could shoot, he let out a scream and fell to the ground. Seeing the scene in front of them, all the police officers' expressions changed. Without hesitation, they pointed their guns at the place where Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong were, and pulled the trigger. There was a crackling sound, and bullets like a storm were fired wildly. In an instant, the dense hail of bullets tore the surface of the police car into tatters and was full of holes. Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong quickly danced the weapons in their hands. The sickles and sticks in their hands danced tightly, like windmills. After images rolled in, the wind continued, and the bullets in the air fell when they touched a shadow. On the ground. Only shell casings were left on the ground. The passers-by who originally planned to watch the excitement looked at Sun Wukong and Feng Ziyi, who had resisted countless bullets, with horror and disbelief. They were speechless and dumbfounded, and an idea came to their minds: these two people actually want to go against the police. And he's not afraid of bullets? Two madmen, two very powerful madmen. Sui Hua's waist is broken. I don't want to say anything more. I will continue to update and persevere. Chapter 67: Terrorists, Feng Ziyi and Wukong. Hey, is this the headquarters? This is District XX. Two gangsters suspected of being terrorists were found. Yes, these two gangsters have strong force. We need support from the headquarters. A policeman hid behind the police car, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, panted heavily, and reported nervously into the walkie-talkie. For a time, the whole street was in chaos, losing its previous tranquility and showing a chaotic scene. I saw that Feng Ziyi and Sun Wukong were unharmed in the face of police firepower, as if they were in an uninhabited land. All the police and passers-by couldn't believe that there are such perverted existences in this world, who are not afraid of bullets, but also have strength and speed. They are all shocking, just like Superman in the movie. Bang! A deafening sound stirred up a circle of dust on the ground. It spread rapidly outwards 3 or 4 meters away. When the dust dispersed, Feng Ziyi was seen standing at the center of the explosion, with long lavender hair gently blowing in the wind and brushing his eyes, wild and unruly, exuding a hint of incomprehensible excitement. Everyone present took a breath, and a thought came to their minds: is this guy still a human? It turned out that just now, Feng Ziyi single-handedly entered the police circle, and his right hand blossomed instantly. A dazzling light appeared, and the next moment, a grand red light flooded their sight. After the explosion, all the police cars parked on the roadside were reduced to rubble. Don't, come here, or I'll shoot. A policeman trembled all over, raised his gun and pointed it at Feng Zi's head, and stammered. Don't point that kind of garbage equipment at me. Feng Zi said in a deep voice, her eyes as cold as a piece of ice, with an indescribable look like regret, ridicule, loneliness, and pride. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of a series of bullets being discharged filled the air with gunpowder smoke. The policeman closed his eyes and hissed almost crazily. The gun in his hand kept spraying bullets at Feng Zi's head until all the bullets were used up. After the intensive gunfire, the policeman slowly opened his eyes. This process was very long. His fists were loosened and tightened and loosened again. His nervous palms were sweating, and his chest was filled with sweat. He was rising and falling violently, and his breathing gradually became more rapid. Ghost. The policeman seemed to see an incredible scene, rolled his eyes, and fainted from fright. It turned out that in front of him, Feng Zi, who was supposed to be shot, was still standing there fine. Shooting at such a close range had no effect, and what was even more outrageous was that Feng Zi actually caught the bullet with his hand. Feng Zi glanced at the policeman who fell in his arms, and said depressedly, "You fainted before I even hit you. Damn it, wake up, this is my experience." On the other hand, Sun Wukong seemed to like this kind of unscrupulous behavior, as if he was born to be a master of destruction. When he went crazy, he was even more fierce than Feng Zi. With a sweep of the wishful stick, it was the turn of the police to stand in front of Sun Wukong. These police officers who maintain public order have no power to fight back. Location: Turtle Fairy House. 1, 2, 3, 4. The audience in front of the TV will do it with me. On the screen of the TV, several young and energetic girls were doing aerobics, while there were people lying on their stomachs in front of the screen. A wretched old man and a pig, drooling lustfully. "Hey, Kame Senin, Oolong, can you stop being so lustful?" A crisp voice sounded, and a girl with long blue hair was lying leisurely on the sofa and drinking juice. "This girl came here from the western capital," relaxed Bulma. "You don't understand. An old man like me should do more exercise." Kame Senin stared at the girl on the TV attentively and said without looking back. After saying that, he also demonstrated several aerobics moves. Bulma smiled helplessly and said, "Leaping and Klin are both practicing. This kind of stable life is really boring. I miss the days when I was looking for the Dragon Ball, and I don't know what happened to Feng Zi and Wukong. These two monsters, if the fetuses get together, there will definitely be trouble." After saying this, Bulma took a sip of the orange juice in the cup through the straw. While Mr. Turtle and Oolong were still admiring the girls' aerobics, the TV screen turned and a serious middle-aged broadcaster appeared. Judging from his expression, he was extremely serious, as if something big had happened. "Things. I'm sorry, everyone in front of the TV. An urgent news is broadcast below. A large-scale terrorist activity occurred in the northern town of XX. According to witnesses, the two terrorists involved have repelled 3 waves of police support. At present, the King Your Excellency has issued a notice and it is reported that armed forces will be dispatched to XX town to eliminate these 2 terrorists. The following is a picture of the 2 terrorists fighting with the police." Plop. With a sound, the juice in Bulma's mouth that had not been swallowed spurted out, and it happened to be poured on Kame Sen and Oolong in front of the TV. "Cough, cough, isn't it? How did Feng Zi and Wukong become terrorists?" Bulma coughed a few times and said in surprise, with an exaggerated expression on his face, obviously scared. Fall down. Chapter 68 Breaking into the Devil World, Monsters Are Like Clouds, Part 1. Feng Zi and Sun Wukong got on the somersault cloud and left this chaotic town. Little did they know that this behavior caused a sensation all over the world and became the headlines of major newspapers. "Feng Zi, where are we going now?" Sun Wukong asked Feng Ziyi behind him while sitting on the clouds. Feng Ziyi was silent for a moment and then said, Wukong, I think we should each find a way to practice. Why? Sun Wukong's expression changed and he asked doubtfully. Feng Ziyi thought for a moment and then said, Wukong, you are different from me. It seems that I am the only player in this world who can gain experience by grinding monsters, so I am increasing my strength, but you stay on a straight line. The two of them were silent. As Feng Ziyi said, Feng Ziyi would gain experience points every time he fought. When the experience accumulated to a certain level, he would level up and greatly increase his own strength. After all, Sun Wukong and Feng Ziyi are not the same kind of people. Feng Ziyi's existence is special, but Sun Wukong, like everyone else, can only become stronger through continuous practice, so the two of them take completely different routes. Feng Ziyi broke the silence and said with a smile, if you, Wukong, have not become stronger when we meet next time, I will be very disappointed. You are a monster with great potential, and I am looking forward to it. Feng Ziyi, are you really not going to look for the Dragon Balls with me? Sun Wukong grinned and said to Feng Ziyi. Feng Ziyi nodded and replied, there are still many monsters in this world. As long as I look for them, I will definitely find a map suitable for me to spawn monsters. So, Wukong, you can't become stronger with me at all. I don't want you to. If you can't keep up with my level, you will become trash in my eyes. Sun Wukong glanced at Feng Ziyi and said to him, oh, then I will let the somersault cloud lean to the ground. Oh, no need. Feng Ziyi finished speaking before Sun Wukong could react. I saw him move and jump from the somersault cloud dozens of meters high. Smiling slightly, Sun Wukong was not surprised at all, because this was Feng Ziyi's character. In the cold air, Feng Ziyi's voice came faintly, Wukong, when we meet next time, I will become several times stronger than now. So, you must become stronger too. Next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you. Sun Wukong sat on the somersault cloud and murmured in an affirmative tone. After finishing his words, a bright smile appeared on his face. Then he said loudly to the blue sky, charge, somersault cloud. In the dark night, the temperature dropped suddenly, the biting cold wind blew wildly in the forest, and from time to time, the howls of wild wolves spread throughout the fields, revealing the eerie horror that made people's hair stand on end. Ah! A shrill scream sounded suddenly, which seemed so weird in such a cold night. The sound echoed within a radius of dozens of meters, making people feel creepy. Approaching a village in the wilderness, did you hear that? A villager in a cloth robe hid in the house and said frightenedly. Next to the villager was a woman. Her expression was a bit frightened, and she replied hesitantly, it can't be, that one is here again, right? Let's go take a look. The villager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and summoned up the courage to say. The two villagers walked towards the wooden door in fear, lay down in the gap of the door, and peeked at the scene outside the door. In their sight, they saw a young man with purple hair, holding a sickle in one hand and dragging the body of a wild wolf with the other, walking into the village with murderous intent. This purple-haired young man was Feng Ziyi, who practiced separately from Sun Wukong during the day. He was aimlessly looking for the map to spawn monsters. Just now, he was attacked by a wolf. The result was obvious. The wolf was killed. Feng Ziyi punched him to death, which was the one Feng Ziyi was holding now. Is there anyone there? Feng Ziyi looked at the village in confusion. It was completely different from what he imagined. It was lifeless, with no one there, and almost every household was closed. He couldn't help but think of the oolong he encountered when he was looking for the Dragon Ball. That village. No one responded to Feng Ziyi. In the empty village, no window was open and no house had a light on. Feng Ziyi is the kind of person who never knows how to be afraid. Even if he encounters monsters, he will rush forward excitedly and knock them down. Whoosh! Just when Feng Ziyi came to the door of a household, in vain, the sound of breaking through the air fell into Feng Ziyi's ears. Feng Ziyi narrowed his eyes and saw a metal spear flashing with cold light whizzing towards his chest. Feng Ziyi smiled coldly, raised her right hand in an instant, and held the spearthorn straightly, and when she exerted force on her palm, the metal spearthorn was immediately twisted and deformed. The faces of the villagers who spied on the scene in front of them changed again and again. Their horror was clearly revealed, an unknown fear surged into their hearts. Feng Ziyi kicked open the wooden door of a house. Suddenly, the wooden door shattered into sawdust. The two of them trembled and hugged each other in panic. Feng Ziyi looked at the two of them with a funny expression, dropped the wild wolf in her hand on the ground, scratched it, and said in a soft tone, "I'm hungry." Chapter 69 Breaking into the Devil World, Monsters Are Like Clouds, Part 2. In the wooden house in the village, Feng Ziyi devoured the food on the table. The speed was absolutely shocking. The villager couple stared at Feng Ziyi with wide eyes for a long time before they said, "Young man, I thought you were a monster from the devil world, which made us, the old couple, very nervous." "Demon realm? What is that?" Feng Ziyi asked without raising his head, chewing the food in his mouth. The male villager seemed to have thought of something terrible, lowered his voice, and explained to Feng Ziyi, according to legend, the world where humans live and the demon world where monsters live are only separated by a door, and this door is called it's the door to the devil's world. On the other side of this door is a completely different world, where all kinds of monsters live, and it's scary to think about it. Something weird. Feng Ziyi raised his eyebrows, with a look of joy on his face, put down the rice bowl in his hand, and shouted excitedly. The villagers looked at Feng Ziyi in surprise. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been frightened. However, the purple-haired young man in front of him was not afraid, but looked forward to it. He was really weird. "Yes, do you know why everyone in this village has closed down? Because for some unknown reason, the door to the devil's world always opens suddenly at night, releasing some evil demons to cause harm to the world." The villager was helpless. He said, his face full of hatred and disgust, but more of it was fear. Feng Ziyi said "Oh," and said with joy, "Then can you tell me how to find that door?" "Hey!" The villager was startled by Feng Ziyi's reaction. This was the first time he encountered such a human being who was interested in monsters and monsters. The villagers shuddered, wondering, "That, young man, do you want to break into the demon world?" Feng Ziyi nodded and said excitedly, "There are so many monster maps, how could I not gain experience?" "Ahem, I don't understand what you are talking about. But if you break into the demon world, you will only die. It doesn't hurt to tell you. You must have seen the castle not far away when you came, right?" "Well, is that door right there?" Feng Ziyi ate everything on the table, then stood up and said. The villager couple looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "The owner of that castle is His Majesty the King here, and his daughter, the princess of that castle, was heard to be kidnapped by monsters from the demon world. If you want to find the demon world, if you want to open the door, you must find the king. Then I'm going." Feng Ziyi didn't wait for the two villagers to finish speaking. He moved and disappeared into the night like a ghost. The faces of the two villagers turned ugly. Looking at Feng Ziyi's disappearing back, they stammered, "That guy just now, couldn't be a devil, right?" In the castle of King Isis, a fast figure flashed continuously under the starry sky, leaving countless after-images along the way. Feng Ziyi looked at the majestic castle gate in front of her and walked straight over, with no timidity on her face. "Stop! Who are you?" Outside the door, the two guards guarding the castle asked in unison. Feng Ziyi glanced at the levels of the two of them, and they were both level 15. Compared with normal people, these two guys were already terrifyingly powerful, but in Feng Ziyi's eyes, they were as childish as fledglings. "I have something to do and want to see the king," Feng Ziyi replied loudly. The two guards took out the swords from their waists, pointed at Feng Ziyi, and scolded, "No one can enter this castle without the king's permission. It's so wordy. If that's the case, just fall down." Feng Ziyi said coldly with a hint of coldness in his eyes. The expressions of the two guards changed drastically, they held the sharp blades in their hands, shouted loudly, and rushed towards Feng Ziyi, who was regarded as an intruder. Feng Zi's body swayed, Yu reading www.youcanshu.net easily dodged the attacks of the two men, with a playful smile on his lips. Under the moonlight, as if a demon had descended, he circled behind the two guards with a speed that could not be discerned by the naked eye, and struck the guards directly with two fists. Crucial. Who is it? The sound outside the castle door quickly alerted the guards inside the castle, who were approaching here. In the main hall of the castle, King Isis was so worried that he couldn't sleep because his daughter was taken to the devil world. When he was upset, a warrior entered the main hall in panic. What's wrong? Could it be that the monsters from the demon world are attacking again? The king's face changed and he asked majestically. The warrior gasped for a moment and then said, "Your Majesty, outside the castle, a purple-haired guy came in. He is very strong. All the guards were defeated by that guy." "What?" the king said, slightly surprised, thinking in his heart, these guards were all hired by themselves at a lot of money. Needless to say, they are strong. However, I didn't expect that they were all defeated by one person. The king thought for a moment and asked, "You mean, that guy is not from the demon world? In other words, he is a human being?" "Yes, Your Majesty the king," the warrior replied respectfully. "Let that person come in." "Yes, please come in politely," the king immediately ordered. "No need, I'm already in." A cold voice echoed in the hall, and what caught the king's sight was a wild and unruly purple-haired young man. From the confidence on the stranger's face, the king could tell that this young man was not simple. Bloodflower wishes everyone a happy new year, lots of money and beautiful women. Chapter 70 Breaking into the Demonic World, Monsters Like Clouds, Part 2. "You said, you are going to the demon realm." The king simply doubted whether his ears heard it correctly. The purple-haired young man in front of him actually proposed to him the idea of breaking into the demon realm as soon as he came up. Feng Ziyi nodded and repeated again, "Tell me where that door is, I'll go to that map to spawn monsters." "Well, young man, in that case, can I make a small request?" The king hesitated and said slowly. "What?" Feng Ziyi said impatiently. The king had no choice but to express his inner hope, "I hope you can save my daughter after entering the devil world." "Hey!" Just when Feng Ziyi felt it was troublesome and was about to refuse, a message suddenly popped up in his mind, "Trigger a hidden mission, save the princess lost in the devil world, and get the mission reward double experience for half a year. Do you choose to accept it?" Feng Ziyi was startled at first, then her brows lit up with joy, and she immediately responded to the king, "It's on me. Double experience. This is definitely the reward that Feng Ziyi desires most at the moment. Think about it, if you usually get +5 experience from fighting a monster, and doubling the experience means doubling it to +10, 1 is worth 2. It is undoubtedly a huge benefit." The king did not expect Feng Ziyi to agree so simply. He suddenly felt confident and said with a smile, "Young man, have a meal first and rest for a night." "Eat? Well, you are such a good person." Feng Zi's eyes lit up and she patted the king beside her hard. The latter staggered and almost fell to the ground. The next morning, "Oh my god! Is this guy still a human?" Several servants whispered, unable to hide the look of surprise on their faces. For a whole night, almost all the cooks and servants in the castle had no rest because they encountered an unprecedented monster, Feng Ziyi. This guy actually spent the whole night eating. The king couldn't help but yawned. In order not to be disrespectful, he stayed in his seat in the main hall. The king began to regret the damn suggestion he made. From night to morning, Feng Ziyi continued to eat and fight fiercely. All night. Crackling. The dining table that was originally full of aristocratic atmosphere was filled with rice bowls and plates arranged one after another. The only way to describe the scene in front of me was as a mess. At this time, Feng Ziyi was the creator of the scene in front of him. He was still destroying the delicacies in front of him without grace. The servants were wandering back and forth in front of him, packing away the endless tableware. At this time, a servant walked up to the king, his face turned slightly pale. Why? In the belly of the monster. What? The king glanced at Feng Ziyi, who was still eating, and a wry smile appeared on his face. This guy was indeed the best candidate to defeat those monsters. He even ate better than ordinary people. Feng Ziyi suddenly stopped what she was doing, burped, stood up, and said to the king, "I'm full, even though the food here isn't very delicious." Ignoring the chef and the chef who turned ugly. The servant then said, "Hurry up and tell me, where is that door?" "Young man, come with me," the king said to Feng Ziyi. After speaking, he led the way in front of Feng Ziyi. The king, Feng Ziyi, and a group of guards came to a dark door. The entire door remained half open. A pair of ferocious totems were carved on the door, with scary-looking demons devouring them. A human being is used as food. It is this bloody scene in front of him that reveals the slightest bit of weirdness and horror. But what caught Feng Ziyi's attention was the sword in front of the door. When his eyes touched the sword, an additional message came to his mind: Devil's Holy Cross Sword, an artifact. Feng Ziyi was slightly surprised, and the expression on her face instantly became happy. She walked straight over, held her hand on the hilt, and tried to pull out the sword. "What are you going to do?" the king asked in surprise. Feng Ziyi struggled to pull the sword out, but it didn't move at all. When she heard the king's question, she replied, "Of course I pulled it out." "Don't pull it out yet. You reading www.yuyugonshu.net. If you pull out this divine sword, the door to the devil's world will be closed forever," the king explained hurriedly. "Oh? Forget it." Feng Ziyi heard this and immediately gave up the idea of drawing the sword. After the king breathed a sigh of relief, he pointed to the gate in front of him and introduced to Feng Ziyi, "This is the legendary intersection between the devil world and the human world, which is also the gate of the devil world." The king paused for a second and saw that Feng Ziyi was serious. Listening, he said, "According to legends that appeared in history, the strongest demon king in the demon world is named Asura, and he is the most powerful man in the world." "Asura? You mean, this monster is very powerful?" Feng Ziyi asked curiously. The king nodded seriously and said to Feng Ziyi, "This demon king named Asura is a figure who was born thousands of years ago. He not only has the right to rule the demon world, but also possesses terrifying force. So I advise you, if you arrive after the demon realm, you must not provoke." The king's words suddenly stopped, because before he could finish his words, he saw Feng Ziyi excitedly breaking into the cold door of the demon realm. "Don't forget the promise to rescue my daughter." The king's expression changed, and he shouted to the door with a loud voice. After a moment of silence, the air on the other side of the demon realm gate rippled, and Feng Ziyi's voice faintly came from the king's ears, "Don't worry. When I come back, I will go to your place to eat." "Your Majesty, do you really count on him?" a guard asked the king respectfully. The king looked at the door to the demon world in front of him, but the figure of Feng Ziyi couldn't be taken away from his mind. He smiled and replied, "He is really strong, isn't he? Maybe the person who created the miracle is that Ziyi young man with hair." Chapter 71 Powerful Guard. The sun shines onto the sea, and the magnificent island is full of charming scenery. Kamsanya is located in the center of the island. Maybe sunshine, beaches, and beautiful women are the life that people yearn for, and the scene in front of them is exactly like this. On the chair, Bulma was wearing a bikini and a layer of sunscreen oil on her skin. She was lying lazily under the scorching sun, enjoying the cool sea breeze blowing over her body. I don't know what happened to Feng Ziyi and Wukong. Bulma looked up at the sky and said to himself. Oolong stared at Bulma's chest and said seductively, maybe he is being chased by the police. Who made them cause such a big trouble? Damn it, that guy Feng Ziyi must have led Wukong astray. I've told him a long time ago to try to cause as little trouble as possible, and now he's being treated as a terrorist. What a worrying guy. Bulma seemed to think of something annoying. Said angrily. Sneeze. Feng Ziyi sneezed for no reason. After arriving in this demon world that was described as very scary, the first thing Feng Ziyi felt was that the temperature here was several degrees lower than outside, and there was a slight chill. Come to mind. When he entered this place on the first day of the new year, Feng Ziyi's eyes had not yet adapted to the dim light. At this time, he was gradually able to see things clearly. The first thing, of course, was to take a clear look at the current environment. This is an empty tunnel, with noisy sounds coming from below, and a few terrifying roars from time to time. Obviously, there are living creatures at the end of this place. Moreover, the source location was always filled with a strong smell of blood. Even though Feng Ziyi was so far away, he could still smell it clearly. Just as Feng Ziyi continued to move towards the inside of the demon world, two cold eyes with substance were fixed on Feng Ziyi's body. Immediately afterwards, there was a clear sound of breaking through the air in Feng Ziyi's ears. It passed by his ears without any warning and fell to the ground. His soul perception immediately vibrated. Feng Ziyi frowned and looked at his feet. The sound of breaking through the air just now was the sound of a chain-connected cone sinking 3/3 of the way into the ground. Judging from the depth of the sinking into the ground, he knew that the person coming was not simple. Your pass. A voice as cold as falling into an ice cave passed into Feng Ziyi's ears. Looking for the sound, Feng Ziyi froze on the spot. She has long hair that seems to be stained red by blood, a slightly pale face, a pair of breathtakingly beautiful eyes, a concave and convex body, and a suit of armor full of blood. The person who comes here is a woman who is both beautiful and powerful. Of course, Feng Ziyi is different from normal people. Others usually pay more attention to this woman's delicate figure, but Feng Ziyi pays attention to the rank on this woman's head. Rakshasa girl, Reina, level 65. What appeared in Feng Ziyi's sight was such a set of data. After Feng Ziyi was slightly surprised, she looked at the man next to the woman named Reina. What came into view was a strong, big man, with bulging muscles like a horned dragon, blue veins bulging out on his forehead, and a murderous aura that permeated the whole person. Unlike those superficial guys in the world, the strength of this big guy should never be underestimated. But Feng Ziyi was more concerned about the level of this big guy. Warrior of the Demon Realm, Gora, level 60. Feng Ziyi's eyes burst out with excitement, as if he had seen a hungry wolf of prey, but he didn't have the slightest fear, and instead had a bright smile on his face. The leader, Reina, said coldly, if you don't have a pass, you can't enter the demon world without permission. Little guy, if you don't want to die, get out of here. The big man named Gola glanced at Feng Ziyi, who was very thin in comparison, and said disdainfully. Feng Ziyi glanced at the big man with disgust, calmed down her violent desire to fight, and replied, if I don't have a pass, what kind of pass do you want to stop me from going in to spawn monsters? There was a hint of doubt in Reina's eyes. This was the first time she had seen humans who were not at all nervous when facing devils like them. Yes. Reina replied simply, her tone still cold. Feng Ziyi stuck out her tongue, licked the corners of her dry mouth, and said with a smile, then, you two just fall here for me. Humph, little guy, are you kidding me? This is Lord Azura's territory, and we don't tolerate a weak human like you being arrogant. After Gora finished speaking harshly, his huge body shook, and his right hand it turned into a fist with a radius of nearly half a meter and whizzed at Feng Ziyi. Haha, Ming Toriyama's loophole did not complete the plot of the demon realm. It seems that he has forgotten it. Remember, in the original work, when Sun Wukong left the demon realm, Azura said, "We will meet again." Well, comprehensive judging from it, Azura was definitely the strongest guy before Piccolo appeared. Chapter 72 Super Powerful Map. Feng Ziyi frowned, feeling a little unhappy. Whenever she encountered a monster that spoke with fists, it was always so wordy. Gora's fist was full of force, as if a big hammer weighing several tons was swung over, and the strong wind was blowing fiercely. If he was hit from the front, even Feng Ziyi would be hard-pressed to guarantee whether his defense would be destroyed. Collapse. Faced with the current situation, Feng Ziyi immediately chose to dodge. Gola's bloodthirsty eyes were locked on Feng Ziyi's body. The moment Feng Ziyi moved, the fist twisted in power and quickly pushed towards Feng Ziyi's chest. Feng Ziyi's expression changed, and he shouted, seeking death. In vain, a ferocious and domineering momentum came out, covering the entire tunnel. The next moment, two vigorous forces exploded from the middle, and Feng Ziyi was instantly using the power of the inch fist. Even the huge Gora was tossed and tumbled by this heavy and violent punch. He flew far away and landed on the ground with a boom. Look at him, the red light in his eyes was fierce, and the angry look on his ferocious face showed that he was obviously hurt. Reina looked at the scene in front of her, a look of surprise flashed across her brows, but it was quickly covered up by the indifference of thousands of years of ice. You actually surpass Gora, the strongest man in the demon world, in terms of strength. You seem to be pretty good at it. What's your name? Reina raised her neck slightly, smiled slightly, and asked softly. Feng Ziyi glanced at this level 65 monster and simply replied, Feng Ziyi. Madman? What a strange name. Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to the devil world? Reina asked slowly. I want to defeat that monster called Azura. Well, to be precise, I will defeat any monster. Feng Ziyi said. Before Reina could reply, the Gora laughed haha and said, Little guy, don't you know how strong Master Azura is? Whether it is the demon world or the human world, Master Azura is the most powerful existence. Feng Ziyi sneered and stared at Gora until the other person felt scared, and then said, No matter how strong that Azura is, I will defeat him. At this time, Lei Na on the side looked at Feng Ziyi, and said in a strange tone, You are very strong, but Master Azura's strength has reached an incredible level, so you want to defeat him, you must be determined to die, otherwise you will be torn into pieces. Feng Ziyi was not frightened at all, but showed eagerness to try, and chuckled, The stronger the opponent's monster, the happier I will be. There is no monster in this world that cannot be defeated. After a moment of silence, Reina suddenly said, Madman, this should be your name, right? Seeing Feng Ziyi nodded, Reina smiled coldly and said, Come with me. What? Miss Reina, if you do this, you will offend Master Azura. Gora said in surprise, with a look of horror on his face. Reina still had a cold face, and said in an almost commanding tone, Gola, stay here for me, I will take him to Master Azura. Along the way, Feng Ziyi looked back and forth at the corridor, and a series of eerie and terrifying scenes appeared in his sight. The devil world is indeed a devil world. Just like the legend in the world, it is a region full of evil. In this world, only the weak kin will be eliminated, and only the strong can survive, so the demons born in the demon world are several times stronger than humans. Azura, as the king of the demon world, is the number one in maintaining the order of the demon world thousands of years later. Strong. The intersection ahead is Master Azura's palace. Today is the day that Master Azura marries that Princess Misa, so all the demons from the entire demon world have gathered here. Remember, you have to be careful, many of these demons are bigger than Gora, much stronger, especially Master Azura, his power can only be realized by being there. Reina said to Feng Ziyi in a persuasive tone. Feng Ziyi glanced at Lei Na in confusion. This was the first time he encountered such a kind-hearted monster, but he felt very abrupt and unspeakably uncomfortable. Lei Na smiled coldly and said to Feng Ziyi, "Stay alive." Then her figure disappeared from Feng Ziyi's sight like a ghost. Feng Ziyi looked at the intersection in front of her. A few rays of light emanated from it. The soft light looked very scary in such a dark corridor. Moreover, the sound of laughter and noisy discussions could be heard clearly, but it was the day of Azura's wedding that all the demons in the demon world gathered. The thought of encountering countless powerful monsters made Feng Ziyi excited, and he couldn't wait to break into the end of the tunnel, where Azura was. This is an empty square. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. On the periphery is a complex of bunker-like buildings. Blood is smeared on it, giving people a visual impact. Although each building is not very tall, it is very strong and should be a place where demons live. Nearly 1,000 demon guards with cold and bloodthirsty faces each performed their duties, solemnly holding their weapons, forming a circle and standing on the outside of the square. In the hall in the center of the square, there are tables and chairs. Monsters with hideous and terrifying appearances are eating bloody meat slices and drinking good wine plundered from the human world. There are noisy shouts and bickering sounds. Became one piece. A normal person would definitely faint when they saw the scene in front of them, but Feng Ziyi was salivating and looked greedy. There is a lot of moisture in the air, which makes people feel very damp with every breath they take, and there is also a murderous aura that makes people feel depressed or suffocated. Feng Ziyi just looked at it quickly with his eyes, but he could still feel that all the demons gathered here were bloodthirsty, tough, and powerful. The average level of each demon reached above level 30. How terrifying! The number of these monsters, nearly 10,000, is frightening just by looking at them, let alone fighting so many monsters by one person. However, the biggest heretic in this world is Feng Ziyi. He never knew what fear was. Feng Ziyi couldn't restrain her excitement, her eyes were shining, her body was shaking, and she looked extremely excited. After taking a deep breath, Feng Ziyi looked at the dense crowd of monsters in front of him and shouted almost loudly, "Listen, all monsters, you are all guilty. 3 more updates are here. Happy holidays everyone, haha, I hope you can vote." The phenomenon of following the trend has appeared, and it is foreseeable that fans who combine games and reality will appear one after another. Chapter 73. It's so exciting. The entire demon world hall fell into dead silence, and all the demons were stunned by the sudden change. The purple-haired guy in front of them looked very strange, as if he was just a weak human being. After a moment of silence, the entire hall was in an uproar, bursting into noisy and harsh laughter. "Kid, why did a piece of trash like you end up in the demon world?" "Yes. This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant human." "Hey, Grandpa, I just want to eat a human with fine skin and tender meat." Almost it was a boiling echo, with tens of thousands of demons showing their teeth and claws, Chong Feng Ziyi said in a joking manner. In vain, there was an unexplained dangerous aura in the air, and all the demons were startled, because they noticed a powerful aura coming from the entrance of the cave, and this powerful aura came from the vulnerable person in their eyes. Humanity. Feng Ziyi's eyes flashed with divine light, and his face gradually darkened. With the long breathing, the powerful aura on his body also rose and fell, and the waves were turbulent. He was restraining his violent emotions because Feng Ziyi was angry. "Everyone who scolded me just now, get out of here." Feng Ziyi said coldly, his voice was breathtaking, like a call from the 9 nether hell, echoing in the ears of all the monsters. These usually bloodthirsty monsters looked at each other, their blood-red eyes filled with murderous desire, and their mouths moaned like beasts. Almost at the same time, they stood up from their chairs, their gazes fixed on the wind. Purple's location. Kill. Remove the skin and bones of this human being and present it to Master Azura as a gift. A demon who looked burly and powerful shouted loudly, which immediately attracted the support of a group of demons behind him, and the current scene was out of control. "Stand up!" Humph Feng Zhi snorted coldly, looked at these ferocious monsters expressionlessly, and said slowly, "If you don't attack, I will attack. Damn it, this human is so arrogant. Let me take care of him." A demon volunteered, and then roared towards Feng Zhi's location. "I admire you." After saying softly, Feng Zhi's eyes narrowed into a straight line, a trace of excitement appeared between his brows, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The body of this monster that rushed over was so terrifying that it naturally didn't need to jump up to attack. Instead, its 2 legs, which were as thick as elephant legs, ran quickly on the ground at the speed of a sika deer. It really said yes. Don't judge people by their appearance. The sea water is immeasurable. His powerful and thick legs stepped on the ground quickly and rushed forward. Bang 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 bang. There was a series of dull and violent sounds like earthquakes, and the ground was shaking like a sieve. Some pebbles on the ground were also constantly jumping due to the strong and continuous vibration. The monster's huge body was like a rampaging tank. In a few steps, it reached a distance of 3 meters in front of Feng Zhi. The exaggeratedly bulging muscles on its right arm continued to move up and down like mercury, and after a moment they condensed into one. A thick and strong iron arm, with a cold metallic luster faintly revealed, burst out with unparalleled domineering energy, gathered into the fist as big as a casserole, and blasted away towards Feng Zhi with a thunderous roar. The wind and thunder are rolling, the energy is scattered, the force is violent, the monument is broken and the stones are broken. The cold light in Feng Zhi's eyes flashed, and he flashed his right hand, leaving an illusory afterimage in its place. In fact, he had relied on the 8-hand boxing routine to reach an ultra-fast frequency of dozens of swings per second. It was really incredible. With a quick move, he grabbed the demon's wrist. Under his stunned gaze, Feng Zhi bared her teeth at him, and that half-hearted smile made the demon feel chilled. Boom! Dust was flying, a blood mist surged in the air, and the huge monster fell to the ground. All the demons stared at Feng Zhi in disbelief. It wasn't that they couldn't accept the demon's defeat, but because of other reasons. I saw Feng Zhi standing on the spot indifferently. In his hand, there was a strong arm flowing with blood, and the owner of this arm, needless to say, belonged to that demon. The atmosphere became weird. The usually ferocious monsters remained silent, while the humans who had always been looked down upon by them turned out to be like murderous gods. This was a complete subversion. There was a brief silence, and the air was filled with solemnity. Feng Zhi's substantial gaze swept across all the demons present, and coldly uttered these 3 words, "Next." "Are you kidding? This human being is despising us. Let's all get together." A voice sounded among the crowd of monsters. Immediately, these monsters came back to their senses, roared again and again, and swarmed towards the wind like a mountain. The ground shook, and murderous intent rolled throughout the hall, as if it was the end of the world. A normal person would be scared to death, but Feng Zhi was waiting on the ground excitedly, with no trace of fear on his smiling face. Just when all the demons, including 3 and 3, were surrounding Feng Zhi, the water was suffocating. The sound of "stop" was like thunder and lightning, penetrating through layers of air, coming heavily, and exploding in everyone's ears. At standing time, the scene became quiet. All the demons stopped and looked at the source of the sound. There was something complicated in their originally ferocious eyes, fear and awe. "Lord Azura." All the monsters kneeled on the ground in unison and said respectfully. Feng Zhi's face changed. Soul sense is a passive skill. Only monsters with a certain level can issue prompts when they are close to him. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net, and this time the soul perception was unprecedentedly strong, which reminded him that the person coming was very powerful. In an instant, Feng Zhi's eyes stayed in front of the road where the demons took the initiative to get out of the way, and he had a panoramic view of the coming person. The person has a pale face, 2 sword-shaped eyebrows flying left and right, a pair of scarlet eyes that are so deep that they can't see the bottom, as if they can suck people's consciousness in, and the thin lips pressed tightly under the straight and high bridge of the nose are distinct. It expressed the incomparable coldness in his heart. This man's skin is well maintained, showing healthy whiteness, and his entire face is handsome and mature, as if he is a perfect statue. He is definitely the type that girls are crazy about. His clothes are a blood-red tight-fitting robe, which highlights the slender and well-proportioned limbs of his body, as well as his strong body. It makes people feel like a black panther with an extremely flexible body. You can fully imagine his perfect body. Once the body moves, it is as fast and agile as a ghost, silent and secretive. What makes people feel even more terrifying is that this person does not walk, but flies. To be precise, it should be sitting cross-legged in mid-air, showing the aura of being superior to all things. Feng Zi's eyes widened, his expression changed several times, and his breathing became rapid in an instant. There is no other reason, just because this man's head is clearly marked with this message: King of the Demon World Azura, Level 100. Level 100. Feng Zi's heart was in a state of turmoil and could not calm down for a long time. Haha, continue canvassing, I hope everyone will give Blood Flower a few more votes. The Demon Realm and Azura are not made up randomly. If you are interested, take a look at the original work and search on Baidu, Wukong Goes to the Demon Realm. You will find the relevant plot. Chapter 74 Fight to the Death. Azura's cold eyes fell on Feng Zi, and he slowly said, "Human, this is not the place you should come. Are you Azura? I'm going to beat you down. By the way, and rescue that princess." Feng Zi smiled, without any fear, and replied not to be outdone. The demons surrounding Feng Zi shouted, "Don't be so unreasonable to Lord Azura." But Azura waved his hand to stop the noise, and chuckled at Feng Zi, "You look like you have some strength, why not compete with me?" "Just what I wanted." Feng Zi looked directly into Azura's blood-red eyes and said excitedly. Azura laughed haha and said while laughing, "It's been a long time since I met an interesting human being like you. I don't know if it's been hundreds or thousands of years, but I haven't experienced the thrill of the battlefield. Because as my opponents, they can't even resist a move, and they will end up being used as food by these monsters in front of you. Human beings, are you mentally prepared? Once you fail, your end will be death." When he said the last word, Azura lowered his voice and said in an eerie tone. Feng Zi showed unexpected calmness and replied, "Hurry up and fight. Don't be so wordy. I can't wait. I've been longing for a monster like you for a long time." "Ah, interesting human being." Azura's body hovered in mid-air, suddenly turned forward, and slowly moved over. Feng Zi looked at Azura's back and heard his words in her ears, "Follow me." After saying that, Azura was suspended in mid-air and mysteriously disappeared from Feng Zi's sight. All the demons thought that Azura had great supernatural powers, and only Feng Zi could feel it because Azura was too fast. In the demon realm, in the middle of the hall, there is an arena that has just been set up. Feng Zi looked at the arena in front of her. Compared with the one in the world's #1 martial arts association, the one in front of her was much smaller, but the battle between the two had no area restrictions at all. Even if they fell outside the arena, they would not be able to fight. It doesn't matter, because this is not a competition, but a battle with lives on the line. The demons gathered throughout the demon world acted as spectators in this desperate fight. Of course, they supported the invincible demon king Azura in their minds. Just like football, the first thing Feng Zi had to face was the pressure of the away game, but Feng Zi was completely indifferent to the laughter and taunts of these people. "Let's start. There are no rules. As long as you can knock me down, I will let Princess Misa go." Azura was suspended opposite Feng Zi. Feng Zi felt that the Azura in front of him was definitely a master of using qi. He couldn't do this technique of staying in mid-air. Feng Ziyi nodded and said, I can feel that you are a lonely monster. You are eager for opponents, eager for excitement, and eager for the pleasure of fighting, so let me satisfy you. After saying that, his whole body was filled with aura. The surge surged in an instant. In the eyes of all the demons, the human who felt weak just now became like a sharp knife, its edge must be revealed. Azura let out a hum, and as he was hovering in the air, his whole body was covered with a layer of bloody murderous aura. His devilish temperament was more clearly reflected at this moment. In an instant, the two figures disappeared from the ring amid the stunned gazes of all the monsters. Bizarre and weird are the perfect words to describe the scene in front of you. Feng Ziyi and Azura seemed to have turned into two-color dragon-like tornadoes that were several meters long. Their slender tail ends were controlled by the two people in the middle of the high platform, and the thick bodies were spinning rapidly, woohoo! Competing in the chamber in mid-air, they constantly collided with each other fiercely and crazily, making a real bang. Bang! 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 Collision sound. The huge sound made by each collision seemed to make the entire demon realm hall tremble. Yu reading www.yu.ganshu. Net. The two tornadoes refused to give way to each other. When they collided with each other, they produced terrifying screams like howling ghosts and wolves. Listening to the ears, it was frightening and crumbling. It was truly horrifying for those who saw it and devastated for those who heard it. Momentum. What is momentum? To put it simply and easily, it is the external manifestation of a person's spiritual strength, and spiritual strength is directly proportional to strength. In the competition of momentum, the weaker Feng Ziyi naturally suffered. While Feng Ziyi fell into a brief state of unconsciousness, Azura's opponent's cold face twisted into a ferocious one, and he shouted loudly, Die! Human! A violent airflow burst out from his body, and his body turned into a phantom shot towards Feng Ziyi. At the same time, he raised his right hand like a sword, and the sword air crackled loudly at the fingertips. With a wave of his hand, the invisible energy rubbed the air and slashed towards Feng Ziyi. The air swept away. Wherever it passes, the dust immediately retreats. Feng Ziyi came back to her senses, but couldn't keep up with Azura's speed. She gritted her teeth and forcibly twisted her body to expose Azura. After a cry of pain, Feng Ziyi narrowly dodged Azura's attack, but was left with a shocking bloody hole on his shoulder. Come on! Master Azura! Master Azura, kill this human being! There were noisy shouts one after another. In this very unfavorable situation, Feng Purple is in an extremely dangerous situation. Damn it, anyone who doesn't want to die, shut up! Feng Ziyi glanced at these demons coldly and shouted expressionlessly. After saying that, he ignored the thoughts of the monsters in the audience, and with a flash of figure, he rushed towards Azura's position and launched an almost crazy attack. How will Feng Ziyi reverse the situation? Looking forward to what follows. Chapter 75 Betting on Life. Feng Ziyi's eyes were firmly locked on Azura, and his figure instantly passed through the 3-meter space. He clenched his right hand into a fist, used the force of his fist to blast away the air, and smashed towards Azura with great ferocity. The dust floating in the air exploded with a violent bang, and shot out in all directions. A large fresh space without any dust was immediately vacated in the middle, and a sharp and unparalleled chi burst out from the surface of Feng Ziyi's fist. Came out, the scream that tore through the air was soul-stirring, and it struck Azura without hesitation like a meteor chasing the moon. At the same time, a thunderous roar came out of Feng Ziyi's mouth, inch punch. Feng Ziyi's punch seemed to have the power to create the world. Even if he was as powerful as Azura, he would not dare to underestimate the damage that the power of this punch would cause on his body. Azura quickly spun his body, cast a contemptuous look at Feng Ziyi, and then drew a circle in the air with his palms around his body. At the same time, he let out a cold hum, and an incredible scene appeared. A transparent wall of air appeared out of thin air. The barrier stood in front of Azura. Bang! There was a violent explosion of energy exchange. Where Feng Zi's fist collided with the wall of energy, ripples of light rippled and strong wind howled. A wild and strong wind radiated to the surroundings, sweeping away all the dust within a dozen meters nearby. Boom! Azura's chi wall collapsed in an instant, but Azura was after all a warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles. His face changed, and he realized it almost in an instant. He lightly raised his palms to face Feng Zi, who was unabated. Fist! The powerful fist met the air-filled palm, and the next moment was clear. Azura's body was blown away due to the force of the energy impact. Just after he flew a few meters away, he landed gracefully and stood up straight. Compared with Azura, Feng Zi looked extremely embarrassed. His figure was thrown into the air unsteadily, and finally fell into the dust with a bump. After a long silence, the demons gathered here came to their senses and burst into shouts of "Lord Azura is invincible!" At this time, Feng Zi climbed out of the deep pit with difficulty. He felt a strong sense of crisis surrounding him. Feng Zi raised her stinging left arm, and the airflow carried by Azura's palm made a 3-inch deep gash on the back of her arm. Blood flowed out, and she almost injured her muscles and bones. The incisions on both sides of the wound were neat, indicating that Azura's anger was extremely sharp. Moreover, the wound slowly spread an ugly dead grey color at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the eroded wound began to shrink. The bright red tender meat also turned into a grey rotten flesh, and emitted waves of abnormal itching, which further illustrates the horror of Azura's chi. Human! I didn't expect that you could still stand up alive and did not die under my Shura's hand. Moreover, this is the first time I have met a human who can use chi. So, from now on, I will get serious. Azura's cold voice echoed in the hall, once again eliciting excited shouts from a group of monsters. Feng Zi endured the stinging pain on his arm. Although his brows were twisted into a straight line, he was still smiling. Feng Zi knew in his heart that he could no longer use his left hand. And now he could only rely on his right hand to fight Azura. Ha, are you farting? As a monster that looks extremely annoying, sooner or later I will beat you into trouble. Feng Zi tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes, and then simply wrapped it around above the wound, he said coldly to Azura. Although Azura didn't know what the oolong in Feng Zi's mouth was, he could guess that it had a derogatory meaning, and the anger in his heart was as uncontrollable as a volcanic eruption. In vain, a ferocious smile flashed across Feng Zi's face, and her indifferent eyes shone brightly, disappearing from sight amid the surprised gazes of all the monsters. Azura just reacted, and saw that Feng Zi was like a madman, using his fists and feet to open the gap, and all the tricks he used were life-threatening. The harsh sound of breaking through the air was echoed one after another. This kind of street gangster-like fighting style made Azura panic for a while, and he was hit one after another. Of course, although Feng Zi's approach was effective, it came with a price, which was that he abandoned defense and put all his chances of winning on attack. Feng Zi roared in her heart, only by attacking, constantly attacking, and desperately attacking can we suppress him. Due to his negligence, Azura missed several of Feng Zi's attacks. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Even though Azura's body was as hard as steel, there was nothing wrong except countless white marks. However, his clothes were damaged. Puff, puff. The sound could be heard endlessly. In just a few breaths, the clothes had already torn numerous holes. Due to the swift dodges, the air rushing towards the face was like a strong wind and kept pouring into the holes of different sizes, which was very cool. Suddenly, Azura felt a violent cracking sound coming from his crotch, and then the cool wind rushed into his crotch. The next moment, Feng Zi kicked him, and his foot directly hit Azura's lower body. At this time, Azura's face turned purple, but Feng Zi's random attack hit the vital part of his body. Damn human being! You must die! 3-ring atomic cannon! Azura shouted with an ugly face. An invisible but qualitative air howled as his arms frequently drew strange transparent ripples in the air, instantly forming violent air fluctuations that were like waves of the sea and were constantly surging outward. The tendency to perform opera more and more. In Feng Zi's stunned eyes, circles of air suddenly rippled on Azura's arm, exploding directly towards Feng Zi's location. It was like the sky was falling apart, the world was ending, and the entire demon world seemed to be shaking. The unparalleled earth-shaking sound explosion suddenly rang in everyone's ears, making all the monsters present feel dizzy. For a moment, Feng Zi felt uncontrollable pain in his body, and his heart felt as if he had been hit by a giant hammer. At the same time, his throat felt sweet, and he involuntarily opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The sound of bones shattering exploded, and his whole body was crushed, submerged in the raging air current. The next chapter will stage a big reversal. I hope you will vote for it.